Well, welcome live to the O2 Arena here. I'm Gareth Davis. I've got alongside me Spencer Oliver, the Omen, Duke McKenzie, three-time world champion, three-weight world champion, and John Rawling. We've got a team that's been in boxing for over 200 years, but we've got great stars here tonight. Alexander Usyk, Tyson Fury expected here to witness that heavyweight battle between Joe Joyce and Derek Chisora. Adam Hamed won earlier, his father Nazim Hamed was here. Spencer's going to run around and interview all those guys tonight. We're in the middle of a fight right now between Sean Noakes and Inda Bassi, the vacant English welterweight title. With 6 fights into an 11-fight card. It will really be about the heavyweights as the night goes on. Gentlemen, let me draw you in here. Spencer, it doesn't get bigger when you get 2 British heavyweights fighting at this iconic arena in Docklands.
Absolutely. Listen, the O2 Arena is always a fantastic arena for heavyweight boxing. We've seen some great fights over the years down here in the heavyweight division, and Joe Joyce, Derek Chisora. Stylistically, this will be an absolute barnstormer. We've been with both guys all week. They've both made no secret about the tactics of this one. They know what's on the line. For the winner, they can kick on. For the loser, really, there's nowhere else to go. They said they're going to meet head-to-head in the centre of the ring. Expect fireworks. This one will be a real barnstormer.
Spencer's taking over my role tonight, wandering the ring, but Duke McKenzie, Spencer will join Duke McKenzie and John Rawling on commentary. But Duke, three-weight world champion, you love these occasions. It's great to see you on talkSPORT. You're the kind of polished, shiny figure here right tonight. The last to arrive, we were expectantly awaiting you. When 2 heavyweights fight, when it matters so much, when they're cult figures like Chisora and Joe Joyce, is it Joe Joyce's fight to lose tonight?
It's Joe Joyce's fight to lose, almost certainly. But you know, I mean, Chisora's been here so many times, and so many times you've heard him, this is my last fight, this is my last fight. It never ever happens, but I'm expecting big things from Chisora tonight, because if this is his last fight, you can be rest assured of one thing: he's going out on his shield. He's not the kind of guy to just, you know, pity-pat and try and nick a decision. He's going out on his shield.
But if Derek Chisora's coming out and throwing everything, does that give Joe a great opportunity to catch him?
Well, absolutely. Listen, make no bones about it. Joe Joyce isn't there. You can't really miss him, can you? He takes a shot, he gives a shot. They're both big punchers. Chisora's got the overhand right, and almighty overhand right, but that's all he has got. So he comes into this fight on a wing and a prayer. Because if he catches Joe Joyce with that overhand right, Joe Joyce will be in trouble. But I would expect Joyce just being slightly fresher of the two to win this one. It's going to be bloody. It's going to be an absolute war.
We're on talkSPORT 2 right now. Don't forget to switch over at 10 p.m. to the big channel talkSPORT 1. John Rawling, you covered Mike Tyson as both a journalist and a broadcaster. Lennox Lewis and those guys. Tyson Fury and Alexander Usyk are expected here tonight. It's a massive night for Joe Joyce, isn't it?
It is. He's got to win as well. He really does. And I think to some extent the jury's still out on Joyce, because he got badly beaten twice by Zhang. He's had 1 win since then, when he didn't really pull up any trees. And I think that it's going to be interesting if Derek does clatter him with that big right hand, as to how much his punch resistance might have been eroded. I don't think we're quite certain of that yet, and I absolutely agree with you. You know, I mean, a lot of people are saying Derek Chisora, should he still be in there at the age of 40? Is he, you know, going one too far? But he never ever stinks the place out. He always gives a good account of himself. And at the weigh-in yesterday, when he said, "Joe, I'm not afraid," you kind of believed it.
Well, he told us that, obviously, he's friends with Nigel Farage MP. He told us that Donald Trump Jr. is coming tonight. I'm yet to see the evidence of that. Out the back, we all came in through the VIP entrance with our special parking, Spencer Oliver. It took me about an hour to find you. But the key is, for me, Joe Joyce, 1.5 years ago, gents, we were salivating at the prospect of fights with Deontay Wilder, Tyson Fury, Alexander Usyk again, Anthony Joshua. He really blotted his copybook, or Zhili Zhang just had the kryptonite for him. I'm asking you two as fighters, Spencer and Duke, and Spencer first. Can you lose to someone and go into grievance, if you like, and go and grieve and come back strong afterwards.
Absolutely. Listen, sometimes a loss is the moulding of a fighter, and I think for Joe Joyce, he come up against Zhale Zhang, and stylistically, the southpaw, the big Chinese southpaw was just too much for him. He had his number. You get that. You get a bogeyman within the sport. I don't think he's dented Joe Joyce's pride. I don't think he's dented his confidence. I think it's just made him hungrier, and he recognises, gents, that he needs to make a statement tonight. And Derek Chisora is the type of guy that will come at him, he will stand in front of him, and that will allow Joyce to get off with his shots. But Duke was right in what he said. Duke, I'll throw that over to you. You was right in what you said, as in Derek Chisora, very dangerous at throwing that lazy jab to the body and bowling that right hand like he's throwing a cricket ball over the top. We saw him knock out Carlos Takam with that shot, and that is the shot that is the danger shot for someone like Joe Joyce, who will stand in front of him.
Well, as I said, Joe Joyce isn't hard to be hit. He's there to be hit, which makes for an exciting fight. These two aren't they don't jab and move, they don't try and get out of the way of anything. They're not going to hide from one another. But they both realise the loser of tonight's got nowhere to go.
The context of the heavyweight division right now is that we've got Tyson Fury and Alexander Usyk fighting on December the 21st in Saudi Arabia. Working backwards, on September the 21st, Anthony Joshua facing Daniel Dubois. Joseph Parker is waiting for a big fight at the moment. Daniel Dubois and Joseph Parker both lost badly to Joe Joyce. We know how good he is. Are we going to find out tonight how much he's got left? Because he does take a lot of shots. You can only go to the cash till and take out the cash from the register as many times as you can, and it does empty in the end. You both know that. Are we going to find out tonight what he's got left?
He hasn't had a severe beating. He's had the 2 losses to the same guy. He hasn't had systematic beatings like Chisora. Chisora's lost to like the who's who of boxing, hasn't he? He's been in with everybody, and every time he stepped up to the big boys, he's always come unstuck.
Was Joe's defeat to Zhang, the second one, fairly comprehensive, though?
Oh, for sure. Listen, yeah, of course it was a comprehensive defeat. They were both comprehensive defeats. And, you know, I was always taught if somebody beats you in a fight, you don't go looking for him, you move on. But that was a bad mistake by Joe Joyce. He didn't do that. He went back to the well and he came unstuck again. So we're going to find out exactly what his character is all about tonight.
Do you mind if I ask all three of you to nail your colours to the mast on how you see Joyce and Chisora going tonight? You first, Spence.
Yeah, absolutely. Listen, I think that Derek will go out on his shield tonight. You know, this is his 10th appearance, and he said this is his last appearance here at the O2. So it's an emotional week for Derek Chisora. He's been very emotional, talking about how much he loves this arena, and he recognises he's at the end of his career. So Derek will go out on his shield tonight. Will he win the contest? No, I don't think he will. I think Joe Joyce, you know, he's got that high output, that high work rate, and I think that he will slowly, systematically break Derek Chisora down. And I see it being a late stoppage, somewhere between sort of 7 and 9 rounds. I think that's where I see it. I think that it's about making a statement, and I believe Joyce will do that tonight.
On a personal level, I think it will probably be quite a sympathetic act by the referee, and it will save Chisora about the midway stage, around the 6-7 rounds, because I think Joe Joyce will get off to a quick start. He knows he's got a better engine than Chisora, and he's going to go to a quick start and grind him down. And let's just hope the referee jumps in early.
I think if Derek Chisora is going to win this one, he's got to do it early. 9-2 on is the bookies. That's how they've got Joe Joyce. So a very hot favourite, and I'd take Joyce to win this. But I wouldn't be surprised if Chisora takes him all the way, go out on his shield, and maybe go out as a points loser and a valiant loser.
Well said, John. Just to clarify, it's a 10-round fight, not a 12-round fight.
Did I say 12?
No, you didn't. I'm just clarifying for our listeners tonight, because I was running around the ring earlier, because BoxRec said it was 12 rounds, Queensberry is saying it's 10. That makes it interesting for me, because of the big difference between a 10 and a 12-round fight with the experience these two guys have.
Absolutely. Listen, that's better for Derek Chisora for sure, because as we know with Joe Joyce, as the rounds go on, he gets stronger, his output gets more and more. He's got very high output for a big heavyweight, and I think that Chisora, who, you know, fights with that gladiatorial spirit, I think that he will try and hang in there. 10 rounds, he may possibly see that bell. If it was over 12, you'd feel that that's more of an advantage for someone like Joe Joyce.
We are into the 6th, I think the 7th round of Sean Noakes here against Bassi, the vacant English welterweight title. I just want to name these guys. Joe Joyce, I sat with his family last night at the Intercontinental Hotel here briefly. Joe had a pineapple juice. I had a Guinness with his mother, Marvel, who has 93% sight, by the way, who is an extraordinary character. You all know Marvel, his mum. She's an incredible character. And his brother, Torren, who's a musical artist. They believe he will still get fights with Joseph Parker, Alexander Usyk, Tyson Fury, and Anthony Joshua, and maybe a rematch with Daniel Dubois. If he wins optically very impressive tonight, and I believe he'll get the stoppage in round 6, 7 or 8, do you think he'll get those big fights?
Well, the fights are there certainly, but I wouldn't put them in that order, and I certainly wouldn't go after Joseph Parker right now. This guy's got a new lease of life, and just like Daniel Dubois, a new lease of life, and he's got a new inner found confidence, and it's strung together several very good victories of late.
Yeah, Duke, that's where it lands. I think that, you know, I think he comes through tonight, he makes that statement, he looks good in doing that. That's the obvious fight. Joseph Parker coming off those good wins against Zhale Zhang and against Deontay Wilder. That's the one that makes the sense, and the winner of that fight, if that fight happens, Joe Joyce versus the winner of that fight, going into that, I think then goes on and kicks on into the world titles. You've got to say that. You know, Joseph Parker, Joe Joyce is a huge fight.
Yeah, it's a good fight, and I think that certainly if Joe Joyce wins, he kicks on and gets these big fights. It's no accident that Tyson Fury and Alexander Usyk are going to be here tonight. They're having a look to see what he's got and whether or not they fancy it. And I'll tell you what, he would love to fight over in Saudi. He would love to.
Weirdly, do you remember we were there that night working when Tyson Fury beat up Derek Chisora and stopped him at Tottenham Hotspur Stadium? There was a trifecta, a triumvirate of men in the corner of the ring. When Tyson Fury was calling out Alexander Usyk, who was there on the ring apron as well? Joe Joyce.
Derek Chisora wasn't far away either.
He wasn't. No, but Derek Chisora had called. We were working at another event when Joseph Parker was knocked out by Joe Joyce. Derek Chisora was busy ringside calling out Tyson Fury. Yep. Look, he's a master salesman. He wore the mask of Zhale Zhang at the weigh-in. For me, I really do genuinely believe, even though he's 39 in September, that if Joe Joyce looks impressive tonight, he puts himself up in that Saudi Arabian, if I can call it, mix with those top 12 heavyweights.
Definitely. Look, if you look back to that Joe Joyce Joseph Parker fight, and you see the way that Joe Joyce won that fight in that 11th round, the way he took Parker about, and you look at how Parker's kicked on and gone on and had those great wins. You look back on that and you go, you know what? That was a fantastic victory there from Joe Joyce, and he would love to get that rematch again. Parker would like to go over old ground again to try and right the wrongs of that last contest. Parker said actually there was problems in the build-up to it. I had a virus and the strength wasn't there. So that is the obvious fight for me, for the guys to kick on and put themselves back in that top league.
He's got Andy Lee there now. That's what's made the difference to Joseph Parker.
And Parker looks really good right now, and I don't think Joe Joyce, Parker would want to go over old ground and fight Joe Joyce again. I think he'd avoid him.
Yeah, but do you know what it is with Parker right now? He's sort of in no man's land because he's had those two good victories and no one's taking the bait now. And you go, where does he sit? Who's he going to fight? Because you got Joshua fighting Daniel Dubois, you got Usyk and Fury going over old ground again. So you go, Parker's put himself as the chairman of the Who Needs Him, Who Wants Him club right now.
Yeah, but if he goes over old ground, then it could be the wrong move.
Just to clarify, earlier on tonight, the son of Nassim Hamed, Adam Hamed, won all 4 rounds against Georgi Velishkov, a fighter in his 26th fight. And Adam, obviously, in only his second fight, no amateur pedigree. A win for Raven Chapman, Frank Warren's standout female fighter at featherweight, winning the WBC International Featherweight Championship against Johanna Sarabia de Colombia. And she was dominating in that fight. Probably should have been stopped in my view. Gents, let's stay on heavyweights. Moses Tauma against the veteran Mariusz Wach, the 44-year-old who's had 48, 49 fights from Poland, fought who's who from the heavyweight division. Moses Tauma we're calling the takeover. 9 wins, 7 stoppages. 19-year-old heavyweight, used to spar with Joe Joyce when he was 15. Can he make a statement tonight, Spence?
Oh, absolutely. Of course he can. I think that he is the guy that's going to take the baton from these heavyweights. You know, he's been in the ring with all of them. He's been learning his trade, learning his craft in the gym with Anthony Joshua, Tyson Fury, all the big names. He's getting in there, and guess what? He's doing very well against those guys as well. I think he's an exceptional talent, and this is
carries it so well.
And this is a brilliant match, you know. And I think that what Queensbury, Frank Warren do is they are great managers, great matchmakers. And Mariusz Wach, who's coming off that 10-round defeat just a couple of fights ago, we saw him in there. And who was it with?
I can't remember who you're talking about. Don't worry.
It'll come to me.
Fraser Clark,
yeah. So he's coming off that 10-round defeat against Fraser Clark, and you look at that and you go, well, he's durable, he's tough, but this is a perfect fight for Moses Tauma to go and make a statement, because if he can do something that the other guy couldn't do, that's a great statement there, you know.
It does. It puts him right up there. And we spoke to him yesterday, didn't we, Spence, at the at the weigh-in, and he's very, very assured of himself. He's got that quiet, confident steel that you need.
I think it's frightening, Duke.
Yeah, he's very, very quiet. He's very, very self-assured. He knows exactly what he wants and where he's going. He's not buying into all the hype. He's walking a very, very good line.
I was reading Barry McGuigan's column the other day, and he said that in his opinion, as a 19-year-old, he has got the most talent, arguably, of any British heavyweight there's been, including Lennox Lewis. He's as confident as that he thinks that he's going to go all the way.
Spencer and Duke. Duke first, you two as former boxers and brilliant former boxers, people we love in the sport. Duke, you first. What were you like at 19?
I was nowhere near as good as Moses, but I'll tell you what thing we do have in common. I was around a lot of world champions at that point. Mickey Duff took me to America. I was sparring with guys like Cornelius Bota Edwards. I was in the gym with Hector Camacho, the late Hector Camacho, Livingstone Bramble, Edwin Rosario, the late Edwin Rosario. And watching all these guys train and training all these guys brought me on leaps and bounds. I see the same similarities with Moses.
Yeah, absolutely. And I was the same, Duke. I was in the gym, you know, sparring with world champions. Alfred Cote was one of the guys that was in my team. I just turned professional, actually, at 19 years of age, coming back from the Commonwealth Games, picking up loads of experience. I think I went down to spar with you once, but it never materialised.
No, it wasn't me. It was Denzel Washington.
Yeah.
Come on, let's get that right.
Yeah. So you're always looking to box the best, spar the best, and that improves you as a young fighter, and that's the road that Moses Tauma has done. He's taken that, he's been in there, you know, sparring world champions at a young age, and that's developed him as a professional and helped him to kick on. Great matchup for him tonight.
We've talked a lot here already. I'm going to throw it to John for a minute. We're watching it while we're chatting. The vacant English welterweight championship, 10 3-minute rounds. I think we're into the 8th round now between Sean Noakes and Indra Bassi. John, what are you seeing, by the way? Bassi's a little bit cut, isn't he?
He has got a bit of damage around his left eye, and the way I'm looking at it, it's been a very competitive match. Bassi, the taller man from Basildon, Sean Noakes from Maidstone, brother of Sam Noakes, and Sean, I think, by way of aggression, the man being on the front foot for most of the time. A lot of the rounds have been close, but I've definitely given Noakes the edge on what I've seen so far, and I think if he boxes his way through, he just looks, and he's another untidy maul there. The head of Noakes was coming in, the referee has to split them, but I just get the impression that as this comes towards the closing rounds, it's a 10-rounder, so 2 to go after this. I think this looks to me, Duke, as though it's Noakes' to lose.
Yeah, Noakes has been the aggressive, you said, John, throughout the fight. He's using rough house tactics. The elbows go in, the heads go in, he swings in right hands. He's quite he's quite messy in as much as he's trying to rough the other guy up all the time. Gets on the inside because he's giving away height and reach, and that's where he needs to be. But I've got him comfortably ahead.
His brother John Sam is off his seat, sitting next to Frank Warren. Obviously, he's a formidable boxer as well. Both brothers support each other incredibly. I think he's making Bassi unravel at the moment, John.
Well, he caught him with a lovely uppercut earlier in the round, Bassi, and his corner is imploring him to come forward, to get on him. Martin Bowers, very experienced cornerman, in with Inda Bassi, who's from the Sikh community over in Essex, and he caught him with a lovely uppercut and just wasn't able to follow in. And that, I think, is an indication that maybe he's not got too much left.
We're going to give you the closing stages of this fight, but bear with us tonight because we've got Royston Barney Smith against Brian Baracas in an 3-minute round fight. Royston training under the great Ben Davison, who is obviously looking after Anthony Joshua, former trainer of Tyson Fury. Barry Smith, Ben's second, is here with him tonight. Dennis McCann against Jon Baluta, 3-minute round rematch after a split draw. I'm going to go back to you, John.
I think this fight's got a long way to go now. 45 seconds left. There's blood streaming down the right cheek of Bassi, and Noakes has got him on the ropes. He's pouring pressure on. Bassi bravely is trying to fight back off those ropes, but there's no power in his punches now. And for a moment there, I thought the referee was going to step in as Noakes was launching everything at Bassi, and Bassi bravely is trying to rally, lands a couple of scoring shots of his own, getting the applause of his corner, and there's just a possibility in these last few seconds of the 8th that Noakes has punched himself out. Landed a great right hand over the top. Referee has to split them, and they're coming now to the last seconds of the round. And what a round it's been, and what another big round for Sean Noakes.
We're going to stay with you. We're going to go to a break shortly. We're going to get the result first, but I said we've got Dennis McCann against Jon Baluta, a rematch coming later. Moses Taumo we've talked about against the veteran Polish fighter Mariusz Wach, whose career reads like a who's who of modern heavyweight greats. Brian Garner against Archie Sharp. 40 fights undefeated between them. That'll be a riveting contest. And then, of course, the big ring walks of the big men, Joe Joyce and Derek Chisora. Gents, I think we can get our opinion on Noakes. I think he's fairly beaten Bassi up here with massive uppercuts at the end there, John.
Yeah, he's just looks too strong and too fresh for him now. And at one stage, the referee was poised. I thought he was going to step in and stop it. Only 2 rounds to go now, and there's only one winner of this for me. Looks as though Sean Noakes now, if he gets through these last 2 rounds as impressively as he did the last one, the 8th, then he's going to win this one and win it clearly.
Yeah, he's done really, really well. I mean, he's applied constant pressure throughout. He's tried the overhand rights. They've fallen short, but the uppercuts have been quite beautiful. The pressure that he's put on has been quite intense. And, you know, the other guy just can't, Bassi just can't, he can't keep him off, John. He just can't keep him off.
Well, we're in the penultimate round now, and a quiet start to the round after the frenetic action in the 8th. Maybe not surprising. Noakes aims a big overhand right and just whistles through thin air in front of the bearded face of the balding Inda Rossi. Noakes on the front foot, as he has been throughout. He's looking just for the opportunity as he gets him on the corner on the far side, lands with a good solid jab, and you just sense that he's looking for one big sustained attack here, Spenny.
Yep, he is. He's just stalking forward at the moment. Sean Noakes holding centre of the ring. Bassi moving around the perimeter of the ring, and as rightly expected, a slower start to this 9th round. It was a hectic round, that 8th round. Both guys having success, and Bassi showing a lot of character to come through that one. And as I say, that Noakes pins him on the ropes and piles on the pressure again.
And he got him a glancing blow to the left side of his face. Bassi has jabbed well here, but he's not really had the punch power to keep Noakes off. Noakes coming forward now, lands an uppercut after a straight left-hand lead, and there's a smile on the face of Noakes, the smaller man. He knows that he caught his man there, and he knows that Bassi felt it. Bassi's corner, trying to get him to regroup, trying to get him to march forward, trying to get him to find one big uppercut, maybe, to change it. That's been his most effective punch. He pops out another couple of left jabs. Noakes is into range, right to the body, then misses an attempted right hand down the tube. But this is good effort from Bassi.
Bassi's doing a good job in surviving at the minute. He's off the back foot. He's trying to give himself a bit of distance between him and Noakes. Noakes' problem is there's not enough lateral movement from the waist from him, John. That's why these punches are missing. He's throwing shots over the top and up the middle, but they're missing because he's just not close enough.
30 seconds to go. Is either man going to be able to land anything big here in these closing seconds of this round as blood flows again from the damaged right eye of Bassi? Couple of jabs from Noakes, trying to close his man down, trying to walk him down onto the ropes on the far side. Straight right hand. Bassi flexes his arms, trying to get a bit of mobility into them as Noakes moves forward, looking for an opportunity maybe to land one big right hand. It's been a quieter round from the Noakes perspective, maybe still doing enough to edge this one. Not a lot in it in this round, and a good effort that from Bassi, who had a torrid 8th round, but he's come back and he was certainly competitive in the 9th. Whether or not he's nicked it, that's up to the judges to find out.
Well, yeah, you know what he done there? He used all his attributes to his advantage, his height, his reach. He used the perimeter of the ring and he kept it long. That's what he needs to do, Bassi. He had to keep it long and try and recover from that hectic 8th round where he was under immense pressure. Sean Noakes was stalking forward, hands held high, looking for the big shot, but wasn't really getting off with them. As expected, the pace was lower there. But guess what, guys? I think this round, they will both go for it. They'll put it on the line right here for this vacant welterweight English title. Bassi in the corner there, getting a strong telling off. I think the corner there, Martin Bowers telling him, listen son, you need to get out there, you need to do something, and do something big.
Fighter draws them together, as is the tradition. There's the touch of gloves. The fight has been conducted in a good spirit, and now just 3 minutes remaining. Who's going to take it? Noakes, undefeated in 7 fights. Bassi with the 1 defeat in 13, and again straight away it's Noakes onto the front foot. Left hand from Bassi catches him as he comes in and tries to land a big right hand. He doubles up on the jab, good body shot from Bassi, and he works off the ropes with a left hand, but a body shot then from Noakes. Gets a big shout of encouragement from his brother Sam on the front row on the far side of the ring. Decent uppercut, right hand inside from Bassi. And it's a competitive final round. Another couple of jabs from Bassi, and then a right cross from Noakes. Noakes works to the body with a left hook. Bassi tries to tie him up, and a minute gone nearly in this 10th round.
Yeah, good start here from Sean Noakes in this 10th round, stalking forward, working the shots to the head, to the body, big right hand lands there. Bassi takes that shot well, stumbles forward into Noakes. I don't know where he's finding it from here. Bassi looks really tired up there as he moves around, hands held high, Noakes pinning him on the ropes again.
And again the forearm of Noakes goes into the chin of Bassi. The referee has to pull him off, and now the action resumes with about half of this final round still to go. On my card, remember, I've got Sean Noakes ahead here, but Bassi's doing well again off the ropes, circling the ring, moving to his right, catches Noakes with a couple of right uppercuts, and then Noakes spins him round and almost throws him to the floor. Referee pulls him off the ropes.
Yeah, listen, I quite like Bassi in this round. He's winning this round. I'm not saying he's winning the fight, but he's winning the last round. I mean, he's got Noakes coming forward, and he's picking him off. He's using the whole ring. He's jabbing well. He's throwing little uppercuts in the inside. Noakes is winning the fight, make no mistake, but Bassi's a good round for Bassi.
This, remember, for the vacant English welterweight title. Bassi, the taller man, stands around 6 foot trying to use his reach advantage, and he complains to the referee that Noakes has gone in with his head there with less than 40 seconds to go. Two more good shots from Bassi, left hand and right hand, but back comes Noakes with a right to the side of the head and the left, and then Noakes comes forward once more using the forearm.
Yeah, both guys know we're getting close now. 20 seconds to go in this 10th and final round. Bassi using the perimeter of the ring very well, working well behind the jab as Noakes piles forward, misses with the 1-2. Great action here in the last round.
Absolutely. 10 seconds to go as the thump on the ring tells you. Noakes goes in with the right to the side of the head. Bassi ties him up, and the both of them struggling to land a clear punch in those last few seconds. There's blood from the left ear of Bassi. There's blood from his right cheek. In comparative terms, Noakes is relatively unmarked, although there is damage above his left eye. He's hoisted aloft by his cornerman, Sean the Nightmare Noakes. They think that he's won it. Great effort from Bassi, who looked in all sorts of trouble in the 8th round, looked on the point of being stopped by Sean Noakes, who's aiming to extend his undefeated record. What I do know is that was real red-blooded action.
That was a tough fight, it really was. I mean, it didn't really ebb and flow because obviously Noakes was on the front foot from the outset, applying steady pressure, constant pressure, cutting off the ring sides quite well, trying the overhand rights, missing quite often, but he more than made up for that with the uppercuts on the inside. It was a lot of roughhouse tactics, elbows were going in, heads were going in. The only thing that didn't go in was low blows, but other than that, it was a very entertaining fight.
Well, we're going to get the result of this, and we're going to go to a break. I think Noakes was dominant in that fight for me. His brother, Sam Noakes, there supporting him in the corner. We've got Royston Barney Smith, a very talented super featherweight, coming up next against the Colombian Baracas. 8 3-minute round to the vacant WBO Youth Super Featherweight title. Ben Davison, his trainer, works with Anthony Joshua, speaks of great things about young Royston Barney Smith. He looks so talented. Gentlemen, how far can someone like Sean Noakes go? He's probably got the welterweight, the English welterweight title tonight. We've got the results in a minute. How far can he go?
He's 29, that's what I'd say for a starter. It's late in his career to be really making big advances, but I think we're going to get the result very soon. Master of Ceremonies Thomas Triber is up there in the ring, and when he gets here we are.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 10 rounds of boxing, we go to the judges' scorecards. Judge Victor Laughlin scores it 97-94, and both judges, Kieran McCann and Sean McAvoy, are in agreement. They both score it the same, 96-94, all in favor of your winner by unanimous decision. And now the English welterweight champion, Sean the Nightmare Noakes.
No protest at all there from Bassi. I think he fully accepts that, and on the night he was beaten by the better man.
Absolutely, well said, John. The funny thing is, when Sean and Sam came into the studio at talkSPORT for fight night, we said, does your mother go through tremors when you both fight? Do you remember this, Spencer?
Yeah.
And Sam said, no, my mum likes me getting a good beating, because she's always said to me I'm too cheeky.
And listen, you know what? That competitive edge that they've both got as brothers, you know, they both want to, you know, hit the heights and achieve big things. Sam Noakes has really kicked on, and he's gone on and he's impressed, you know, with a high knockout percentage and an undefeated record. So this was a coming of age fight here for Sean Noakes. This was one of those ones he was against a tough opponent, as in Bassi, and he come through it, Duke, with flying colours.
Yeah, Noakes, listen, I mean, it's a hard fight, and the question was asked earlier on, how far does this guy go? At 29, you know, he can go to the British level, certainly, get a British title fight. I don't know where he goes after that, because he's going to hit 30, 31 perhaps. But listen, we had a good, entertaining fight. It was a hard fight. That was by no means an easy fight for him. So, you know, one door closes, another one opens, and the show goes on.
Lovely, thank you, gentlemen. We will be back next with Royston Barney Smith, 8 3-minute rounds against Baracas de Colombia, the WBO, vacant WBO Youth Super Featherweight Championship. You're listening to Fight Night Live on talkSPORT from the O2 Arena.
you just know what it was when I was on. If you'd just gone like that, then okay.
I can do that if you want. What do you want me to do?
You can do that if you've explained it, whatever. Let's first welcome to the ring from Colombia, Beyond El Flow Barajas. And now let's welcome to the ring from England, Sugar Boy Roy, Royston Barney Smith.
Welcome back to Fight Night here live at the O2, the iconic O2 Arena here in Docklands. We had a terrific fight with Sam Noakes winning the vacant English welterweight title. Alongside me, Spencer Oliver, Sean Noakes, not Sam Noakes, his brother Sam Noakes was sitting next to Frank Warren. Thank you, John Rawling, who's main commentator tonight alongside me, mouthing it to me and correcting me. Thank you very much. Duke McKenzie, three-weight world champion, and Spencer Oliver. Terrific team here tonight. It's been a terrific night of boxing so far. Victories for Raven Chapman, for the son of Nassim Hamed, Adam Hamed, and we're about to witness now Royston Barney Smith, the great young trainer Ben Davison in the ring with him against Brian Baracas of Colombia, who looks long and lean and in shape with a purple streak on the back of his head. This fight is 8 3-minute rounds. We have 4 more fights for you tonight. Dennis McCann against Jon Baluta, Mose Tauma against Marius Wach, 2 undefeated fighters in Ryan Garner and Archie Sharp in a 10 3-minute round fight. And of course the main event, heavyweights Joe Joyce and Derek Chisora, 10 3-minute round. John Rawling, Royston Barney Smith, a lot of nice things spoken about this young man already.
Well, it looks really exciting what I've seen of him so far. He looks an absolute talent. Had a great amateur record, many times England international, and here's the
Ladies and gentlemen, we continue with 8 rounds scheduled, and it'll be for the vacant WBO Youth Super Featherweight Championship. Brought to you by Frank Warren on behalf of Queensberry Promotions, along with their great sponsors, 32 Red and Unibet. Sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control, steward in charge, Ben Harmsworth, along with the World Boxing Organization, President Francisco Paco Valdecarcel, supervisor tonight, John Handelar, timekeeper, Brett Bowles. Our 3 judges assigned will be Nerman Adrovich of Luxembourg, Michael Alexander of England, and Amar Sakrawi of France. Our referee in charge will be John Latham of England. Introducing to you first, fighting tonight out of the red corner, he comes to the ring wearing black with red, yellow, and blue, and weighed in officially at 9 stone 2 pounds. Coming to us from Bogota, Colombia, he brings an undefeated record with 7 wins, 1 draw, 3 of his 7 wins coming by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Brian El Flo Barajas. And his opponent across the ring in this championship contest, fighting tonight out of the blue corner. He comes to the ring wearing black with silver and weighed in officially at 9 stone, 3 pounds. Hailing from Southampton, Hampshire, England. He had a stellar amateur career and now as a professional is undefeated with 10 wins. 5 of his 10 wins coming by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, here is Sugar Boy Roy, Royston Barney Smith.
Right, what do you expect from you both? You obey my instructions at all times. When I tell you to break, you both break clean. Defend yourselves at all times, and the best luck to you both. Touch gloves.
John Latham giving the final words of instruction. Barney Smith goes back to his corner where he gets final words there from his trainer. And now, how is he going to show here? Ben Davison working with him. Excellent young trainer, as Gareth's been telling you. There was a bit of funny business at the weigh-in yesterday when Barajas got right in the chest of Barney Smith, put him back, and Barney Smith really saw red, and security had to step in between them to separate them. Looked as though it could have got rather nasty at one point. And the first really good scoring shot of the fight, a couple of really good right-left hands from Barney Smith, followed by a right to the side of the head, and he looks as though he's settled well, Duke.
You know, that Smith, he's very composed, he's nice and relaxed, he's waiting patiently, he's picking his punches beautifully. It's a beautiful straight left that he throws, and he follows that with a right hook. He's what you call he's very cute southpaw. Very, very cute indeed.
Barajas hasn't fought since back in December. Fought 5 times last year, but no fights at all this year, whereas Barney Smith has been the busier, and he's waiting for Barajas to come on to him, looking to counter maybe off the ropes. Barajas lands a right hand through the high guard of Barney Smith, and it's quite clear from the early exchanges that Barajas is very much here to win. He's trying his best.
Absolutely, this is all about opportunity, and Barajas has come to take that opportunity. Barney Smith boxing well on the outside behind that southpaw jab, keeping the range well. Barajas trying to close a gap, trying to get inside. That's the sort of style that he likes, to rough his opponent up on the inside. Lovely counter left hand again there from Barney Smith. Great stuff here in the opening round.
Great interview I saw with Barney Smith, who's continuing to hold centre ring here, waiting for Barajas to commit himself, and there's no scoring shots landed, but then the left hand does get through from Barney Smith. I saw an interview and he said that it might sound funny coming from a boxer, but I don't like getting hit. Good body shot there from Barney Smith, really thudded it home, Duke.
Well, funny enough, John, I never like getting hit. What Smith's doing now, he's hitting this kid with a beautiful left uppercut to the body, a right hook to the head, and a straight left down the middle. He's got his measure right now, John. And you know what? This kid from Colombia, they normally breed him really tough from Colombia, by the way. We had 1 or 2 over here, namely Fidel Bassi came over here many, many years ago and fought Dave Boy. McCauley gave him life and death in world title fights. But I tell you, these Colombians, they're normally pretty tough. I don't think this kid, he definitely hasn't come to lie down.
Yes, that's the voice of Duke McKenzie. 3 times world champion at 3 different weights. Another world champion who's here tonight and sitting just behind us, Colin McMillan, and great to see him looking so well as well, Spencer.
Yeah, absolutely. He's having a good chat with Colin McMillan, who was a fantastic champion, WBO featherweight champion back in the 90s. Yeah, he's here, he's in good spirits. This sort of fight, this sort of arena brings the who's who of boxing out, doesn't it, Gareth?
It does. I love I'm a real fan of young Royston Barney Smith, by the way. He's so efficient. His counters are brilliant. He really rocked the Colombian to his boots just then with that body shot into the solar plexus. I think he's got a massive future. Ben Davison talks so highly of him. And when you think he's got the McCormack twins, he's got Anthony Joshua, Lee Wood and all these fighters, this young kid could go a very, very long way. He's got spite as well about him, John.
Yeah, he's a real jewel they've got from the South Coast, born in Fulham, raised in Southampton, and putting together a terrific winning record as an amateur and maintaining that now as a pro.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a great start there from Royston Barney Smith, who dominated that opening round. Body shots, shot selection were fantastic, and Baracas seemed to lose confidence a little bit, even as early as that first round. He seemed to just slow the pace down, not coming forward as fast as he was.
I think he landed with a big body shot. I think that was what slowed him down as much as anything, and he's looking a little bit tentative in the early stages of this eighth as well. And Barney Smith once more trying to appear to be the one forcing the fight, making the aggressive moves, and he landed a decent left hand there as I was speaking.
See what you don't normally see, which is what Barney Smith is demonstrating. This kid's well schooled. He's showing little feints before he throws his shots. He has a little feint. He shows one. He's showing one punch and hits him with another. He flicks out the jab, then he goes to the body. Then he flicks out the jab, then he goes to the head. There's a lot of variation. He led off there with a right uppercut and a straight left. These are quality punches.
Well, you know, we're talking about promoters and who's got the best fighters and all that sort of thing. I think beyond doubt, at the moment, the best fighters are in the Queensberry stable. But when you look at that stable, it's the depth and the young kids coming through. And this is another one here. Lands a left hand to the body, fighting out of a southpaw stance. Slightly the taller man, misses with a big left hand over the top of the head of Baracas. But it's the depth in talent and the youngsters coming through, Spencer.
Absolutely, John. You know, you talk about 19-year-olds. Moses Itoma, who's making an appearance on this card as well, 19 years of age, phenomenal talent as well. But Royston Barney Smith really has everything. Duke McKenzie's right in what he says there. You know, he's so well schooled, he weights well, timing, shot selection is actually brilliant, boxing IQ is fantastic, and he shows great maturity. Brilliant performance so far here from Royston Barney Smith.
He's got a good judge of distance, hasn't he, Duke? And that's so important to any boxer, the way he gets in and out. And he landed a terrific left into the body there, and as he landed it, he was away, out of danger, out of space where the counter could have landed. He's got such good footwork as well.
Well, look what he does, John. Look exactly where he is right now. He's holding the centre of the ring, and that's where fights are won and lost. You can dictate a fight from the centre of the ring. Every time there's a clinch or an infringement or whatever, he goes straight back to the middle of the ring. He paused with his jab, he invites the other guy in, and then he lands the shots. But all credit to this kid from Colombia. I'll tell you what, he hasn't come to lie down, John, because he's still pressuring, still coming forward.
Less than 30 seconds to go in the second round. He scored the first round quite clearly to Barney Smith. And as they come into these closing seconds, good right hand lead, but the clash of heads, and it was Baracas who went steaming in there, and he might have damaged the right-hand side of Barney Smith's. Oh, it's a cut over the left eye. It's a cut, and we'll see at the end of the round how bad the damage is. And Ben Davison's going to have to go to work straight away on that one, and it's a nasty cut over the left eye.
We're going to go to the corners, guys, and listen to what Ben Davison and Lee Wiley to the left of Royston Barney Smith has got to say to him right now.
Yeah, you need to be a little bit more active with your jab, yeah?
Well, we're not picking up too much being said there at the moment, because the principal work is what's being done to staunch the flow of the blood, and they're dabbing away there, and it looks mighty painful.
It certainly does, and this is going to show the character now of young Royston Barney Smith. See how he reacts to that. A clash of heads there, opened up a nasty cut over the left eye there, and it's going to be interesting to see how this young man reacts.
Well, it was accidental, I think it's safe to say. He went in there lunging in Baracas, but I don't think it was in any sense a deliberate headbutt. And now Barney Smith back standing tall, trying to work off his right-hand lead, looking to find... Oh, great shot! Lovely left hand, showed him the right, landed the left, right on the point of the chin, and for a moment it looks as though Baracas was going to go.
He needed that, John, because, you know, when you get a cut, you don't know how bad it is. They took their time working on that in the corner, but that double jab, straight left, right down the middle, was right on the money, and Barney Smith needed that to keep his confidence high. Baracas was just coming into this.
And there's blood now, I think, from the mouth of Baracas. That was right on the button, that shot from Barney Smith, and that'll have settled him right down, as Duke was saying, from the effects of a fairly nasty cut. And there's a right hand from Baracas. He still fancies the job here.
Yeah, he certainly does. Baracas holding centre of the ring. He's trying to stalk forward. He's trying to target that eye. And as he does that, Barney Smith showing great maturity here, feinting, trying to set traps, trying to create openings as he leads, pours out with that southpaw right hand, just misses with the left hand there as well.
He's quite vociferous in the ring, is Baracas, and John Latham just telling him, let's keep the noise down. He's been chatting away to Barney Smith. Not sure how much Barney Smith understands of it. I don't know if he's a fluent Spanish speaker, but I would suspect not. And he comes forward again now, Barney Smith. Oh, and lands another sweet left hand, but Baracas is in there battling against him.
Took one, it took back, gave one to take one back in return. Smith needs to start moving his feet a little bit, John, and not holding his feet so much. Obviously he wants to try and get this one out of the way as quickly as possible, but the longer he holds his feet, the more he invites Baracas into this fight, and this kid can only, he needs to get lucky once.
Baracas dropping his gloves momentarily, inviting Barney Smith forward. Barney Smith didn't want to know, and the heads clash, and the blood is flying again from that damaged eye of Royston Barney Smith, and there's blood coming from the nose, I think, of Brian Baracas as well. There's going to be a lot of the old claret around that ring by the time this fight ends, one way or the other.
Yeah, both guys trying to take centre of the ring now. Barney Smith can't get too keen here, he can't get too greedy. Don't show too much ego, stick to your boxing, keep it at range, set the traps. That's what he needs to do, because Baracas is starting to fancy this.
The problem, sorry John, I didn't mean to interrupt you there, but the problem that Baracas is having is every time he throws his straight right hand, he's falling in after it, John. That's how you had to clash your heads. He throws the right hand straight and he falls in after it.
Bell coming up to end the third round of this WBO Youth Super Featherweight title fight. Royston Barney Smith against Brian Baracas, all part of the build-up to our main event, which you'll hear on the talkSPORT channel tonight from 10 o'clock onwards. Joe Joyce against Derek Chisora.
I've got to say, I think Royston Barney Smith's won all 3 rounds. And yes, by the way, he does understand Spanish. He's Romany Italian. I don't know if you knew that.
Well,
they speak Spanish, do they?
They understand it. It's a Latinate language. It derives from the same root. Come on, John. You're classically educated. If you speak Spanish, you understand Italian.
Well, certainly me and Duke McKenzie don't understand Italian or Spanish, but what we do understand
is the language of fighting.
What we do understand is who's winning this contest, and that is Royston Barney Smith. I agree with you, Gareth A. Davis. I think he's won all rounds. We just looked on our monitor there, bad clash of heads, but he regrouped, showed great composure there, Duke, great maturity to come through that and not panic.
Muchas gracias, brother. I like this.
Vaya por Dios, tío.
Good. Yes. No, listen, obviously Smith needs to get back on the jab, he needs to regroup, he needs to establish that centre of the ring like he did in the first couple of rounds, and just try and keep this simple. He doesn't need to get involved.
Well, he's winning the fight. On my card, I've got him having taken, same as Gareth, all 3 rounds so far. Would you confer, Spencer?
Yeah, absolutely.
Concur, rather?
Absolutely. I think he's dominated all 3 rounds. He's controlled the space, and that has been key here. He's using his imagination, setting traps. Baracas is very, very strong, very cruise. You don't want to stand there. You don't want to let him get off with shots. And so Barney Smith doing the right thing, moving around the ring, keeping that space, and he just countered there with a lovely right hook over the top, left hand through the middle. Good start to the 4th round here from Smith.
No shortage of passion here from these 2 boys. Had to be separated by security at the weigh-in yesterday, and it's still very much in the melting pot, this one. We're in the 4th round of 8, Barajas needs some rounds, needs some clear rounds. He's got his gloves dropped low now, and Barney Smith spears him with a right hand coming in towards the body, feints to throw another one, thinks better of it. Barajas tries to spear him with the jab through the lead and then misses with a right hand to the side of Barney Smith's head, and now there's a bit of an untidy clinch.
Yeah, what Barajas is trying to do, every time he pulls in Smith, he gets the head to about John, he pulls him in tight and he rubs his head in there a little bit. So he's using dirty tactics. I mean, that's what you do to win the fight. I'd like to see Smith get back on his double jab and start popping that jab before he drops the left hand.
Well, he's certainly trying to rough him up now, Barajas, and you may be heard on our effects, Mike, the grunting and shouting from one of the fighters, and that's coming from the Colombian. And there's a slightly more tentative look to the work of Barney Smith as he gets caught by a straight right hand.
I thought the grunting and shouting was coming from Duke McKenzie, but there you go, back to this contest. Yeah, Barajas, he's trying to force the pace a little bit here, trying to push forward, trying to make it rough, and that's what good fighters do. They go, right, listen, if I haven't got the boxing IQ, I can't control the space here, then I've got to switch tactics, rough him up, try and break his rhythm, get inside his head, and Duke McKenzie, that's what Barajas is trying to do now.
Barajas, that's exactly what he's trying to do. He's actually winning this round for me. You know, he's got on the inside, he's got Smith going back. He's starting to measure him now with his own right hand. Look at the head work, look at that, straight in again with the head. So what Smith's trying to do is turn his head away every time they get into a clinch, which is intelligent by Smith, but he's not winning this round.
He's got a damaged eye, as Royston Barney Smith, and Barajas is trying to get in close and rub his forehead into that damaged eye, and he gets a telling off from the referee for doing it once more. There's a good right hand from Barajas. Last scoring shot of the round, which he won clearly.
That was a warning there for Barajas, just 5 seconds away from that final bell. He stepped back with his back foot, drove the right hand through the middle and just said to Barney Smith, be careful, son, don't switch off here. Barajas is a decent little fighter, he's dropping them hands, trying to draw Barney Smith in, he's trying to get him into them rough house tactics, and that's what he's doing. Smith has to put his ego aside here.
How much do you think the cut eye is affecting Barney Smith here? Because it is quite a bad one.
That's affecting him immensely. He had never been cut before, and particularly this early in a fight. So his mind now, his concentration is starting to lapse. That's why I believe he's had such a bad round in that last round. His concentration is just starting to lapse, and he wants on to 1 or 2 shots in there. So yeah, you know, he has to be very, very wary.
And we agreed that was a Barajas round?
Yes, definitely.
Everybody nodding to that one. As we move now into the next round, it's an 8-rounder. We're into the second half of the fight, and on my card I've got Barney Smith ahead 3-1, but he didn't take the third of those rounds very clearly, and Barajas is starting this round the aggressor once again.
Yeah, Barney Smith sitting on the ropes, and he shouldn't be sitting on the ropes. He's giving Barajas what he wants. Barajas, that's where he wants him. As we said, trying to rough him up. Smith needs to get back to the boxing, behind the jab, create the space, keep the space here, because Duke McKenzie, Barajas is growing in confidence.
Just a point that they're stopping here to have the gum shield washed and replaced. Oh no, it's not. It's the laces on his boots which have come undone, and they're tying up Barajas' shoes.
Yeah, Barajas is forcing the fight now. He's putting on a lot more sort of steady pressure, if you will. He's not running in. He's trying to pick his punches quite cute, to be honest with you. But, you know, Smith really needs to get back on that. There's the double jab on the cross. That's where he finds his range and his timing. That's his best shot right now.
Well, he needs to rely on his boxing skills. Barajas is doing everything possible to try and turn this one into a brawl. Good left hand, good right hand lead from Barney Smith. Found its way through, and there's a little bit of reddening around the left eye now of the Colombian Brian Barajas.
Yeah, better stuff here from Smith. He's got that jab working, and when he drills that left hand through the middle, that's where he gets success. And as I say that, he lands one on point, straight in the forehead there of Barajas, who just takes the shot and carries on walking forward.
But Barajas is the one who's now looking as the aggressor. He's the one who's trying to narrow the gap, moving forward, trying to walk down Barney Smith. And he lands a right to the body. Barney Smith, though, saw it coming, covers up and backpedals, and now tries to flick out a couple of right-hand jabs. Takes a right hand, which is a glancing blow to the head, and Barajas now is right in his chest, and the referee splits them and tells Barajas, come on, don't use your shoulder.
There's and the head, John, and the head. But another thing Baracas is doing quite well, he's switching from left to right. He's going from southpaw to orthodox. When he gets in a bit of confusion or he gets a bit of trouble, he switches stance. So that's a little bit confusing for Smith.
Close around this one, a minute to go in the fifth. We gave the last round to Barajas, but Barney Smith seems to have regrouped a little bit now, throws a good body shot, good left to the body, getting applause from those at ringside on the far side, including his promoter Frank Warren, who as ever is living every moment and shouting out his instructions.
Yeah, just seems to have got a little second wind there. Barney Smith working the shots well to the head and to the body, but Barajas still standing in front of him, still looking strong. Smith walks forward, left hand over the top, right hook, right hand. Barajas on the ropes and in a little bit of trouble there, and he's forced to hold.
Landed a couple of good left hands, Barney Smith, and Barajas looked across to his corner to get a bit of instruction, and I'm sure they were saying keep your gloves up, and Barney Smith senses that he's in a little bit of trouble. Landed another good right hand, and once more Barajas looks across the ring to his corner, and they will need to give him a bit of a talking to and also mop the blood off his face.
What I really liked in that round, gents, was that he went back to his best work in the early part of the fight. He hit him from range, and up close he tied him in very well. Royston Barney Smith back on course now, 4 rounds to 1 up.
What Barajas did quite intelligently there, when the pressure was on, he looked straight to his corner for a bit of advice, which is good for him, because he was at 6s and 7s at some points in that round where he got hit with clean shots. But Smith needs to up the ante and start getting the combinations going.
He started to finish that round well there, Smith. We see him with the left hand through the middle, the right hooks over the top. He pinned Barajas on the ropes, and I think that he now needs to look to build on that. While doing that, it has to be educated pressure. Don't go in there like a bull in a china shop. Keep your distance, use your height, use your reach, use the attributes. That's how you make things easy.
Do you both reckon that he won that last round?
I think Smith done enough to win that round.
Yeah, I think he did.
Well, in that case, we now have him 4 rounds to 1 ahead, so Barajas would need to win all 3 rounds from here on our card to make this one into a draw. And Barney Smith trying to spear him at range with the right hand, and then whips a left into the body. Barajas doubles up on the jab of his own. He's on the front foot, takes one as he comes in close and lands another back which was low. Referee says keep your punches up to Barajas, and the two of them sportingly touch gloves. Not so sportingly, Barney Smith aimed one a little bit south of the border.
But Barajas now, he's switched tactics. He's starting to go to the body with his straight right hand as they get into a little bit of a clinch, but he's trying to switch tactics now on Smith, again looking to the corner for instruction.
Yeah, but Harris just trying to push forward and trying to rough Barney Smith up, isn't he? He's just trying to break that rhythm, because right now Barney Smith seems to have got back into a rhythm and boxing well on the outside.
Lovely uppercut he landed in there, right uppercut. Barney Smith gets oohs and ahs from those at ringside, and I think he's winning this round as well, and he's having to dig deep. It's a real good fight for him at this stage of his career, only his 11th pro fight, remember, and he's only 20 years old, and this is a real good learning fight.
It's a great learning fight. And listen, the only way you're going to get to the top is by having fights like this. Smith just landed a beautiful straight left right down the pipe, right on the money. Needs to flick that jab, double the jab, step in behind it, put that left hand over again. Mix the shots up.
Barajas tries to get into his chest, aiming shots towards the head, but Barney Smith was cute to it. He does take one right hand, but then comes back and throws 1, 2, 3 scoring shots of his own before Barajas gets in close, leans on and gives Barney Smith no room to manoeuvre.
Yeah, turning into a great contest this one. 6th round, a minute to go in this round. Barney Smith gives a couple of shots, takes a couple as well. This is good character building. This is all about the apprenticeship, coming of age sort of fights. This will kick him on, Royston Barney Smith. This is a tough opponent he's got in front of him. He's not over the line just yet. He's got to stay switched on, but doing enough again in his 6th round, Duke McKenzie, to win it.
Well, listen, if he comes through and he wins it, they won't look for a return at any time soon. I mean, the kid's he's developing at a nice pace. This is a good test for him at this stage of his career. You don't really want pushovers, because not when you're talking about, you know, European and possible world titles later on.
Worth repeating that Barajas was undefeated coming into this fight. 7 wins with 3 by stoppage, 1 draw, no defeats. Again, he looks a little bit anxiously to his corner, perhaps wondering whether or not he's done enough to win this round. And to my way of looking at it, as the clock ticks down, last few seconds of the round, that's another round to Barney Smith.
Gents, would you be averse to Barney Smith going on his bike a little bit? Because what he's doing is he's allowing the Colombian to squeeze the space, to pressurise, to swarm him. But what about being a bit more lateral and using the ring a bit more?
I don't think he has to get on his bike at all, Gareth. I think he needs to use that jab more, hold the centre of the ring like he did at the beginning of the fight. Hold the centre of the ring, that's where this fight's won and lost for me. If he does that, beautiful uppercut straight left there for him in the replay. But if he holds the centre of the ring and gets that jab working, the other kid can't get near him. If he goes on his bike, he gives the other guy confidence, and then that's going to bring him on.
It's all about controlling the space and who's getting off first with the shots, and that's what Barney Smith needs to do. He needs to keep feinting like he's been doing, setting the traps, leading off first with the shots, but most importantly, controlling that space.
5 rounds to 1 up, gents.
Yeah, definitely 5 rounds to 1 up.
2 rounds to go. Barajas needs to find a way of putting Royston Barney Smith on the floor if he's going to get back into this one, if the judges are seeing it the same way as us. The only round we've given the Colombian was the 4th. He's onto the front foot in the early stages now, but he's got to win these 2 rounds big.
Yep, you'd expect Barajas to give a big effort here. Just lands a right hand, left uppercut as well. This is all about Royston Barney Smith now, keeping his focus, keeping his composure, working everything Duke McKenzie behind that jab.
Yeah, what I don't like what Smith is doing, he drops his right hand unmercifully low. He's begging to get hit with the right hook, the left hook from Barajas. He needs to get that right hand up, pop the jabs from that shoulder, tuck his chin down into his shoulder, work the jab over time, hold the centre of the ring, put the left hand over, job done.
Just over a minute to go in the 7th round. You're listening to Fight Night Live in our build-up to the main event coming up on talkSPORT later on this evening. We're on the main channel from 10 o'clock, and our main event, Joe Joyce against Derek Chisora. And I tell you what, a really good crowd building up here now at the O2 Arena.
Yeah, always, they recognise when there's a good fight. O2 Arena, probably one of the best arenas in the country for atmosphere. We've got 2 big British heavyweights going at it toe-to-toe. And one thing we can guarantee is fireworks in that fight. Joe Joyce looking to put his name right back at the top. And Derek Chisora looking to just continue his career. That's where he's at.
Bit of fatigue here, Duke. Neither of them really finding anything explosive. No snapping punches. Plenty of effort from Royston Barney Smith and from Brian Barajas, but no real clean scoring shots viewed so far in this 7th.
No, nothing clean, but what Barajas is starting to put the pressure on now. He's starting to walk his man down and keep him backed up. So he knows he's behind. He must realise he's behind. And for me, this round, he's not having a bad round at all.
The old years, the old days of 15-round fights, he'd be thinking he's still very much in this one. Of course, this is just 2 young fighters, and it's the WBO Youth Super Featherweight title. It's an 8-rounder. We're in the penultimate round, and again, there's a bit of an untidy maul on the far side of the ring, and most of the holding and grabbing on is being done by Royston Barney Smith.
Yep, 23 seconds to go now in this 7th round, and Royston Barney Smith is starting to show fatigue. He's starting to feel the pace here, and he's the one that's happy to hold. Barajas senses that. You see a new sense of urgency in his work. As I say that, Smith lands a shot and then clings him again.
He almost fell in behind that left hand, and he is starting to look very tired indeed. His sugar boy. Bell goes to end the 7th.
Looks very, very tired, John. He looked desperately tired in that round. You know, Barajas growing confidence in that round. He was marching him down, walking him down, using rough tactics, tying up the shoulders, tying up the hands, pulling his head down, rubbing the head in. All these are old school tactics that he's using to get on top. I made him win that round.
Yeah, do you know what? I'm expecting a big round here from Barras. Royce and Barney Smith just started to feel the pace. You could see him there. The fatigue just started setting in. He was happy to hold for the last 30, 45 seconds or so of that round. He's going to now have to regroup, get himself back together, control that space, because Brian Barajas, he's going to come for it here. He's going to roll the dice and the kitchen sink. He's going to throw everything.
And he's in that division, John, where he's going to fight a lot of Mexican fighters, and they've got this kind of style, rugged, relentless, aggressive. He went 8 rounds in his last fight. He's got, that's what I was saying about getting on his bike and just trying to smooth his way through.
Easier said than done, though, when you're dog-tired and you can't keep the bloke off you.
Absolutely. I mean, listen, let's get it right. I still think Smith's winning the fight. He's winning the fight, but he's under immense pressure now because this kid knows he's losing.
And he's going to come on strong now. He's got lethal around the band of his shorts, as Brian Barajas, and he needs to come on really strong in the closing stages. Tries to get in, tries to throw a right hand again. Barney Smith able to tie him up, and there's a flurry of blows to Smith's midriff coming from Barajas, and he's really biting on his gum shield.
Yep, he certainly is. He's pinning Smith now on the rope. Smith, again, happy to hold, looking to keep Barajas off. He takes the centre of the ring again, but Barajas pushing forward. Smith gets off with a good 1-2. Needed that there.
Good left hand from Barney Smith. Barajas, though, is trying to close the gap, trying to walk him down all the time, getting close where he's been most effective. Barney Smith pulls him down, referee splits them, less than 2 minutes to go in the 8th.
Yeah, Barajas is winning the battle on the inside, Smith's winning the battle on the outside with his long range, mid to long range boxing. Keeps the jab, he's just got to keep popping that jab, keep walking back out to the centre of that ring and work that jab overtime.
Just over 90 seconds to go. Referee again telling both men to keep their work tidy. Barajas, good right hand, straight right hand inside, and once more Barney Smith ties him up, stops him having opportunity to pump away at his body, which has been his tactic for much of the fight. Again, there's a bit of a maul, and the referee this time speaks to Barney Smith about holding, and they go now with just over a minute to go in the 8th round. Barajas lands a left to the body, and a little complaint to the referee from Barney Smith about the head of Barajas going in close, and Barajas misses with a right hand, and again Barney Smith buys time by holding.
Yep, he's looking desperately tired in there now. Smith is learning a lot of lessons in there right now. This is what it is all about, the apprenticeship. You know, before you move on, kick on to bigger and better things. Barajas is a solid opponent, pushing forward, growing in confidence, still very, very strong. And Smith doing well just to keep him off at the moment.
Listen, for me, sorry, John, for me, Barajas is winning this round because he's putting the pressure on constantly. He's tying Smith up on the inside. Smith doesn't know what to do right now except hold on. He's so tired, John.
There's very little coming from Royston Barney Smith. He dabs uncomfortably at his injured left eye. Body shot, right hand from Barajas, who for me is winning this final round. He lands another 2 clubbing shots to the body, misses with a big left hand. There was a left hand from Barney Smith, which was a scoring punch. Barajas thinks he's won that one, and he's being congratulated by his corner as though he's taken it. I certainly give him the last round, and he's come on strong in the latter stages of the fight. Going to be interesting to see how the judges have got it. He's on his knees, is Brian Barajas, and waving up towards the sky, maybe offering a prayer, maybe of thanks, maybe of hope, but his cornermen certainly believe that he's won it.
5 rounds to 3 for me, and that is to Royston Barney Smith. I think he's done enough there. Barajas showed his experience, showed his fitness, his maturity, his strength. He come on in those last rounds, 7 and 8. I think that's where he come into his own. He closed the gap, he roughed him up, he broke the rhythm. Royston Barney Smith, you know, not got that experience, and it showed there, Duke McKenzie, towards those last couple of rounds.
Absolutely did it show. I mean, listen, he gave a good account of himself, did Smith. I do believe he's won the fight, but only just, maybe about 2 rounds, possibly. But, you know, Barajas gave a great account of himself. These are the fights that really tell you a lot about yourself. well, you have to really dig deep. Fortunately, it was an 8-round fight, not a 10 or a 12, but I think Smith's won for me.
Not impossible, it's a draw, Gareth.
No, not impossible. I think he's shaded. I've got him winning at least 5-3, if not 6-2. He's 20 years old, remember? He's still learning his craft. It's only his 11th fight.
Yeah, but listen, these are the kind of fights you need at this stage of your career if you're going to kick on and go to the next level.
I agree.
Pointless getting there, bombing somebody out, makes no sense whatsoever.
Did he handle that cut on the eye well in terms of the context of the fight?
Well, he lost his momentum, didn't he? When it happened, he clearly, for a couple of rounds, lost confidence, and he didn't exactly panic, but he certainly was thinking, whoa, what's happening here?
Absolutely, the cut didn't do him any favours, and he tired in 1 or 2 of those rounds. I mean, the pace was quite frenetic. There's all kinds of different infringements going on. Good fight, though. What a great, entertaining fight.
It was a good fight, and I think we're going to get the result anytime soon, because the referee's got the two men together, centre ring. Thomas Triber is concentrating and just waiting for the signal from our television directors to give us the answer, and here we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 8 rounds of boxing, we go to the judges' scorecards. Judge Nerman Androvich scores it 79-73, and both judges, Michael Alexander and Amar Sakrawi, score it the same, 78-74, all in favor of your winner by unanimous decision. Still undefeated, and now the WBO Youth Super Featherweight Champion, Sugar Boy Roy.
Well, he's got it, and his fans celebrate, and he gives a jig of delight. He bows to all 4 corners of this massive O2 arena, and well, whatever you say about that, Gareth, I think what you can conclusively say is that he will have learnt an awful lot tonight.
I think he's extraordinarily talented. I mean, look, you're looking at a former European super bantamweight champion critiquing him. You've watched fights going back nearly 40 years. Duke was a 3-time world champion around these weight divisions, and you're highly critical of a young man who's still very much learning his craft. I know the family. He's extraordinarily dedicated to it. He's the eldest son, I think, of 3 kids. And Baracas, who's walking just in front of us right now, I'm going to give him a fist bump, is a tough man. Very, very tough man, and gave his all in there.
Yeah, but listen, you have to be critical. You've got to pick out his flaws so he can go on and improve. Now, it wasn't a bad performance. I'm not suggesting for 1 minute that it was. What I'm suggesting is it was a lot tougher than what he expected. Never been cut before, hadn't had to dig deep before. I'm pretty sure this is the first import that he's had that worked him over with body shots. First time he's felt as tired as what he did, so it's a great learning curve.
Absolutely, the learning, always a work in progress. Even George Foreman, when he became heavyweight champion of the world, said no one gave him the degree in it, there was no book on it, and he said suddenly I was the heavyweight champion of the world, and I suddenly thought, my word, no one told me how to be this, and I'm just learning on the job.
It's all the skill of the promoter, the matchmaker, the management to bring fighters through, give them the fighters that they need at the right time and move on when it's the right time.
He's in a very good hands with that gym, the Ben Davison Performance Centre, though. Barry Smith, who's been around the sport a long time, an old yeoman of the sport, a heavyweight himself. Ben Davison, who's a kind of young savant, old head on young shoulders, and Lee Wiley, their analyst. They'll go back and look at that, because Royston Barney Smith, Duke may disagree with me, I think he's got the raw skills to go somewhere.
No, but I don't know why you say I disagree with you. I agree with you wholeheartedly. I think his kick can go on and kick on and do some really good things in the sport of boxing. I really believe that. He's stylistically got everything. He's got a lovely jab. He's a southpaw. He's going to learn so much from this fight. He'll learn more from this one fight than all the fights he's had previously.
At times, and I may be overstretching this a little bit, at times he reminds me of Shaka Stevenson. Is that unfair?
I think you're overstretching a little bit there.
Maybe I am. Maybe I am.
Listen, he's good, but he's not that good.
No.
It's going to take time for him to learn and develop. But you want to see him in fights like this, where he's actually learning and developing on the job.
We've sent Spencer Oliver out to go and chat to Ben Davison and Royston Barney Smith. I think he might be doing his television No, we've got Spencer's giving me the sign. Wait a little bit. He's giving me like, do you want a drink sign? I don't think he means that. But he's going to get them right now. Here he is. Spencer Oliver with Royston Barney Smith.
Guys, I am with the new WBO Youth Super Featherweight Champion, Royston Barney Smith. Royston, how does it feel, mate?
It was unbelievable to be in this O2 arena on such a great night with all my fans, and my dreams have come true, and I can't wait to add more to the collection.
Listen, how tough was that opponent, Barras? He was tough, mate. He come to win, and he bit down on his gum shield there.
He come to win. He was a good opponent, good landing fight for me. I had things in there I haven't had before, a cut, a decent opponent. He was there to win, and fuck me, he was tough. He had some shots, I fed him a few, and he wasn't going down, but fair play to him. Good opponent, and it was a good win.
Absolutely. Listen, you had to overcome that cut as well. That shows good maturity. You dealt with that really well, showed great composure, and stuck in there and put in a brilliant performance.
Thank you very much, Oliver. The last 10 seconds in there, I let some shots go, and trust me, he felt them bad boys.
Absolutely, it was absolutely brilliant. Now I want to bring your trainer in, Barry. Barry, how are you, my man? Listen, you got a great gym buzzing in there right now. You got all the guys there. Anthony Joshua, how's he looking before this September the 21st fight with Daniel Dubois?
Oh, obviously he's looking good. He's focused, and he's an elite athlete, isn't he? Yeah, he's been entertaining British boxing for years, isn't he? So he's the man.
Well, listen, he's the man as well. Royston Barney Smith, he's done a great performance there. New WBO Youth Champion. That's brilliant stuff.
Barry, come as well. More to come from Royston.
Absolutely, Barry. Thanks so much, Royston. Well done, mate. Back to you guys.
Well, we've got Dennis McCann against Baluta. 12 3-minute rounds coming up next. For the European Super Bantamweight title. The title that Spencer Oliver held many years ago. Baluta of Romania is in the ring. It's his 7th fight in a row in the UK. They drew last time out a year ago, last August. A head clash. It was stopped after 9 rounds. Dennis McCann wants to put the record straight. We're going to a break. Dennis McCann's going into the ring now. We'll be back with you with that fight just after this.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a rematch scheduled for 12 rounds. It'll be for the vacant EBU European Super Bantamweight Championship. Brought to you by Frank Warren on behalf of Queensberry Promotions, along with their great sponsors, 32 Red and UniBet. It is sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control, Stewart in charge, and Harmsworth. EBU supervisor, Jesper Jensen. Timekeeper, Mark Stanton. Our 3 judges assigned will be Roland Noakes of Latvia, Antonio Arogna of Italy, and Håkan Sindemark of Sweden. Our referee in charge will be Ensi Benayoki of Finland. Introducing to you first, fighting tonight out of the red corner. He comes to the ring wearing a white, trimmed with black, and weighed in officially at 8 stone 9 pounds. A native of Romania, he is now fighting out of Marbella, Spain, and brings a professional record consisting of 16 wins, 4 defeats, 1 draw, with 3 wins coming by way of knockouts. Ladies Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the former WBO European and current WBC International Silver Super Bantamweight Champion, the Noakes Baluta. And his opponent across the ring.
Welcome back to the O2 Arena. I'm Gareth Davis here with Spencer Oliver, Duke McKenzie and John Rawling. The noise you can hear behind me is Royston Barney Smith was just victorious. Dennis McCann, the young British fighter, the traveller, fighting for the vacant EBU Super Bantamweight Championship, 12 3-minute rounds against the Romanian Jon Baluta. A rematch, head clash last August stopped the fight and it was a majority draw. Apologies, by the way, I mentioned Royston Barney Smith for his expletives in his interview with Spencer Oliver. I'm going to throw over now to John Rawling, Duke McKenzie and Spencer Oliver for what should be an incredible fight. And Spencer Oliver, you once held this title.
Yeah, I absolutely did, and these two went at it not so long ago, and it ended up in a majority draw. Stylistically, this one is an absolute barnstormer. You have to hand it to Dennis McCann here for going over old ground, because Baluta is one-ton tough cookie, John.
He certainly is, very much so. Not only did he inflict a cut on Dennis McCann, which was brought about accidentally, but he also caught him with a lot of very solid shots and made it a very awkward evening when they met last time down. Talking about that, Dennis McCann said, well, for 2 or 3 rounds I couldn't see, and he said, apart from anything else, I'm now 23 and he's going to be fighting a man with man strength.
Well, you know what, this potentially is fight of the night for me. You know we love the bantamweights, the super bantamweights, but McCann is so fired up. I just hope he can box intelligently, not get drawn in. Obviously, we don't want a repeat of what happened before with the clash of the heads.
McCann, a southpaw. Baluta, the taller man, stands around 5'10". McCann only about 5'7", and so he'll try and land from range. And he's already trying to swing in some big hooks in the early stages here. Baluta, who's fighting in white shorts. McCann in orange fringe shorts from Maidstone. Undefeated in 15 fights, and down goes Baluta. It's been given as no knockdown, though, given as a slip, I think, or maybe a false punch. Duke saying that he pulled him over, caught him with the inside of the glove.
Yep, dangerous start here from Baluta, by the way. McCann boxing on the outside, out of that southpaw stance. Baluta's very dangerous with her left hooks over the top, just wings a right hand over, skims the whiskers there of Dennis McCann.
And he's really going for it, Baluta, in the early stages. He said this time he would knock him out, and he got a pretty caustic response from Dennis McCann at the press conference earlier this week. But he certainly fancies it, Baluta, the 30-year-old now based in Watford.
McCann's got to get behind that jab, establish the jab, get his confidence. Everything's a bit herky-jerky at the minute. Needs to slow himself down, work the jab. Baluta's going to swing wildly and keep coming forward. This kid's so strong.
Herky-jerky, that's an old Brendan Ingalls saying, isn't it?
Certainly is, but Baluta is very, very dangerous. He's very explosive when he lets those shots go. Dangerous with a right hand, loops that over the top, left hooks as well. Duke McKenzie's right in what he says. McCann needs to get behind that jab, needs to control the distance here. Don't get greedy, don't be silly.
Well, he nearly gets caught as he comes in. He's trying to narrow the gap. He's got Baluta on the ropes right in front of us, lands a right hand to the head, tries to follow it up with a left hook. Terrific response for his fans, but he gets tagged by a couple of solid shots from Baluta, who, for my way of looking at it in the first couple of minutes or so, has maybe been doing enough to edge this opener.
Well, he's landed some big ones. He's landed a couple of big ones. But what McCann did, he went out and started blazing away, left his chin up in the end, and copped one.
Yeah, he's got to be careful here, McCann. He can't take any silly chances. Because Baluta, who lands a good right hook to the body as well there. It's got heavy hands with the left and the right. McCann's got to be careful here.
There's reddening to the left-hand side of McCann's face as Baluta tries to wind up another huge left hook does get in with a straight right through the guard of McCann. Last 10 seconds of a dramatic opening round, and Baluta has at least given as good as he's got, and maybe has done enough to win it. And he's on the front foot as we come towards the final bell. And was that a Baluta round?
Let me tell you this, John. They took off from where they left off after that 9th round. You know, go back to their last contest at the York Hall. It was explosive. Every round was exciting. There was drama, and that's what we got there in that opening round. For me, Baluta done enough to win the round. McCann was working on the distance well, but Baluta was explosive and maybe just landed the better shots. Close round. The Duke, for me, Baluta.
I'll tell you what Baluta's done really extremely well in this round, before I tell you what McCann's done well in this round. Baluta's setting him up with the right hand and his left hook. Every time he lets that right hand go, whether it goes to the body or the head, he comes back with a sweeping left hook over the top, and he's catching McCann. McCann needs to steady himself and hit his jab, because when he does that, he's effective. When he had Baluta backed up into the corner here, he pops him with a couple of jabs, then he loses way a little bit because he throws too many shots. But there's that left hook I'm talking about.
In the McCann corner, Joe McNally, his trainer, trying to settle him down and giving him some very stern advice. First scoring shot of the round, a left hand from Baluta, and there's hardly any response at all from the crowd, of course, who are heavily biased in favour of McCann. He's on the front foot again, Baluta, trying to wing in hooks to the head. McCann was able to ride them, although left hand did get in as a glancing blow, and Baluta is the one on the front foot looking for McCann. Right hand to the body. McCann covers up and is caught by a right hand though from Baluta and just staggered momentarily. I don't think he was hurt, just off balance.
This is where McCann has to show poise and composure. He's getting caught with these winging shots that he's just not seeing coming round. They're roundhouse punches. That's what we call them back in the trade. They come right round the houses. But Baluta's catching him with it. McCann needs to steady himself, hold centre of the ring, hit the jab, and then stepping very tentatively, slowly behind it.
There was a flurry of blows to the body from McCann. No great power in them, but good to see him working inside as Baluta looked fainted to throw a shot towards the head, switched it to the body. Now McCann onto the front foot, out of the southboard stance. Switch hitting from Baluta. He's caught as he comes in by a right hand from McCann. That's better from the Englishman.
Yeah, McCann moving on the outside, keeping those hands held high, but Baluta is the one that's more effective at the moment. He's getting through with that left hook over the top, which is a dangerous shot over the southpaw stance. Their lead right hand of Dennis McCann. This is a good round for Baluta, for me. Just the more explosive of the two.
He's done it again.
Swinging right hand over the top and a roundhouse left.
He's done it again, John. That's the right hand, the left hook. They've obviously worked on this in the gym, and it's working from an absolute tee. Well, McCann's got to relax more and get into this one.
He comes in and throws it like a fast bowler, coming in and running in from the boundary at Edgbaston, and really lands another heavy right hand. McCann tries to cover up. He's caught by a left hand to the head, and there's a burst of applause from the corner of Baluta, who's again, I think, edging this second round. Lands a right hand to the body, misses with a big left hook. McCann turns him and throws him into the ropes, and then a couple of pitter-pat right hands, and then Baluta comes forward, also runs a right hand. How are you seeing this one, Spencer?
Yeah, another good round this second round, but you're right in what you say, John. I agree with you and Duke McKenzie. Is Baluta's doing the better work of the two. As I say that, McCann throws the jab, double jab, right, left hand through the middle, but that's not enough. Baluta looking dangerous as he throws those shots, just misses with a body shot, falls off balance. Better stuff now from Dennis McCann, but maybe not enough to win the round.
McCann picks him off with a couple of, good right hand, good scoring shot, last big one of the round from McCann, and a left, sends him back onto stiffening legs, and now let's get into that McCann corner as he gives him a real old-fashioned look. Baluta, as he goes back to his corner. Let's hear what Joe McNally is saying to Dennis McCann.
Watch this big left hook, okay? Touching you downstairs and trying to fake downstairs to bring your hands up. I'm just gripping over the top. Don't fall for it on me, okay? Fantastic, man. But listen, when you're making a miss, you've got to make them pay. If you make a miss, you'll land on a single. Give me a little something. Even if it's a 1-2 hook left hand, back down. nice down the pipe, okay? Opportunity to get those down. You're probably a bit more, okay? Fantastic round, so really
10 seconds. Well, that was a good round for McCann in the end, wasn't it?
He recovered it, and that's what Joe McNally's saying to him. Pick your punches, left down the pipe, watch his overhand rights and his lefts. McCann hasn't, you said it, Duke, McCann hasn't found a rhythm in this fight yet, and we just started to see it at the end of that round.
He stiffened his legs with a couple of those right hands.
He needs to calm himself down and get the jab going. He can outbox this guy, I promise you. He can outbox him quite comfortably, I would imagine. But he's fighting this guy's fight. He's getting drawn in. That's what I don't like. If McCann holds the centre of the ring, starts hitting that jab, this kid won't know what he's hitting. But when he starts to force the fight, starts to trade with him, he comes off second best.
Il Capa is what's written on the band of his shorts. Jonas Baluta, Italian, the boss. It's a bit of a mafia thing, and he says he is the boss in this fight.
Well, he's coming super confident. We saw that all week in the build-up to this one at the weigh-in. He really fancied his chances as well. McCann did as well. Now he's getting into a rhythm, McCann. He's holding centre of the ring, boxing out of that southpaw style. Lands a lovely counter right hook there, Baluta. You see the spit come spraying out of his mouth there. Better stuff this from McCann. I feel like he may be just starting to slip into some sort of rhythm.
Well, no, talking about this fight before it began, talking with you, Duke, you said you were really looking forward to seeing McCann at ringside and see somebody who really has got some very silky skills if he can settle into his rhythm. And despite Baluta coming charging forward here, throwing more attempted big headshots, there's a little bit of a wild and rugged look to his work, and the greater precision as McCann lands another really sweet little left uppercut is coming from the boy from Maidstone.
Yeah, McCann's having a really good round this round. He's picking his punches much better. Seems to have found a much nicer rhythm. He's hitting some nice jabs. He needs to bring the shots up through the middle. Little uppercuts where this kid's going to walk straight on. Because what Baluta's doing, when he throws these shots, leaves himself square on. So he's open for the uppercuts.
Yeah, Baluta just getting a little reckless in there right now, and McCann slipped into a rhythm, flowing lovely now, showing a great array of shots. Body, head, slams the jab in there as well. Here, Dennis McCann, good stuff here in the third round.
Yeah, he's boxing beautifully now, McCann. Taller man is Baluta by some 3 inches or so, but he's not making that count. And there's a clinch, referee splits them, and the action is underway once again. McCann is boxing really well here in the third round, narrowing the gap, getting him into his own corner on the far side of the ring. Baluta throws a couple of clumsy and wild-looking hooks which whistle through thin air, and another couple. The head of McCann comes in, and it's getting a wee bit ragged there, but McCann, with 15 seconds to go in this third round, has surely done enough here to get another one into the bag.
Yeah, solid look here about McCann. He's looks nice and composed, hands held high, and there's a ragged look about Baluta now. It looks like he's starting to run out of ideas. As I say that, McCann walks back to his corner, raises his hand in the air, oozing confidence, Duke, after that good third round.
Good round for McCann, much more measured, much more controlled, popping nice little jabs. Did a nice job of making Baluta miss and making him pay. I mean, it wasn't all one-sided, but he's clearly won that round for me. Just tidier boxing. He needs to capitalise on that, and this next round, start hitting double jabs and getting this guy backing up. Once he's got him backing up, it's a different fight.
We're at the O2 Arena. You're listening to talkSPORT 2, and this is the undercard. This is for the vacant EBU Super Bantamweight title. Dennis McCann against Jonas Baluta. It's a rematch of a fight which finished a little bit unsatisfactorily as a technical decision, as a draw when they fought last August. August a couple of years ago. And this is all part of the build-up to Joe Joyce against Derek Chisora on talkSPORT, the main channel, from 10 o'clock. Got a good fight here, though.
Yeah, we certainly have. Both guys have had success in this one. Good start from Baluta. He won the first round, but I think on our scorecards now, Dennis McCann just edging those last two. He looks the more complete in there, the more composed in there. Right now, as I say, that lands a lovely right hook over the top. Ragged look here from Baluta, who's come out throwing shots from everywhere and not really landing any.
He must have thrown about 10 shots there, all attempted big hooks. There's a right hand now which does get through and finds the chin of McCann, but I don't think a single hook landed there. He was just using huge amounts of effort and energy, but getting nothing, Duke.
Well, it was very good by McCann. He did some lovely bobbing and weaving on the inside there. Missed, as you say, missed about 6, 7, 8 shots that all came his way. If he starts popping that jab now and get Baluta, because Baluta's looking a little bit flat-footed, he's putting a lot of effort into that onslaught. Looks a little bit tired.
Well, I think his corner must have said something along the lines of, get out there and let's see you win this round. Let's stop him. Let's stop the momentum. My Romanian's not too good, but I think he'd have needed that sort of advice.
I think there was something along those sort of lines, because there's an air of desperation around Baluta's work at the moment, and that creates recklessness, and that's what we're seeing from Baluta. He's wild, he's not really hitting the target, whereas Dennis McCann, who's holding centre of the ring, looks hands held tight, working well behind the jab as he slams one, slams two. Good work here from Dennis McCann, and a reckless look around Baluta.
Best win that Baluta's had was over Andrew Kane. He lost widely to points against Liam Davis in Telford a couple of years ago. Dennis McCann has had that sort of highly touted progression through the ranks ever since he made his debut. He was a 5-2 on favourite to win this fight, and he's looking like the favourite now, flicking out the right hand jab. Covers up well as Baluta tries to respond with a left hook, and then aims another big left hand, which again whistles in front of the face of McCann. Right hand does get through the guard.
Baluta throws a lot of these shots on the wing in a prayer, he really does. Some of the shots he's not even looking where he's throwing them, just winging them over, hoping it'll get through. And McCann's very, very poised and holding his shape really, really well. Needs to up the ante a little bit, hit that jab more, put some really hurtful jabs in Baluta's face, because he's wide open for it.
He could do with a good last 20 seconds here, McCann. He just needs to put his foot to the gas and catch the judge's eye, but it's Baluta who comes forward again, throwing wild hooks, but a little straight right hand through the middle from McCann finds the target, and he taunts Baluta as much as to say, come on, throw one, find me if you can.
Yep, starting to ooze confidence, isn't he? Dennis McCann drops his hands down by his side, starts shaking his hips, trying to draw Baluta in. I thought that was a good round there for Dennis McCann. I thought, you know, he was doing the tidy work, he was landing on the target, and that Baluta, although there was a high output from Baluta, Duke McKenzie, I've got to say, it was reckless. Like you say, sometimes weren't even looking where the shots were going. The better work for me coming from Dennis McCann.
I'm being told that we've got to go to Gareth. I assume there's something very important. Gareth.
He didn't say no, he said I'm ready.
Well, whatever it was that's important, Gareth hasn't been able to get to whoever he wanted to speak to. I can tell you, Alexander Usyk is here at ringside now, alongside Frank Warren. Listen to the cheer as he stands and waves to this O2 Arena crowd. They love him, don't they?
Oh, listen, he's an absolute king. He really is. I take my hat off to the guy. A 2-division undisputed world champion. You know, he's been over here, had a field day with our guys, and I think he's going to reign for some time to come. But back to more important things, McCann's just got to keep everything simple, keep everything tidy, keep hitting that jab, holding the centre of that ring, double that jab, triple that jab, put a left hand behind it, as he's doing now. This is good intelligent boxing by McCann. He rolls well, he hits the jab, he rolls off of that, doesn't have to get involved.
We're in the 5th round of 12, and McCann on our card is ahead, I think, by 3 rounds to 1 at this point, but he was ahead the first time they fought, and Baluta came back and looked really strong the further the fight went.
Yeah, bad clash of heads in the 7th round, and that opened up a cut on Dennis McCann's head, and it was pouring really, really badly, and that changed the pattern of the fight. Dennis McCann says he's gone away, he's learned from that, he's grown, as a fighter, and you'll see a better performance. And guess what? We're seeing that as he dominates this 5th round as well. Lovely left hand through the middle, good right hook as well there from Dennis McCann as Baluta falls in.
McCann again starts to apply the pressure now as we're near the midway stage of the 5th round. Baluta, you sense, needs a big round to start, just staunch the flow of rounds which are coming the way of McCann, who's using his sweet boxing skills to just edge much of the progress. Feints this way and that, tries to throw a right hand. He's short of the mark. Another right hand taken on the gloves by Baluta, who is off balance as he throws a right hand counter. Still no big punches in this round. You sense that this fight could still really explode at some stage. Certainly Baluta will hope so. Maybe it's McCann's interest to just keep concentrating on boxing.
Well, listen, if it's not broke, don't fix it. Dennis McCann right now is doing everything and doing everything right as the referee just gives him a stern warning, stern telling him off. Says, listen, mate, don't start pushing him, don't start shoving him. As they go back to the centre of the ring, McCann again, hands held high. Baluta swinging the shots over, nothing really landing. McCann just taking the mick out of him, centre of the ring. You just sense, Duke, that he's pulling away with it here at the moment.
Yeah, McCann just has to box intelligently, not get drawn in, not showboat where he can walk onto one. Baluta's very dangerous because he runs in behind these combinations, and that's where the clash of heads could prevail, could start from. So McCann's got to be switched on all the time. Keep hitting that jab, win this fight with that alone, I'm sure.
Last 20 seconds of this 5th round of the 12-rounder for the European Super Bantamweight title. Dennis McCann, we've got ahead. Gareth A. Davis is away on the far side of the ring, and I'm fairly sure that at some stage he might be getting a word with Alexander Usyk. Here he is, Gareth, it's all yours.
Alexander Krasiuk and Alexander Usyk. Alexander, great to see you in London. I love your humanitarian work.
Thank you so much. I'm too happy that I'm in London.
Is this the first boxing match you've been to since you became undisputed champion?
Sure. Yeah, correct.
Tell me about Moses Itauma. What do you think of young Moses Itauma who fights next?
I'm not thinking about this. Now for me it's just rest. I'm going to support in Chisora.
You're supporting Chisora tonight. Okay. Thanks very much. Great to see you as always.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gareth. Get yourself back round here, presenting the programme alongside Spencer Oliver. There's an empty seat, and Spen is missing you.
Absolutely, I certainly am. But listen, I'm thoroughly entertained with this one. Baluta versus Dennis McCann, EBU Super Bantamweight title on the line. My old title, actually. There's a lot of interest here. And Dennis McCann, for me, starting to pull away with this one. Nice and composed, as I say that. Lands a lovely right hook over the top as Baluta falls in. Reckless, ragged look around Baluta's work right now, Duke.
Yeah, but he's always been ragged, to be fair, Spencer. He's not the most tidiest guy in the world. He doesn't have the best tactics in the world, but he's quite effective. But McCann's doing a good job of making him miss and making him pay. Little feints, little jabs, just stepping round him, looking for his next onslaught. I like McCann. He's quite tidy and he's still learning.
A few people standing up around at ringside, and security making their way to the back of the arena where there's been a little bit of a disturbance. Let's hope that's sorted out quietly and we can concentrate on the excellent action which is going on inside the ring rather than stupidity outside it. And a good couple of good right-hand leads from McCann. Still plenty of balance and poise about his work as Baluta tries to double up on his own left-hand lead but doesn't find a way through to the chin of McCann, who falls short again with a attempted right-hand, left-hand of his own.
Yeah, McCann just starting to create that space now. He's using his imagination, showing great boxing IQ in there as he holds centre of the ring, slams out that right hand southpaw jab, comes through with the left hand as well. Baluta tries to come back with a body, throws a cluster of punches. McCann, composed look, slams a jab in again, Duke.
Yeah, he's looking good, McCann. He's riding the storm quite well. Every round Baluta will come, he'll have a go for 4, 5, 6, 7 shots, and McCann holds his shape, keeps hitting the jab quite nicely, puts the right hand over the top, a little bit of nice bobbing and weaving. That's a rolling in or a rolling out in new money. That's a trip. He slips over his foot. It's not a knockdown.
No knockdown. He goes tumbling to the canvas, but he fell over his own feet as much as anything, Baluta. Yeah. The McCann fans were celebrating, but no knockdown.
Not a knockdown at all, John. He walked onto one there. Now his gum shields come out. McCann's been catching him with the right hook all night long. He's doing it like a check hook. He'll slip back, hit the hook. He needs to capitalise on that. Put the straight left behind that hook.
Duke, would I be right in saying there's a tired, laboured look around Baluta at the moment? Did he actually spit that gum shield out? Because fatigue seems to be setting in here, and I think Dennis McCann sensed it.
Well, Il Capo, the boss, is certainly feeling the pressure that's being applied by Dennis McCann as we move into the closing seconds of the 6th round. Baluta needs some big punches, some big scoring punches, but McCann keeping a tight defence, fighting out of the southpaw stance, feinting to throw the right-hand lead, makes Baluta miss as he comes inside, and the last scoring punch of the round was a straight right hand from Dennis McCann.
McCann's looking pretty decent to me. You know, he's definitely winning this fight. He's throwing some nice combinations. It's hard to hold your shape when you've got a rugged opponent in front of you like a Baluta. But this is where you show your class, and this is what McCann's all about. He's very classic. A classy southpaw, hits nice jab. He's throwing a nice check hook when Baluta steps in. Baluta leads up with a straight left, right hook and a straight left. There is 3 pet punches, and they're the ones he seems to be coming through and hitting McCann with every now and again. But McCann, for me, is winning this one.
Yeah, do you know what it is? With these two, it was always going to be who could adapt from the last contest. You know, it was a war last time out. Both guys went toe-to-toe in the ring. It ended in a draw. And it was always going to be who could adapt. Well, guess what? At the moment, Dennis McCann has shown that adaptability, and that's what's winning this contest.
Talking about classy southpaws, it was nice to shake hands with Alexander Usyk over there, gents. Great to have him here, and he's supporting Chisora. Comments, please.
Well, he says that Chisora has hit him harder than any other fighter he's been in the ring with.
Well, that's not good news for Joe Joyce, because we know Joe Joyce will come forward, he will stand square, and one thing you can guarantee, old Del Boy will wing that right hand over.
He gave it a good fight, actually, when he fought Usyk. I remember that fight well. And there was only 2 or 3 rounds in it, and a few people, you know, if you're watching from distance, you could have thought that Del Boy could even have edged it. There wasn't a lot in it.
No, but, you know, I mean, Usyk's proven, tried and tested at every level. And he's, you know, he's an exceptional champion, he really is.
He's also a brilliant character, guys. He's been doing humanitarian work here with the Ukrainian embassy in London. I think it's brilliant. He's a brilliant figure, totemic figure in our sport.
Well, the great quotes in the big Sunday, in this Big Times interview today, was basically saying they told him you can do more as a fighter for Ukraine than you can as a soldier. Continue your boxing career. Anyway, back to this. We're in the 7th round, and it is, at my card anyway, 5 rounds to 1 to Dennis McCann. A lot of the rounds have been fairly close, but I think just by keeping his shape, by boxing more tidily, he's doing enough, guys.
Yeah, John, I'm with you on that one. I don't know what Duke thinks. We'll ask him about that. We're 1 minute 30 seconds into the round, and I think that this round's going pretty much the same as the last 5 or 6 have gone, Duke, as in Dennis McCann is just beating Baluta to the punch and just edging him out in what are very competitive rounds.
Yeah, you know, McCann's winning the fight. He's winning this round also. But if you remember rightly, this is where the fight started to change hands or turn around when they boxed before. So what we want to see from McCann now is adjustments to his whole makeup. He needs to roll in, roll out, bob and weave in, bob and roll out. not just walking in straight lines.
There was a good left hand there when you were speaking from Dennis McCann, but Baluta turns him and works off the ropes and lands a right hand low. It was clearly south of the border, but that was good work from McCann. Lovely right hand. Back comes Baluta, tries to throw a left hook, and there's a straight left hand. Throwing a lot of punches, the Romanian, but he's not scoring with a very high percentage. Good left to the body from McCann, and another right hand, left hand. Flurry of solid body shots, all from Dennis McCann, and he hammers home another.
He's hurting him, he's
taking it out of him, and Baluta's in a bit of a mess here. McCann's going looking for him with just about 10 seconds to go in the round. He sinks back onto the ropes. More big body shots from McCann, and somehow Baluta stays upright. What a great effort from McCann. The bell goes. Terrific round from young Dennis McCann.
Well, I tell you what, that was McCann's best round. He clearly won it. Once he switched the assault from the head to the body, you can see the grimace on Baluta's face. He was grimacing. He was in a lot of pain. Look at him now. He looks desperate. He's blowing heavy. His head's gone down. I tell you what, he'd be very lucky to survive this next round.
I'm not sure he wants to come out, Spencer.
I tell you what, there's a sad, sorry look for him in the corner. Are going to have to do an unbelievable job to get him out here. It all started from a right hook to the body that went right up the solar plexus. A delayed reaction there from Baluta. You see him grimace, you see him wince. Dennis McCann sensed that. He jumped on him, landed some good shots to the head. He switched to the head, switched the attacks to the body again, and knocked the wind right out of Baluta's sails. And we're watching him here on the monitor, John, and I'm not sure he even wants to come out.
No, I don't think he does. He's going to come out. But as you always say, Duke, the old body shots, the pain stays.
Oh, listen, he's going to feel that pain tomorrow morning when he wakes up. Never mind right now. You know, if he comes out and starts being a bit more tentative in this round, you know he's still hurt from that shot. He hasn't probably quite shook it off. But look at Baluta's got his hands up, cupped around his head, and his elbows tucked in down by his body.
Well, let's see what McCann can do now, because that was the most damaging attack from either man in the fight so far. Baluta coming back bravely, lands a couple aimed towards the head of McCann, but no great power in them. McCann's trying to really wind up on his body shots, telegraphed that one, and a right-hand counter from Baluta beats him to it. Couple of jabs now from McCann, who backs him into the corner on the far side of the ring, and another right-hand lead from McCann. He wants to get close so he can deliver those telling hooks into the solar plexus.
He's hitting the jab nicely. He's not looking for the body shot. He's looking for the jab, and that's intelligent thinking from McCann. This is how you open guys up when they're a little bit tired and a bit reckless. You hit the jab, you make him feel sorry for himself, then you switch the attack downstairs.
Yep, all about timing. McCann is taking his time, holding centre of the ring, working well behind the jab. Ragged look around Baluta as McCann leads off with a left hand that lands flush. Baluta falls back again, hands come down. He's starting to feel it here, guys.
Well, he's really dug in though, and fair play to him, because he looked as though he was just about all in at the end of the last round, and we're at the midway stage now of the 8th, and so far McCann has not really been able to repeat the damaging body attack that he produced at the end of the 7th round. McCann on the front foot, and a couple of jabs from Baluta doubling up on that shot, and he's just keeping McCann occupied. No great power in those shots, but they're landing nevertheless. Now McCann does get in for the first time with a left hook into the body, but Baluta's up on his toes, trying to produce a mobile target and doing pretty well at it.
He's winning this round at the minute. McCann's let him off the hook. McCann should have gone straight after him, because the kid was really at 6s and 7s, but he's let him off the hook. Baluta's starting to come forward, and he's meeting fire with fire. But McCann needs to do what he did in that last round, start the body attack again and go to work.
Great kerfuffle in the audience as Usyk leaves ringside. Wouldn't mind betting that he's gone to have a word with Derek Chisora. Maybe we'll find out about that a little bit later. Give him a few words of advice to an old warrior he really admires. That's our main fight, of course, coming up at 10 o'clock. Joyce against Derek Chisora on the main talkSPORT channel. Closing stages of the 8th here, and what an effort this has been from Baluta as he goes for the European Super Bantamweight title, and after a torrid 7th, I think he's probably won this 8th round, and what a good effort from the Romanian.
He survived, he done really, really well. He managed to stay out of the way. I think McCann probably punched himself out a little bit because he had such an onslaught in that previous round, so much success. Body shots take it out of you. Not only taking the shots, but giving the shots. Delivering those shots can make you feel really arm weary, and you've got to really dig deep. So, but I think McCann will step it up this round. He needs to go back to doing what he did a minute ago, hitting the jab, roll in, roll out, slip the shots, back to the body, work him up and down.
What do you reckon, Spencer?
Yeah, just needs to regroup now, McCann. He just seems to take his foot off the gas there a little bit, and Baluta's the type of fighter you can't do that. You can't let him grow in stature, and that's what he done there. He got off with some good jabs, crosses as well. Very, very close round. There was a more composed look about Dennis McCann, and just seemed to take his foot off the gas.
8 rounds gone. I've got it 6-2 to McCann, Gareth.
I agree. You could maybe argue 5-3, but Baluta is awkward and unorthodox, isn't he? That's the difficulty against him.
Well, he starts this round fast and lands a couple of right hands. McCann trying to regroup, trying to dictate again, trying to be seen as the man who is the aggressor. But good work from Baluta, comes forward again. Right hand was a little bit low, and the referee just gives him a reminder, keep your punches up. And there is something about Baluta. I'll tell you what, if you fought him outside a pub at closing time, you'd know about it, wouldn't you? Not that I'm that kind of guy, but you know what I mean.
You wouldn't want none of that, would you, really? He's very rugged, he's very raw, he's very strong. I mean, when you consider the punches, the punishment he took in a couple of rounds ago, there's a beautiful left hook from McCann to the solar plexus. That was a great shot. But when you look at the shots that he's taken and he's still standing, that in itself is testament to how fit this guy is.
Yeah, very, very tough guy. And yeah, you're right in what you say, John.
It's another slip. It's another slip.
He was slung down again, wasn't he, by McCann? And the ref really ought to be saying something to him here. Well, he's allowing the action to continue. He's just making sure that Baluta's okay. I think he's actually dog-tired, so if he gets into that kind of a tussle, there's always a possibility that he's going to wind up on the seat of his pants as he did.
Listen, it was always going to be one of those fights, rough, tough, you know, and both guys have to fight down on their gum shield. It's never going to be, you know, Queensberry rules. It's always going to be tough with these two. Stylistically, they've put on an absolute barnstormer again here, and it ain't over yet.
Oh, good left hand from McCann, straight one down the tube, rocked back the head of Baluta, and another one, and his fans are getting excited here. They sense that he might be as good as his word, and that he might be able to stop Baluta, having had the disappointment of only a draw in their first meeting. Back comes Baluta, couple of headshots. Where's he finding the determination? And another right hand from the Romanian. Covered up well, though, by McCann. The left hand was there to block it, and he lands another good straight left. And another one. Baluta takes a left to the body as we move into the final minutes of the 9th round.
Yeah, solid left hand there again from McCann. Baluta, his head was... The sweat was spraying from his head there with that shot. There's a ragged look around Baluta now as he moves back. Hands held, low down by his waist, mouth open as well. McCann senses that. Is he just starting to go through the gears here?
30 seconds to go in this 9th round. Will McCann be able to put his foot to the floor now and really find something special? Left to the head was a glancing blow. He ducks and bobs and weaves and evades another 3 attempted headshots from Baluta. And now McCann comes forward, lands a left hand and looking for the body shot, switches to head with a right hook and a straight right hand. It's all McCann in the dying seconds of this 9th round, and maybe he's done enough to take it.
A very dominant round to me from McCann. I thought he did excellent in that round. He hit some beautiful jabs. He hit the body shots well. He's recovered from that onslaught from a couple of rounds previous. Totally dominated the round. Back in control.
Yeah, it certainly was. And just at our monitors there, we see big Del Boy Chisora getting his hands wrapped up. Alexander Usyk sitting there speaking to it, showing him stuff on his phone. Beautiful scenes there with two guys that have gone to war before. And one thing we can guarantee tonight, Del Boy Chisora will go to war again. He will leave it all in the ring. Will that be enough against Joe Joyce? Who knows? You can switch over to talkSPORT from 10 p.m. to hear all the live action on that fight. But back to this one,
Derek,
guys.
Derek, just a word on Derek. I mean, he can be a silly Billy, can't he? To put it mildly. You know, we've had punches thrown in the past. We've had tables upended. We've had headbutting, Deliveroo drivers, you name it. But I think a lot of people in this sport really love him and will be very sorry to see him go when he finally hangs up the gloves.
Absolutely. Listen, he is entertainment, and we live in a world of entertainment, and Derek Chisora always delivers. It is what it says on the tin. He will come here and he will have a fight, and that's what people pay their good, hard-earned money for. And, you know, we're going to see that tonight with Derek Chisora. Known him since he was 16, and you know when you know the character, you go through the layers. He's actually a lovely human being, he really is.
Back to the fight in the 10th round. Dennis McCann against Baluta for the European Super Bantamweight title. We've got McCann well in front here, but another big effort in this round from Baluta, who's slightly marked under the left eye, and the right hand of McCann thuds into that right eye, and then he catches him on the left-hand side of his head as well with the same punch. Two more jabs from McCann, both scoring punches. Body shot back from Baluta, but they're wild round arm punches. The economy of effort and the better shape all the time coming from McCann.
Well, Baluta's not very well schooled, let's get that right. He's not, you know, he doesn't jab very often. Everything is a swing. He starts the left hand, he throws the right hook, he throws another right hook. He just swings the shots in on the wing and the prayer, as I said. However, he is very effective because he's so physically strong. But McCann's done a great effort today in keeping this guy at bay by making him miss and making him pay.
He's on the floor again. He fell to the floor as McCann, like a bullfighter, stepped aside. He didn't have the red rag to wave in his face, but he certainly got out of the way and he fell embarrassingly to the floor.
He did fall to the floor, John, but we're in round 10. There's a minute 15 seconds to go in this round. And did you see how slow he was to get up? There was a tired, weary look around it. And I think Dennis McCann senses that as Baluta again moves around the perimeter of the ring, hands held low, the mouth open wide now, really feeling the pace here in this 10th round. Lovely short left hook there from Dennis McCann.
So much will to win from the 30-year-old Romanian. McCann, though, has just been technically better, and he tells off the referee, tells off Baluta for punches low. A couple of attempted body shots again from Baluta, both taken on the arms. Then he does land a right hand to the body. McCann responds with a right hand of his own, similarly somewhere around the waist. Last 30 seconds of the 10th.
Yeah, brilliant round again here, but McCann, for me, the more complete of the two. There's a ragged look around Baluta, who throws out the jab, covers up on the ropes. McCann switches to the body, right hook into the body. He senses that he's got Baluta hurt again. There's a tired look now around the Romanian as he throws the left hand with his hands held low. And McCann, you just sense, Duke, he's taking over here.
What a good fight. Really is a very good fight. I'll leave you with Gareth for a moment, Duke.
I love the fact that Baluta is so courageous, such a lion in there, but you've got to admire the skills of Dennis McCann. That really strong, powerful left. I'd love to see him throw the check hook a little bit more, Duke.
McCann's doing a good job because he's hitting Baluta with everything that he throws. He's obviously very, very tired because this is such a physical fight. I mean, Baluta's made this as tough as could possibly be for McCann. He's still hanging in there. He's dog-tired, but he's still swinging these shots in. McCann's doing a great job making him miss. I just hope McCann's got a little bit more in the tank, because if he's got a bit more in the tank and he can up his ante a bit more, he'll get the stoppage.
Scenes of Joe Joyce getting his hand wrapped. We're building towards that, as Spencer reminded you just now. 10 o'clock on talkSPORT. We will have the main event of the evening, Derek Chisora against Joe Joyce.
This will be an exceptional last two rounds, I suspect. McCann is ahead, surely, against Baluta in this rematch here for the European title at Super Bantamweight. McCann, from the travelling community in Maidstone, has boxed really well here tonight. And Baluta, for all his desire, for all his strength, for all his courage, has just found that technically McCann's been a little bit too sweet.
Yeah, it certainly has, but I tell you what, from Baluta, it's been gladiatorial. He's had to dig deep. Trust me, John, when you get hit with them body shots and you're feeling the pain, and you could see him in that corner asking himself questions. Was he going to come out for the next round or not? That is character, and he showed plenty of that, Baluta, as again he gets slammed in the face with another left hand.
Well, it rocked his head right back. It was an uppercut inside from McCann, but it didn't really make a dent in Baluta, who's regrouped and is just breathing deeply, trying to muster the resolve to find one last big attack. Is either man going to be able to do that? McCann was looking for a chopping right hand. Baluta comes back with a left hook, misses with a wild right hook, and now McCann is tied up inside by Baluta, trying to get his hands free. He can't do so, but now he does. The jab from McCann. And Baluta, standing centre ring, has his gloves up high now, and he's looking desperately for a big hook, but he just can't find it, Duke.
Oh, he's so tired. They're both so tired. The amount of running these guys done, the amount of gym work they've done, the rounds of sparring, they're taking the shots, they're going to bed early, they're getting up. It's all been worth it for both of them. And you know what? Even if they lose, even if Baluta loses, he can hold his head high because he's given such a good account of himself. But what you've got in Dennis McCann is a very complete, fit, strong southpaw who's walking his man down now.
The one thing that Dennis McCann maybe lacks, if you were going to be savagely critical, is a really big knockout punch. He's had his man going here at times, and you sensed at the end of maybe the 7th, 8th round then that Baluta could have been there for the taking, and McCann's going looking for him again here in the last 40 seconds of the 12th, and has landed a couple of good right hands and another one, and now Baluta's in trouble. McCann lands the left and the right. The crowd's up on its feet, hoping that he can take him out.
Yeah, brilliant stuff here from Dennis McCann. Heads come dangerously close together. Where is Baluta finding this from as he covers up on the ropes? Tries to come back with a shot of his own. McCann walking forward, misses wildly with a right hook. Great action here in the 11th round.
Last 10 seconds of the 11th round. Baluta's survived. Another big round here for McCann. There's a grappling contest on the far side of the ring. McCann lands the last blow of the fight, and the two of them go head to head. And I think McCann said something, maybe politely said, "Out of my way, old chap, I'd like to go back to my corner."
Absolutely, and I tell you what, he needs that corner and he needs that minute's rest. Pick up on what Duke said earlier in the round there. This is not about the physicals now, this is not the training, this is all about if you've left no stone unturned, you've got up every morning, done that run, you've done those sparring sessions, you've done that groundwork, that strength and conditioning. This becomes a psychological battle now. The physicalities are out on this now. This is a mental battle.
I think he's won it, Duke.
Oh, listen, they're both having to dig so deep. And you know what, you've got to take your hat to both of these guys, and particularly Baluta, because you know what, in that last round he could have quit at any time, but he gripped down on that gum shield and he said to himself, if I'm going to lose, I'm going to go out on my shield. And McCann's looking for lockout. This last round's going to be ferocious, I'm sure.
Well, let's see what it's going to produce. The two touch gloves, and Baluta starts the faster with a left hook to the body of McCann. McCann dips away from another attempted left hook and then misses Baluta with a right hook. Wild swings, and McCann making them whistle through thin air. The crowds absolutely love this one. Good straight right hand from McCann. Back comes Baluta. Another couple of hooks once again made to miss by McCann. He falls short with a straight right hand, and he's then clipped with a couple of right jabs and a left to the body and a left hand. Good boxing skills again in this final round from McCann, and a right hand, and he makes Baluta miss with an attempted counter.
Yep, solid work here again from McCann. Solid look around him as well. Baluta giving it everything, biting down on his gum shield as he falls in recklessly with a left hook. McCann now, for me, Duke, all he has to do is survive this last 22 minutes of the 12th round.
You know, McCann's done an excellent job in this round. Let's make no mistake, he's tired as well. That's a stumble, he's never fell down.
Baluta wanted a knockout with that one. Certainly McCann touched down, but the referee saying no, it was a stumble. It was his own momentum which put it down. Bit of a kerfuffle at ringside as Alexander Usyk makes his way back to the prime seats, not too far away from our promoter Frank Warren, having given the little G-up talk to Derek Chisora back in the dressing rooms, now into the last 90 seconds of what's been a terrific fight here, and it's Baluta who's the aggressor, but they're wild hooks and no great power.
Like I say, it's all coming down to the mental battle now. Both guys are so fatigued, feeling everything as they stand above us, centre of the ring. McCann flicks out the jab, misses with a left hand, ragged look around Baluta. This is gladiatorial stuff here in this 12th round.
Left hand to the body from McCann, right into the solar plexus. Back comes Baluta with one of his own, but then rocked back across the ring by 1, 2, 3 headshots. Somehow he takes them and lands a big right hand of his own. 45 seconds to go in this 12th round. Are they both going to see it through to the final bell? And the referee says that the gum shield has come out, and it's Baluta's gum shield has come out.
He spat it out. The old man's trick, he spat it out deliberately, buy himself a bit of time. He done brilliantly. Listen, that's what you do when you're on the verge of being stopped. You look for ways for not getting stopped. Baluta deserves to go the distance, but McCann was putting it on him and was ready to close the show.
You heard what the crowd thought of it, Spencer.
Yeah, listen, we've got 30 seconds to go, and Baluta's legs have totally gone. He looks like a baby giraffe trying to walk in there right now. He looks like he's walking on stilts, Duke, but the legs have gone.
But he deserves to see the end of this fight. He deserves to see the final bell. He really does. He's put so much effort into this, but all credit to McCann.
Last 15 seconds, solid right hand from McCann. Baluta's throwing everything towards the Englishman, looking for his head, catches him with a right to the body and a right to the head. McCann lands a right to the head, and there goes the final bell. A roar of celebration from Dennis McCann. He knows he's won it. He's been carried around the ring. The two men hugged each other, knew that they touched each other's souls. It was that sort of fight, and the two men are both celebrating as though they've won it. But no doubt for me, I'm sure that it's Dennis McCann.
Yeah, absolutely. What a contest there from both guys. Action went one way, then the other. Both guys had to show a lot of character in there. Both guys were hurt. More so Baluta sat down on his stool after one of the rounds. Didn't know if he was going to come back out, but Juki did come back out. That's what boxing's all about. That was old school stuff.
That was proper old school. But you know what? You'll give all credit to McCann because he didn't get drawn in. He could so easily have gone in looking for a fight, looking for a punch up, trying to knock this guy out, but he didn't do that. He kept the jab going, he rolled in, he rolled out, boxing weave, slipped, missed shots, countered shots, finished out the 12th round so strong.
Gillian White's been in the corner in the dressing room with Derek Chisora, wishing him good luck. I think all the luminaries in the Chisora camp.
Derek's fought here. I think he's only ever lost here once out of 6 or 7 times.
Nine he's been here.
9, but he's only lost once, I think, from memory. It's a home for him here. He became a cult figure here. He used to walk in his mask here, if you recall. The thing is about Derek, we've said it a lot tonight, he's a cult figure in the sport. He's a zany character. He told us Donald Trump Jr. was going to be here in his dressing room tonight, remember? He wore the Gilet Zhang, exactly. He wore the Gilet Zhang mask at the weigh-in. We are going to witness something big tonight. He always brings war. Dennis McCann's gloves are being taken off. I thought he won that 9 rounds to 3. It was a great learning fight for him again, maybe even 10 rounds to 2. I thought he was tremendous. You don't agree, Spencer? We've got
maybe 8-4, something like that. You know, I think that Dennis was winning the rounds. 9-3 might have been, you know, quite close. I think that Baluta definitely nicked 3 or 4 rounds out of it. That's for sure.
Can I just ask you, Spencer? What does it mean to watch the old belt that you held being fought for? Is it the same today?
No, I know how tough it is. I know, you know, the little guys and the Europeans, I know how tough it is. It's not changed at all. We saw that with the performance there from Baluta, and I know what it will mean to Dennis McCann. Spoke to him earlier in the week as the referee now pulled them both into the centre of the ring. I think, John, we're going to get that announcement soon.
Thomas Tribe has got the score sheet, and here it comes.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 12 rounds of boxing, we go to the judges' scorecards. Judge Roland Noakes scores it 120 to 108. And both judges, Antonio Maronia and Håkan Sindemark, are in agreement. They both score it 117 to 111. all in favor of your winner by unanimous decision. And now the EBU European Super Bantamweight Champion, Dennis "The Menace" McCann!
Huge acclaim here, huge acclaim in the arena here for Dennis McCann. The young traveller wins the belt. Our very own Spencer Oliver won, I want to say 27 years ago, I think it was now.
Yep, 1997 actually.
Coming up next, we have Moses Itauma, the 19-year-old heavyweight, 9-0 undefeated, against the wizened yet man who's fought everyone in the heavyweight division. 44 years old, in his 49th fight, Marius Wach. That's all coming up next. Well, he's an extraordinary young character, Moses Itauma, gents. 19 years of age, 9-0 as we watch Marius Wach, one of the wizened veterans of the heavyweight division. He's been around really, literally 20 years. He's fought a who's who of heavyweights in this era, from Dillian Whyte onwards. Everyone. He's been here many times. We're all expecting Moses Itauma 9-0. A vicious, hard-punching, heavy-handed southpaw to maybe do a number on this guy. Fraser Clark couldn't do it at the York Hall earlier last year, or earlier this year. I think this is an opportunity for Moses to make a massive statement, Duke.
You know, as you said before, we spoke to this kid all week at the post-fight weigh-in and at the official weigh-in, and he's very, very calm, he's very, very measured in his whole approach. He doesn't get carried away. He's a real nice kid. Everybody's giving him the big build-up, the hype and everything else. He can fight, he knows he can fight. Fights like this will tell us a lot about him. You know, if he goes in and bombs this guy out, they're going to make him the president of the Who Needs Him Club.
Fraser Clark went 10 rounds with him. I said it was earlier this year, it was a year ago. But Kevin Lorena beat him, Arslan Makhmudov, Huey Fury, Dillian Whyte, Martin McCauley, Artur Spilka, Gerald Miller, Alexander Povetkin. Put himself in that list tonight, Spencer.
Absolutely. Listen, Marius Bach is one of those guys, if you give him the opportunity and he grows in stature, he makes life very, very difficult for you. He does that for Fraser Clark. He made it, although Fraser was winning the rounds, he made it difficult for him. There's a good learning curve, really, for Fraser Clark. I think this is great matchmaking because Moses Itauma will want to go one better than Fraser and get the job done inside the distance.
6'8", 21 stone. He's a big fella. He's right above us right now with the braided hair. He is going to... He said exactly what I'm thinking. Marius Wach mustn't be allowed to settle. Mustn't be allowed to settle by Moses Itauma tonight, who has Ben Davison in his corner, by the way.
Yeah, really looking forward to this one, and looking forward to watching this young, hot prospect, possibly the best prospect globally at the moment. Higher things expected from Moses Itauma. And this is a great, great opponent, just to see where he's sitting right now in this heavyweight division.
Come on, let's predict it then. I'm saying inside 5 rounds against Bach.
That's a big call, but yeah,
going big, baby.
Yeah, well, yeah, it makes a statement, doesn't it? You know, if he goes better than Fraser Clark, it really does.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 10 rounds, and it will be for the WBO Intercontinental Heavyweight Championship. Brought to you by Frank Warren on behalf of Queensberry Promotions, along with their great sponsors, 32 Red and Unibet. It is sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control, steward in charge Ben Harmsworth, along with the World Boxing Organization. President Francisco Paco Valcarcel, Supervisor John Handelar, Timekeeper Mark Shannon. Our 3 judges assigned will be Nerman Androvich of Luxembourg, John Latham of England, and Amar Sakrawi of France. Our referee in charge will be Michael Alexander of England. Introducing to you first, the challenger. Fighting tonight out of the red corner, he comes to the ring wearing black trunks and weighed in officially at 20 stone, 7 pounds. Coming to us from Krakow, Poland, he brings a professional record consisting of 38 wins, 10 defeats, with 20 of his 38 wins coming by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mariusz the Viking Wach. And his opponent across the ring, he is the defending champion, fighting tonight out of the blue corner. He comes to the ring wearing black with gray and weighed in officially at 17 stone, 1 pound. Hailing from Chatham, Kent, England, he had a stellar amateur career and now as a professional is undefeated with 9 wins, 7 of his 9 wins coming by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, here is the reigning and defending WBO Intercontinental Heavyweight Champion, Moses Itauma!
Michael Alexander calls the two guys together.
Right, lads, you both know the rules, so let's just have a good, clean fight, okay? Most of all, remember to defend yourselves at all times, all right? Touch gloves.
He is massive, Marius Wach, absolutely massive. Stands 6'7", 6'8", 21 stones. He is huge. Looks almost half as big again as when he fought Vladimir Klitschko 12 years ago. Looks as though he might have eaten him. He's a big lad.
He certainly is. Been around so long, hasn't he? Go back to 2012 when he was boxing the likes of Klitschko, you know, and you've seen him, the who's who of boxing, heavyweight boxing anyway. He's been in there. Now it's Moses Itauma's turn. Let's see how he can go. Can he go one better than Fraser Clark? Can he get the job done inside the distance?
Well, Itauma's a real banger. Nothing of note being thrown so far while we're just filling a bit of time. 30 seconds gone, but there's a right hand from Itauma. Good hand speed, good fast hands from the southpaw from Chatham. A fair number of the Chatham contingents have made their way here to cheer him on. He's starting to get himself a bit of a following, is big Moses, just 19 years old. Good shot again, left hand from back, came through, a jab from the big pole. Itauma standing stock still, looks for the right hand, aims for the head. It was just a glancing blow. Is he going to be able to get past those great long levers of Wach and really land the real bingo payoff punch?
Wach is so tall, you know, as you said, you know, what's he, 6'7", John?
Yeah.
20 stone. You know, he's an absolute specimen, he really is. You know, Itauma's he's quite smart because he's trying to hold the centre of the ring. He's hitting the jab, a lovely southpaw jab. It's crisp, it's sharp. He gets his hands up when he needs to. He's not wasting anything, let's put it like that. 6 of his 9 fights have ended in the first round, Moses Itauma. We've now got 1 minute 20 seconds remaining in this first round here at the O2 Arena. It's a big fight, draws closer. Joyce against Derek Chisora, which you're going to be able to hear on the main talkSPORT channel at 10 o'clock. Itauma shows him the right hand. Back comes back himself, tries to throw a right hand to the body. He's got an awful lot of weight to carry around nowadays, but he did go through the full distance against Fraser Clark, and I'm sure that Itauma will be very aware of that and throws a left hand towards the body this time. Misses with a right hand, attempted chopping right hand to back pedaling into the corner of the ring on the far side. Good right hand from Itauma. Switch the attack from body to head.
Yeah, boxing well here. Itauma taking centre of the ring, sharp shots as well. Great shot selection, body and head, being quite creative, and you can see Marius Wach already feeling the pace a little here. Mouth just open as he stands centre of the ring. Giant of a man carrying that left hand low. Maybe not the best thing to do against someone like Moses Itauma, who seems very sharp and on point tonight.
In boxing terms, Wach is pretty ancient at 44 years old, carrying weight, not in great shape, and he loses that first round due by distance.
Yeah, by a country mile. I mean, you know, Itauma's he's almost a pleasure to watch because this kid's 19 and he's picking his punches like a veteran. He knows this could potentially go a few rounds. He's not going to punch himself out. He's just trying to pick his shots, see what this guy's about, and then I expect him to pick up the pace round after round after round. But so far, so good.
Duke, that's what it is, isn't it? He shows great composure, great maturity for a young kid of only 19 years of age. Takes his time, shot selection, controls that space very well. Marius Wach, who's towering over him really, but yet Moses Itauma is beating him to the punch, closing the gap, landing the shots, body and head, and you just feel that he's systematically, slowly but surely, going to chop him down like a big old oak tree.
Well, you can see it happening, can't you? Because he's round after round, he'll pick up the pace more and more and more, and you'd expect this Wach to walk onto the shots.
Now we move into the second round of this 10-rounder WBO Intercontinental title. Itama having clearly taken the opening round, but Wach not really hurt by anything so far. And he aims a ponderous looking jab towards the body of Itama, who tries to respond with a fast right hand lead. Wach feints to throw a jab of his own. He's got very long reach as the pole, and a right hand comes again from Itama, who's just looking to measure him for a big left hand. That's his power shot. He wants to get him into range to throw one of those.
Yeah, he certainly does. You feel that it's just going to be a long night, maybe for Moses Itama. He's talking about wanting the rounds, and Marius Wach may be the guy to do it because he's such a big unit as he takes a big right hook over the top, sends a sweat spraying from Wach's head there, but takes that shot well.
I remember Kevin Johnson coming over and fighting Daniel Dubois in the early stages of his career. And here comes the attack from Itama. Back pedals into the corner on the far side of the ring. A couple of solid body shots from Itama, and a headshot, and another one. Good right hand, glancing blow. Wach looked very comfortable at all over there. As well he might not, because this is a big puncher right in front of him, looking to tee off.
Yep, he's chopping that right hook down his Moses Itama, and Marius Wach felt the weight of one or two of those. The legs just went slightly unsteady, and that's positive signs there, Duke, for Moses Itama, because he knows that now maybe he can get the job done, he can hurt him, because Marius didn't like that.
No, Wach didn't like that at all, and what Itoma's doing, he's jabbing him over the jab. Every time Wach jabs, he jabs him over the jab.
He's put him down with the left hand, which landed on the chin, followed by a right hand side of the head, and Wach taking a crouch, and it was the hand speed which did for the giant pole there. Sorry, Duke, I cut you off in full flow there, but a great piece of finishing from Itama, and he's looking to end it right now, and Wach looks very, very uncomfortable, trapped in the corner, and two big shots from Itama might be enough. Left to the body, right to the head, another left to the body, two more to the head, and another one, and Michael Alexander stops it. There it goes, all over in the second round, and Moses Itama gets the standout win that he wanted. He makes a statement, he does what Fraser Clark couldn't, and I tell you what, when he got him going, he really finished that beautifully. He finished it with the aplomb of a veteran.
I tell you what, mate, I'd put him in with Fraser Clark tomorrow. I'd have no hesitation whatsoever. I'd put him, if that was me and I was his manager, I'd be looking for the domestic title straight away. I wouldn't even be hanging around waiting for more intercontinental, pentacontinental, whatever they are. I'd put him in and I'd get him a British title fight, because this kid can be very, very special.
Duke, I tell you what, that was a punch-perfect performance. That he slowly, systematically broke Marius Wach down. He knew what he had in front of him. We always knew he was going to win the contest, but it was how he was going to do it. Was he going to make that statement? Well, guess what? That was a coming-of-age fight there for Moses Itama, and I agree with you there, Duke. I think this kid's ready now. I really do. He's that special.
Lennox said the most exciting British heavyweight prospect since Lennox Lewis.
Bigger than that.
He is 19. Let's remind everyone listening and watching, he is 19.
Tyson-esque.
There you go. That's what I'm about to say. He's got till May next year to be the youngest heavyweight champion of the world ever and beat Mike Tyson's record of 21 days, 4 months. He's got an opportunity, and I reckon he can do it.
He's not beaten a lot there, let's be honest about it. You know, Wach is a big old...
But it's the composure he shows, it's the way he does his work.
Let's not get too carried away. He's not world class, he's domestic level. If anybody tries to push him too fast too soon, nobody's hit him back yet. We don't know if he can even hold his shot. Of course he can deliver a shot. He's a southpaw, he looks so exciting. You can put all the superlatives on him you want, but until he gets hit back, you can't judge the kid.
Yeah, but Duke, it's the manner that he done it. You know, you can only weigh it up when you go look at Marius Wach. 12 months ago, he took Fraser Clark and he took him 10 rounds. All right, Fraser didn't win Fraser won all the rounds, but Marius pushed him and tested him a little bit. He was out of his depth there. That was like, so that's what I say. It's not about the way that he was going to win. It was about making the statement. For me, boy, he made it.
Such fast hands.
Incredible,
really
shot.
has.
Well, he's successful again. It's another brilliant victory. I agree with Spencer on that. Why hold him back? The problem he might have is when he gets too high a level, they pushed him forward too quickly. But another great victory. And John, I think we're going to go over to Thomas Treiber to announce the second round stoppage for Moses Itauma against Marius Wach.
Ladies and gentlemen, here is the official time. 2 minutes 30 seconds of round number 2. Our referee in charge, Michael Alexander, steps in to stop the contest. Therefore, your winner by way of technical knockout, still undefeated, and still WBO Intercontinental Heavyweight Champion, Moses Itauma.
So a great victory for Moses Itauma. Spencer Oliver has made his way over to speak with both Frank Warren and Moses Itauma. Still to come tonight, by the way, at 10 p.m. We cross over, of course, to talkSPORT 1, where we'll have Joe Joyce versus Derek Chisora, another huge heavyweight title fight. Well, not title fight, but it's the championship of each other. It's a 10-round fight between the pair. Before that, we've got Ryan Garner against Archie Sharp. That will be on talkSPORT 2, or we'll probably end up part on talkSPORT 2 and part on talkSPORT 1, depending on where that fight goes. That's the way it is. We're split in the middle here. There's nothing we can do about it, John.
It's called live broadcasting.
It's called live
baby.
broadcasting, exactly. Let's wax lyrical about this kid for a little longer while he does his TV interviews for TNT before we get to him. Very, very special. I know you're saying, come on guys, urging us on the side of caution. It was a 44-year-old veteran in his 49th fight who'd lost to something like 8 people who've been world champions. But it was the way Moses Itauma carried himself in there, the way he does it. If you're good enough, you're old enough, in my view.
Well, there's a big difference between domestic level and world levels, I'm sure you're well aware. I wouldn't go anywhere near any of the current world champions right now, but what I would do is have a firm eye on the domestic British title, because he will win that.
Right, okay, all right, let me throw it at you both. Is he ready to fight Fraser Clark and Fabio Wardley?
100%.
Does he beat both of them?
100%.
Wow. So therefore, his next stage, if he does that, he's going to be going up to world level.
No, because then you'd go British, maybe European, a couple of international fights perhaps. You know, don't forget these kids he's had a handful of fights.
Once you get the title as well, you know, we talked earlier, sorry to interrupt you, Joe, but we talked about people like Joseph Parker, who haven't got world titles, and there'll be Big Shile Zhang, you know, people like that. There are stepping stones before you get to the pinnacle. Let's not run away with the idea that in the next 2 years he's going to go out there and beat Usyk.
I think he could in the next 2 years.
Maybe he could, but
I think in the next 2 years it's realistic.
But it's not necessary, that's what I'm saying.
Remember, he's fighting every 6 weeks as well.
But also, you know, something that we're all overlooking. It's not just about winning the world championship. The kid wants to stay there. What happens if he gets an old wily, you know, American over there? You've got Gerard Anderson, who's not older or wily, by the way. Gerard Anderson can fight, and I wouldn't want to see Moses.
Oh, he's the best heavyweight in America, right?
So you wouldn't put this our young boy anywhere near him right now.
You watch what Frank Warren says when he speaks to Spencer in a minute. He is ready to put him in with anyone.
Yeah, but
they've got to have the brakes on. They've got to have the brakes on.
But he'll say that, won't he? Because he's a promoter.
He will, but this is not a time to hold back for heavyweights, given the investment by the Saudi Arabians in the division. As Moses Itauma does an interview here in the arena, he's delighted over it. A lot of people on their feet. We'll speak to him in a minute, but he's got something special. He's got something, so let him fly with it.
I'm not suggesting he's not special or that he doesn't have something special. What I'm saying is, it's like anything, you just got to take your time, because it's about the longevity. If you want to get him to the British, the European, the world stage, become a world champion, you don't want him to win the world champion and get blown out of the water You want him to hold that championship and make some good defences against the big names, the big boys in that weight division. Like I say, right now, you wouldn't put him anywhere near Jared Anderson.
Where I don't disagree with you is we haven't seen him under pressure and been beaten up at all
Exactly what I'm talking about.
by anyone so far.
Exactly what
He
I'm
may
talking
not
about.
have the best chin in the world. We don't know yet. He might not be able to respond under pressure. He hasn't been in a trench
We need to
yet.
find out what his character's all about when he's been hurt, But if he can claw back the deficit, turn a fight around.
But Duke McKenzie, you've been around this sport all your life. There is something, I'm talking from instinct, about Moses. He just seems, Rico as he calls himself, he looks like a young Marlon Brando in some ways. There is some, when you're around him a lot, I've spent a lot of time around him, you have to pinch yourself to keep reminding yourself that he's 19 years of age.
Sure, which is why he has time to develop and learn. You know, it's not like he's 29 and they've got to get a rush on him. You know, he's 19 years of age. Hasn't been a 10-round fight yet. Hasn't been an 8-round, I don't think. So, you know, give the kid time. That's all I'm saying. Give him time. And in time, you're looking at the real deal.
Come on, John, play referee here with us a little bit. I mean, am I pushing him too hard?
No, you're not. I think ultimately, on the basis of what we've seen so far, he could very well go all the way. As an aggressor, he's got all the moves that you'd want to see. He's got hand speed, he's got poise, he's got power, he's got timing. But it's one of the old truisms of the Rocky series, isn't it? And it's what Mike Tyson always said, wasn't it? Everybody's got a plan until they get smacked in the nose, and then it all goes out of the window. You know, you get sort of extraordinary fighting heavyweights like Evander Holyfield, who could be hit by, I don't know, just about anything, a baseball bat, and still come back at you. Right. That's what's special.
Well, I see Spencer Oliver is in position with Moses Town, has been dragged away though. Frank Warren is there. Spencer's making his way over to Frank Warren. He's spoken to Ben Davison. Frank is just being set up now with Spencer Oliver. Over to you, my friend.
Well, thanks so much, guys. Unfortunately, I lost Moses Etoma. He is going to come back, by the way, guys. He's going to come back to the ringside and do an interview with us. But, Mr. Frank Warren, Moses Etoma, you've talked about him,
Let's first welcome to the ring, the undefeated challenger.
There's been a lot of talk, and you're seeing the walk, and he's done the business. He's done it in style. Well, he's taken all these young fighters, and you know, going back to Klitschko's, most of them taking them the distance, like Fraser Clark, Hughie Fury, Gillian White. He's done a job there.
Like you say, Marius Back has been in with the who's who of boxing. Takes a lot of them the distance. Fraser Clark, you know, a year ago took him 10 rounds. We expected Moses to win there, but didn't know he was going to do it like that, Frank.
Get some late rounds. But what the bottom line is, he's a teenager. He's still only 19. Fraser Clark, how old was he when he fought him? How old was Hughie Fury? What were their ages? He's a boy.
Every once in a while we get a special talent come along. We remember a young Mike Tyson blowing everyone away in the early days, winning that world title at 20 years of age. We know where I'm going with this, Frank. This kid is showing super talent, now 10-0, 7 KOs. I'm talking about Mike Tyson, 20. Older than Moses is what, 19? Where are we going here, Frank?
Look, we've just got to keep him busy. He's just got to keep doing what he's doing and learning his trade and his craft. He's a prodigy, isn't he? That's what he is. I'd love to see him with somebody like Fraser Clark next time out.
All right, I'll give you one question for you, Frank. We got Fabio Wardley, we got Fraser Clark, you know, that sort of level, British title sort of level. Where would you do with Moses now? Would you put him in with, how long would it take for you to put Moses in with that sort of calibre of opponent?
I'd make him a Fraser Clark tomorrow.
You'd make Fraser Clark tomorrow?
Yeah.
Wow, that's big stuff there, Frank. Big stuff, mate. Brilliant performance there from Moses Etoma, and we're looking forward to the top of the bill here tonight, aren't we?
What a great show it's been.
I've got to say,
fights. I mean, we had a great show last week. This one's is unbelievable as well.
I've got to say, right from the bottom of the show, right from the very top, 50-50 fights. We've got a great fight.
It's been brilliant.
Absolutely, it's been sensational. Looking forward to the top of the bill. Derek Chisora, that old war horse, going to go there. He's got, you know, a lot of emotions on the road here. He's going to go and give it everything. You know, has he got enough to do it against someone like Joe Joyce? I'm not sure.
We're going to find out.
We certainly are. Frank Warren, thanks so much, mate. Brilliant performance there by Moses. Yeah, thank you so much, mate. Guys, back over to you.
Spencer Oliver there with a Hall of Fame promoter, 46 years in the business, the one and only Frank Warren. Ryan Garner, you can hear the voice of Thomas Treiber behind us. Ryan Garner and Archie Sharp about to contest the WBC International Super Featherweight Championship. I sound like an echo. 10 3-minute rounds. We're going to talk for a minute. John's going to keep an eye, John Rawlings going to keep an eye on the contest going on in the ring, and we're going to get him to discuss with us. Spencer, you just spoke to Frank Warren there about this fight. Derek Chisora, he's had Nigel Farage has turned up ringside to support him, by the way, MP from the Reform Party. Alexander Usyk's here to support him. He will go out on his shield, as you mentioned tonight. They're two cult figures of British boxing, he and Joe Joyce. It's been a great night of boxing so far, and I got a feeling that not only the fight in the ring right now, but the heavyweights are going to throw down, and we're going to get some real drama.
Gareth, I absolutely agree with you, mate. Listen, people that come to this O2 Arena, they come here when they know they've got a decent fight, when they know they're going to see something special. Take a look around this O2 Arena. I've got to say, guys, there is not a spare seat in the house. Why? Because we're getting close, that's why. I mean, we've got a great fight here against two undefeated fighters, Ryan Garner versus Archie Sharp. You know, with a lot on the line for the winner of this one, but you just sense, Duke, that this crowd is here because they know they're getting a heavyweight dust-up, man.
They know they're getting the good fight, and it will be an old-fashioned, proper meet in the middle of the ring, head down, swinging, guts, blood, everything's going to go in, and the kitchen sink. I mean, listen, Frank Warren knows how to sell a fight.
He certainly does, mate, he certainly does. But this one, we are really looking forward to, Gareth.
We always look forward to being ringside. It's the favourite place for all of us. It's a very special arena, this. It can be a nightmare to get to. It can be a nightmare to get to at all times, especially when it's busy here. We're looking forward to Archie Sharp and Ryan Garner. 40 fights undefeated between them. But this roof is going to come off this place when Derek Chisora walks first, and then Joe Joyce comes after him. 10 3-minute rounds, as Frank Warren, who you're just with, one of them goes away and one of them advances tonight. My feeling, it'll be Joe Joyce, but Derek Chisora will give us all. John Rawling, lead commentator, how do you see that fight going?
Well, I think I'd go along with you. You know, I mean, if you backed me into a corner and said you've got to go one way or the other, then I think that'd be my choice as well. But you know, you just cannot rule out Derek Chisora. You simply can't.
Yep, totally agree with you guys. You know, Derek will come and he will give it everything. Emotional night for Derek Chisora. This is 10th time he's boxed here and says, you know what, it's going to be my last, and I want to go out as a winner.
And if he's going out as a winner, you'd expect him to go out on his back because he'll put everything in. It's going to be a good fight.
I really do think that, and I hope I'm wrong, but I think Derek is finished. I think he's been parody all week. I think he'll bring his all, but I think Joe Joyce is too big, too strong, and too much of him. Yes, I know he suffered those two horrific defeats to Zhili Zhang, and maybe Zhang's his kryptonite. But I just feel that Derek Chisora will not have what it takes to overcome Joe Joyce, and I believe it's going to be a stoppage, 6, 7 or 8. I didn't get your picks earlier. How are you seeing it, Rawling?
I beg your pardon?
How are you seeing the fight? I know you're very engrossing. We're going to break in 3 minutes' time, by the way.
I was concentrating very much on Ryan Garner against Archie Sharp, which is going to be a very good fight, which the closing stages we're going to be following when we switch channels onto talkSPORT.
In 2 minutes' time.
The main one, I think that if Derek Chisora is going to win it, he's got to win it quickly. He's got to get in there and hurt Joe Joyce early, because I know Joe Joyce is not Sugar Ray Leonard. He's not suddenly going to box his head off and dance around the ring and pick him away from range. but he's just that little bit fresher, and he's the bigger man and maybe the harder hitter.
Totally agree with that, and I think that the only reason you can't write old Del Boy off is because we know he's got one shot in the locker, Del. That's that faint jab to the body and that looping right hand over the top. And guess what? That's the shot Joe Joyce gets hit with. That's Derek Chisora's only hope. Heavyweight boxing, don't write him off, but Joe Joyce will start a huge favourite.
Well, listen, there's no such thing as a light punch in the heavyweight. Someone's going to get hit, someone's going to go over, somebody's going to go. There's more miles on Chisora's clock than there is on Joe Joyce. Joyce gets square on, he can get caught square on, but I can't see him not winning this fight. I really can't. In about 6 rounds.
Great atmosphere here now for Ryan Garner against Archie Sharp. Cagey first round, but Garner really putting pressure on Sharp. Our commentary team will take you through that fight before Derek Chisora and Joe Joyce walk to the ring. On talkSPORT 1, coming up just on the end of the hour at 10 p.m. Please join us. You can watch us live on the YouTube channel as well. Super Featherweight Championship. We will have most of that fight for you on talkSPORT 1. And then the big one, Joe Joyce versus Derek Chisora. Come and join us now on talkSPORT 1.
Round 2.
Hello, hello. Okay, all right, lovely. Welcome back to the iconic O2 Arena here in London Docklands for more thrilling boxing. We've had an amazing night here so far. Two behemoths of British heavyweight boxing about to enter the ring. Two cult figures in Joe Joyce and Derek Chisora, soon to headline. It's a must-win for Joe Joyce if he's going to broach the highest echelons of the blue ribbon division and fight for a world title. His career looked on the brink after successive defeats to the giant Chinese fighter Zhili Zhang. The man to test him tonight, Derek War Chisora.
Quarters, 10 seconds. Seconds out. Round 3.
Indeed, it is heavyweight radio. So much nuance there, depicting the two careers of these two huge heavyweight men who will fight tonight. Gents, alongside me, I'm Gareth Davis, alongside me Spencer Oliver, Duke McKenzie and John Rawling. Very quickly, before we go to the fight that's going on between us, between Ryan Garner and Archie Sharp. Quick thoughts, gents, about what this, to the fight that's going on between us, between Ryan Garner and Archie Sharp. Quick thoughts, gents, about what this fight means for both Chisora and Joyce.
Well, I think, listen, for Joe Joyce, it's about getting himself back to that top tier before those back-to-back losses to Zhili Zhang. Joe Joyce was talking about, you know, people were talking about Joe Joyce as being the guy to topple the likes of Anthony Joshua's and Tyson Fury's. Those two losses really were a setback. And Derek Chisora has been brought in here for Joe Joyce to go in there, make a statement and put himself right back to the top.
Duke
And guess
McKenzie.
what? Derek Chisora has other ideas, Duke. He's boxed here, this is his 10th time. I spoke to him, he said it's an emotional one, and he's going to give it everything in there tonight.
Yeah, of course he's going to give it everything. He's going to go out on his shield. Let's just say this is his last fight. If this is his last fight, you'd expect him to go out on his shield. I want to see if Joe Joyce is going to be able to adapt. He's got to show something a little bit different because he's coming off two terrible losses and he's going to have to do something completely different. He's going to have to box his way to a victory.
Mr. Rawling?
I think that obviously Joe Joyce is a serious favourite to win this one. Chisora is at the end of his career, but is he able to produce one last great heroic performance? I hope so, and I hope he doesn't get badly hurt. What I want to see is a good competitive fight, and I think it's got every chance of going long.
We're going to have a great atmosphere in here tonight. It's already been brilliant. Victories, by the way, tonight for Dennis McCann, young heavyweight Moser Tauma, stopped Marius Wach after 2 rounds. Victories for Royston Barney Smith, the son of Nazim Hamed, Adam Hamed, and the brilliant young female boxer Raven Chapman. Let me throw now to our commentary team these 3 musketeers besides me as we wind down to the last few seconds of the 3rd round of the Ryan Garner Archie Sharp WBC International Super Featherweight Championship.
Yeah, and already this has got the makings of a very good fight indeed. Archie Sharp, for me, won the 1st round. 2nd round, Ryan Garner, the heavier puncher, the lad from Southampton, 26 years old. Archie Sharp, undefeated in 25 as against Ryan Garner's 15. He boxed really well in the opening round took it for me, and he was on the receiving end for much of the third round, having lost the second, but then in the closing stages he landed a really sweet shot. But at the end of that round he did pick up a slight cut, so it's absolutely in the balance here. That third round, difficult one to score. Best punch came from Sharp. Best pressure, sustained work, maybe came from Garner.
Yep, not a lot in this contest. Both guys, none of them really stabbed their authority in this one. Garner is with that relentless pressure. Archie Sharp moving around the perimeter of the ring, switching from side to side. Both guys landed hooks simultaneously, and big shots landed. Sharp picked up a little cut. All in the balance here, Duke.
Sharp's, for me, just got his nose in front. All right, we're only going to the fourth round, but I think he just got his nose in front. He keeps switching, and it's just confusing the other guy because he doesn't know which way to go, whether to go to his left or to his right. He's getting caught out. He's getting caught square on.
Alexander Usyk, incidentally, the world heavyweight champion, sitting on the far side of the ring, an interested spectator, and a lot of good names around British boxing are here watching it in person. A lot of interest on this bill, which has delivered in spades so far. Good body shot from Garner, may have been a touch low, gets in with another one. Good defensive work, weaving along the ropes from Archie Sharp, who has never had a slight smile on his face, as though he's congratulating himself when he takes evasive action, and he's making Garner expend an awful lot of energy. Garner may be winning this fourth round, but Sharp is defending and moving so sweetly, beautifully. Good body shot from Sharp.
Yep, no doubt about it that Garner is winning this fourth round. As I say, that Sharp lands a lovely counter right hand, but Garner, the one with a relentless pressure, landed some good body shots. Sharp, for me, fighting the wrong fight at the moment. Spending too much time, Duke, on the ropes, and he's getting caught with those counters.
Yeah, he's got a little nick over his left eye. He keeps switching from left to right. His switch hitting's doing him a lot of favours, actually, because, like I say, Garner doesn't seem to know how to cut him off. Garner's just falling short because he swings shots over the top, but he's not bringing anything up the middle. He needs to switch shots up, uppercuts in.
But Sharp is marking up a little bit worse over that left eye. A couple of right hands from Garner have found the target, and there's a smear of blood right down the cheek of Archie Sharp. And I hope that the cut is not going to be a decisive factor. But Garner, the younger man, is on the front foot, trying to be physically the boss. Sharp grabs him close, and the small Scottish referee Victor Loughran splits them. Right hand from Sharp, whistles through thin air, aims a big left hook as well. Garner, a more compact look about his work, and it's so difficult to choose who's the likely winner of this. Sharp caught again as he backpedals, and the damage to the eye is worsening by the moment. Garner, the 7-4 on favourite to win this one, and if you were just walking in and looking at this now and looking at the two guys, you'd worry very much about Archie Sharp.
Yeah, Sharp's bleeding badly here. That cut is worsening, and that's not good news this early in the contest. Garner really growing in confidence from that. He's landing some big shots, Duke. Both standing there, trading blow for blow. It's a shootout here.
If Sharp could punch, I tell you, he'd have had Garner out of there by now, because he keeps swinging over right hooks, left hooks, uppercuts. He's got a bad cut. That cut's only going to get worse.
Yep, spending too much time talking in the centre of the ring to Garner then. He should have been back on his corner, John, sitting down, because that cut over that left eye is terrible.
Bit of afters there, wasn't it? He was goading Garner, which isn't the wisest thing to do when he's got a horrible gash underneath his left eyebrow, and he's got a little nick above his left eyebrow, so he's got two cuts in there, and there was a clash of heads, and Garner wasn't happy about the way in which Sharp came bulldozing in, and he reckoned that he was the aggressor on that. Referee didn't really want to know about it, and blood was oozing from the damage on the head, and Garner is pretty much unmarked, and Sharp looks in a bit of a mess.
Yep, certainly does, and he's going to have to compose himself here, get back to it, get behind that jab, and do what he does best, Duke, working behind the jab and winging those right hands in.
Well, he's trying to set this other guy up, isn't he? He's trying to walk him onto shots. He keeps winging that left hook, right hook over, keeps switching stances. So, but it looks like he's got another cut now.
He's just sitting in the pocket too long, isn't he? He's allowing Garner to fight his fight.
Yeah, he's sitting there and he's waiting, and it gets a little bit scrappy, a bit untidy.
It's the WBC International Super Featherweight title, our last big fight before the main event. Joyce against Derek Chisora in a packed O2 arena. We can't wait, and this as an aperitif is turning out to be very, very spicy indeed. And Ryan Garner is the man who is looking the better now. He was the 7-4 on favourite to win this fight, and Archie Sharp is having all sorts of trouble with that badly damaged left eye.
Yeah, both guys deciding to roll the dice here in this 5th round, trading blow for blow above us. Garner, that's his sort of fight, that's what he likes. As Sharp puts Garner on the ropes, trying to load up, big right hands over the top, but Duke, I'm not sure that's the right tactics from Sharp. He's fighting the wrong fight here.
He's fighting the wrong fight. He's been drawn in, and the heads are going in, the elbows are going in. Has Garner put his head in quite deliberately there.
Yeah, absolutely. The referee didn't see it, did he?
Didn't see it. He never saw it at all. You know, Sharp's on the back foot. He needs to get his jab going again. Start to try and make it a bit cleaner. It's too messy.
And so the action continues in the 5th round. We're midway through it. Sharp aims to throw a right hand, parried by Garner, who gets in close and clubs Sharp around the head with a couple of right hands, and then a right hand to the body, which looked low to me, but again it was on the blind side of referee Victor Loughran, and there's a bit of head work again from Ryan Garner, the 26-year-old from Southampton, the Piranha tonight in his 16th professional fight. Archie Sharp, sharpshooter, Proces 2015, he's undefeated in 25. Super featherweight title is this, and who's going to emerge victorious? At the moment it's looking mighty close, and Sharp tries to unload with a chopping right hand, fighting out of southpaw stance now, and makes Garner miss. Garner holds on. 30 seconds to go in the 5th round, and there's not too many clear scoring punches going in.
No, getting rough and tough in there now. Both guys rubbing their head in as well. But this is Garner's sort of fight, as I say that. There's a big right hand to the head. Just forces Archie Sharp back on the rope. Sharp covering up, and he looks the one that's uncomfortable in there as Garner rubs that eye, that cut eye, with his left hand lead.
Yeah, the referee really ought to be getting a grip of that. Big right hand from Garner as we move into the last 10 seconds of the 5th round. There's a clinch on the ropes, and Victor Loughran has to split them yet again, and there goes the bell to end it. Once again there's a little bit of afters as Garner says something to Sharp as they go back to the corner. Big question, I guess, who won that round?
It was such a messy round. You'd have to give it to Garner, I think, but he's using every infringement he can. The head, the elbow, the inside of the glove. Every time he gets close to Sharp, something goes awry, and he just lets rip. The referee's not really taking much notice of it.
That's the voice of Duke McKenzie, 3-weight world champion, and our talkSPORT regular Spencer Oliver. What did you make of that round?
Yeah, I agree with Duke that it was rough, it was tough, but Garner, for me, that's his fight, that's where he wants to be. He doesn't want to make this pretty. Archie Sharp is the technical boxer, he's the guy with a boxing IQ. That's why he's 24-0 with 9 KOs. He likes to keep things long, he likes to use his boxing skills. Ryan Garner, who's 14-0 with 8 KOs, loves it rough, he loves it tough. This is his fight at the moment. It's all Archie Sharp that needs to change this around, otherwise it's going to be Garner's fight.
And neither of these men, gents, knows defeat.
Archie Sharp in the centre ring now, taking words from Victor Loughran, as indeed did Ryan Garner. He wants to make sure that this fight remains a clean contest. Body shot from Garner, first scoring shot of the round. Sharp up on his toes, dancing around. He was WBO #1 ranked challenger at one stage, Sharp, but he had promotional difficulties and rather disappeared off the scene. And here comes Garner, right hand and left hand. Sharp shakes his head as much as to say, I'm not hurt, I beg to differ. I think he's in trouble, and Garner's going looking for him. He's swaying this way and that on the rope, Sharp, and Garner's trying to find one big right hand to put him down. Sharp hangs on hangs on, survival instinct, keeping him upright, and shakes his head at Garner, as much as to say, you need to find more than that. But how did he stay upright?
I tell you what, he's in trouble here, Archie Sharp. I tell you that, their eyes bleeding badly, their legs have lost the coordination. Garner has sensed it. This is desperate times here for Archie Sharp and Duke. He wouldn't have been here before. He's never been in this situation.
No, absolutely not. That right hand, that overhand right stopped him in his tracks. And it's Garner now who's on the ascendancy. Everything he's doing is working.
Two of them land simultaneously with body shots. Sharp gritting his teeth, trying to come back, landing a couple of really heavy body shots with the left hook. Archie Sharp still in with a chance, still in there pitching, but at this moment Ryan Garner is looking as though he's the one in the ascendancy, despite the fact that Sharp has him on the ropes, taken by an uppercut as he leaned on. An uppercut from Garner, big right hand from Sharp. What a torrid round this is, with a minute to go in the sixth. They're trying to take each other's heads off.
They're really going for it, these two. I mean, they're winging in punches from the North Pole. They're throwing everything, the kitchen sink, the back room sink, and the tyre. Everything's going in.
And I'll tell you what, Duke, everything's landing. And all
Everything's
both
landing.
guys, where are they finding this from? What a round here. 6th round, 43 seconds to go. Both guys standing toe-to-toe, trading. Archie Sharp's eye bleeding badly from the left, and Garner really going for it here.
We've seen some great boxing tonight. We saw a terrific performance from Dennis McCann earlier on, beating Baluta in the eagerly anticipated rematch, and now this one, which we thought could be the fight of the night, and it's turning out to be something of a bloodbath for Archie Sharp, but he's still in there making it uncomfortable for Garner, who's got a mark of his own around his right eye now, and the referee for the umpteenth time has to split them, and Sharp ends the round in the ascendancy. And again, huge attempted headshots from both men. We're in the last few seconds of the round, and what a round that was. What a round.
Absolutely superb round now. Garner walks back to his corner. He's pleased with himself. He stays standing as a team. Work on him. He's very, very pleased, very happy with himself. When he goes to the opposite corner, Duke, I'm going to ask you this question, mate. Archie Sharp, who's 24-0, 9 KOs, WBA #1 at one point, then seemed to vanish for a little while. Inactivity. Could this play a part here going into the second half of this contest?
Well, it's such a hard fight. Of course, inactivity is going to play a massive part in this. This is fought at such a hard pace. These guys are putting everything into it. They're leaving every ounce of energy in the middle of that ring.
Can I ask you both, when someone draws you into their type of fight, what should his Archie Sharp's corner be telling him right now? Or is it too late in the fight to do that?
Sharp's not boxing the fight that he wants to fight. He's boxing Garner's fight. But
is it
guess
too
what?
late?
No, guess what? Guess what, Gareth? He has to now fight that fight because the cut's bad. He's behind on points. He's got to go down. He's got to show his character. He's got to beat him at his own dogfight.
I'm not sure that the cut is going to last the full distance here. It's looking a mess, and Garner's going looking for him again. I think that Garner is definitely the fresher and certainly has the look of a man who believes he's winning. Tries to wind up the big right hand, and Sharp's up on his toes, dancing around the ring, trying and stay away from those hurtful shots, particularly the right hand, which Garner's targeting on the damaged left eye of Archie Sharp from Sidcup. Sharp, undefeated in 25 fights, using his experience as best he can to survive, as the blood starts to flow down his face again.
So again, every punch in the book is going in. You know, Sharp, he's trying to box, he's trying to get on the back foot and use the jab, but he's just not being allowed to breathe.
Do you know the worry, Duke, is that he's trying to now beat Garner at his own game, and he's not paying off.
Not paying off, Spence, it's not.
Garner was a bad boy in his youth. He had his problems one way or another. He said he was slow growing up, but now he's got real dedication in his approach to the sport, and it's starting to reap dividends, and he looks as though he's got the body language of a potential winner here as he's wrestled to the floor by Sharp. No knockdown, says the referee. Made Garner miss with the right hand, and then his momentum swept him over, along with a little bit of a tug from Sharp, with halfway stage now of the 7th round of 10. and Archie Sharp behind on our cards, but not by a great deal. He could still turn it around. It's not impossible.
It's not impossible. Sharp's actually boxing not too bad in this round. At least he's up on his toes, looking for the opening, trying to pick the jab, making Garner miss, turning him round on the ropes down. But the heads keep going in. I can't understand.
Duke, Garner has to break. Archie Sharp has to break the rhythm of Ryan Garner, because Garner's got some momentum around him at the moment, and he's winning these rounds. Just there, a big left hook, right hand goes in as well. Whatever Archie Sharp's trying to do, it's not quite working. Big right hand from Garner.
He took that one flush, Garner, and there was a big left hand earlier while you were talking there, Spencer, from Archie Sharp, and he couldn't put a dent in Ryan Garner. I tell you, it landed flush. His lack of punch power is not serving him well. It's a torrid encounter for both men, particularly Archie Sharp. Two land with big body shots, and then there's another clinch, and once again the Scottish referee splits them, and you hear his accent shouting break, break. Garner misses with a couple of headshots, and the heads go in close once more, and there's the bell to end the round. And Smith goes back, Sharp goes back to the corner for more attention to the injured eye. Was that another Garner round?
Yeah, absolutely. I think Garner's the one with the momentum at the moment. And listen, it's not pretty, it's not Queensbury boxing in there. This is more like a bar brawl, a street fight, but that's the way that Ryan Garner fights. And guess what? He's drawn Archie Sharp, the technical boxer, into a brawl. And Sharp is struggling to break the rhythm here right now on Ryan Garner.
There was just a chink of light for Archie Sharp in that round. He landed a very heavy shot.
Yeah, and then took three, that was the problem.
Then took three, but I just thought that Garner just took a slight rest after that, and it may have taken something out of him. But for me right now, 3 rounds to go, it's Garner's fight.
Well, on my card, Archie Sharp's got to stop him if he's going to win this, and I can't see that happening at the moment, because Garner, maybe he did feel the weight of that shot, but it certainly didn't massively inconvenience of him. There was no sense of his legs stiffening, his balance wasn't going, and the two of them now are up on their toes. Great conditioning for both fighters, you have to say. This is what the hours of road work and time in the gym is all about. Stamina and endurance in the latter stages of the fight, and we're into the 8th round now of 10.
I tell you what, Dennis the Menace, we saw just boxing winning the European Super Bantamweight title, Dennis McCann, and we saw that against Baluta. What a fight that was. We didn't think we was going to get better than that tonight. Well, guess what, Duke? It's happening, mate.
It's happening right in front of our eyes. We're getting another barnstormer. This is such a good fight. I mean, listen, Sharp's trying to do the right thing. He's trying to box his way through the rounds now, because those cuts are quite bad. He could get stopped on those cuts quite easily.
Well, he's up on his toes, and he's using the full circumference of the ring. Garner trying to cut him off, lands a left hand, thuds into the right side of Sharp's face. Garner misses with another hook, and Sharp now back centre ring, away from the damaging, slashing punches of Ryan Garner. Can Sharp somehow find something to turn this one around? Both feeling the pace and no punches being landed. Now Sharp does land with a left-hand lead. There's a slight smile on the face of Ryan Garner, as much as to say, I've got you, and he traps him in his own corner and lands a right hand, but Sharp showing good footwork to get away, and he's inviting Sharp to come in and try his luck, and Sharp does precisely that and lands a terrific overhand right, but once again he can't move Ryan Garner.
If Archie Sharp's boxing on the back foot, he needs to lead off first with the shots. He's moving too much, but he's allowing Ryan Garner to get off with the shots first. Landed a good right hand there, but then pinned back in the corner right above us again. Smiles at Ryan Garner, but that smile is something, Duke, I think, out of frustration, because it's not going his way tonight.
Well, no, it's not going his way. Obviously, Garner is like a piranha. He's just on him all the time, and he's taking little bites out of him all the time. He's constant pressure. He's quite relentless. He won't take a backward step.
Well, it's anxious times for Archie Sharp, and we're going to go into his corner at the end of this round and find out exactly what they're saying to him there. Good body shot from Sharp, but again, Garner's right in his face, showing that he's the aggressor, that he's the strong man, with less than 30 seconds to go in the 8th round, and Sharp dabs uncomfortably at his wounded left eye. In the corner, fair play, they've done a pretty good job keeping him going in there and staunching the flow of blood from an accident which happened as early as the third round. A couple of clubbing blows from Archie Sharp as Garner ducks low, and you heard the referee say, don't do that. Left hand from Sharp, and that's the final blow of the round. And let's get into that Sharp corner now and hear straight away, and apologies preemptively for any dodgy language you might hear.
Anywhere near you. That's what you feel. Listen to me. That's what you need to do. The thing is that you need to move your feet. Jab, bring one to the left uppercut. Then as it comes again, go over the top. Mix that shot, but you need to do it a bit more arch. Jab, boom, step back, yeah? Bring it to the belly, bring the head. You don't know where it's coming from. But I think you've got his jaw with an uppercut. So keep fighting. Touch, left uppercut. Touch, left over the top, yeah? Mix it. You need to win these last.
How bad do you want it, Arch? How bad do you want it? Don't show us it, come on.
Well, he's got to win everything from now. He's absolutely right with his surmisal of how this fight is going, because Garner racked up round after round in earlier stages. Did he do enough to win that one? I'm not too sure, but we move on now with Sharp knowing that he's got to take the last two rounds, surely, if he's going to win it, Spenny.
Absolutely. Listen, he's got to take the last two rounds just to get the draw on my scorecard, and that's being generous to him as well. A couple of rounds could have gone the other way, but I'm just sort of looking at it going, well, look, at best it could be 5 rounds to 3 in Garner's favour, but Garner's the one with the momentum as he stalks forward, takes centre of the ring. Archie Sharp up on his toes, bouncing around, but not fighting like a fighter, Duke, that looks like he's desperate and needs to win. He's got to start picking the pace up just a little bit here.
Well, listen, I'm not so sure he can. He looks like he's trying to survive to me. He knows how bad those cuts are. He's not winning these rounds. And, you know, Sharp keeps backing up. He needs to try and take a step forward.
He's looking for one bingo punch. He's looking for the big left hand, and there's been nothing really of note thrown so far in this 9th round. Good body shot there from Archie Sharp, aimed to switch the attack to the head, and he's tied up by Garner, and the referee splits him as they lean on the ropes in the Sharp corner. And this contest, which has been enthralling from word go, is getting scrappier in these closing stages, and has Garner done enough early on? He lands 2 solid headshots, and now it's Sharp who ties up Garner.
Yeah, both guys standing centre of the ring, trading blow for blow. Garner maybe coming off the best of that one. Big right hand goes in from Garner as well. Sharp tries the uppercut, gets caught with the right hand. Again, dangerous tactics this from Archie Sharp, but he knows he's got to gamble here, Duke.
Yeah, he's got to gamble. He's behind. He's desperate. He's trying everything. The problem he's got is he's thrown the kitchen sink at this kid, and the other kid keeps coming at him.
Body shot, left hook from Sharp as you were speaking there. Then he aims a right towards the body, and Garner gets in close and holds on, ties him up. Sharp misses with an overhand right. It's getting a bit wild now. Left hand from Sharp, comfortably blocked by Garner. Sharp needs to find a big one, and he does. It almost put Garner down. Big left hand, and just for a moment Garner's knees started to sag. Body shot from Sharp. He needs to finish this round big. He needs to win this round, and he needs to win the last round as well. Good body shot from Archie Sharp, who's really showing battling, fighting resolve here.
Yep, starting to bite down on his gum shield here. Archie Sharp digging his feet into the canvas as well, slamming those body shots in. That's what he needed. This has been another tough round. Sharp having a good last minute or so. Not sure it's enough to take the round, but what a tough ruling contest this is, as both guys trade blow for blow again.
Last 10 seconds now, and is there going to be one final twist in this? Garner misses with a right hand, left to the body from Sharp, and there goes the final bell. The cut to the eye of Archie Sharp played a big part in that. That now the bell goes there to end that 9th round. That maybe was a sharp round, and we go now to the final round. I wonder if we can hear in the Garner corner how they're seeing it. What's Wade Batt saying?
When this round comes into you fucking right, don't slap, be busy with it, on and fucking non-stop.
Like this. That's I know, but I've got it.
Yeah. Switch on. Stay switched on. Don't get in. Don't get complacent. We don't want to do everything. Don't get complacent. Hands up. All the fucking time. Hands up.
Well, apologies for the language, but as ever in a boxing fight, you get some pretty heated emotions. I've got Ryan Garner ahead now to win this fight, even if Archie Sharp won that last round, and I'm not convinced he did. Ryan Garner, I think, is a round away from taking this one.
Yeah, I've got him a couple of rounds up here, and do you know what? I love what he was saying there in the corner. I love the body language, and he's saying, I've got this, I've got this. You know, his momentum's there. He knows he's only a round away from pulling off what many would consider an upset here. Archie Sharp was touted, you know, for a long, long time as a possible world champion, put himself into that position. Well, Ryan Garner is taking the opportunity. Duke, boxing's all about opportunity, mate, and this kid's delivered tonight.
Garner's torn up the script, isn't he? You know, he's had relentless pressure from the first bell to the last bell, and he's used every infringement possible, head, elbow, everything.
Garner comes in now, trying to throw bombs in the closing stages. Coming up to a minute completed in this 10th round. Garner aims a right hand, backpedaling. Sharp makes him miss, tries to throw a left hand counter. He also misses. Two very tired fighters in there now, and they're not getting into range to really land significant punches. Sharp trying to close the gap, but unable to do so, and again there's an untidy clinch. Bit of a disappointment last round so far, Duke.
So far, you know, nobody's landed anything cleanly. Nobody's taken the ascendancy. You know, they're both very tired, obviously, but still putting in everything to every punch if they possibly can.
Sharp putting in some good body shots.
I've got to say, boys, strange tactics by Archie Sharp, because he spent the first minute and a half of this 10th round when we think he's behind, and I'm sure he is, on his back foot, not throwing anything.
Well,
strange tactics.
Yeah, of course, it's down to the judges, isn't it? We see it one way, and it doesn't necessarily mean that the judges see it the same. It might be closer than we reckon. Good body shots there from Sharp. Right hand, left hand, right hand, and not too much coming back from Garner. Good attack that from Archie Sharp, and he wants this. He wants it so desperately. This father of four, he wants the big paydays, and he wants to revive his career, which stalled some 2 or 3 years ago, and he so desperately wants this one. But can he find something now in the final 30 seconds? The two of them flailing away.
Yeah, both guys throwing right hands simultaneously, landing simultaneously, right above us, showing everything, leaving everything in the ring. The crowd loving this one. Both guys desperately tired now. Duke, 15 seconds to go.
They're both going to know they've been in a fight tomorrow morning. They're going to need a hot bath and a lot of Radox, mate, so they're going to be bruised and battered. They've left everything in the ring tonight. Every punch, every ounce of energy they've had.
Up to the final bell now, and there's another maul. The referee splits them, and both men celebrate. Garner's up onto the ropes in the corner, waving to his fans, and similarly Archie Sharp. They both believe that they've won it. Well, on my card, Ryan Garner gets it, but just. Not by a lot. That last round could be significant. Did Archie Sharp win it? Maybe, and that might have narrowed the gap. Joe Duke, how do you see it?
For me, I think Sharp has lost, definitely. I think Garner's the winner. I've got him up 3 rounds.
Yeah, very tough one to score. A couple of them rounds very, very close, but I think Garner's definitely the guy that's won the contest. Whether that's a round, whether that's 2 rounds, you know, subjective scoring is going to come into play here. But Garner for me has done enough there. He's took the opportunity with both hands. Sharp started to favour him, but for me, Garner showed what it takes.
Well, in my opinion, and I've enjoyed your commentary thoroughly on that fight, you described it with absolute aplomb. Not you, Spencer, I meant the other two. No, but 6-4 to Garner for me, no question whatsoever. And I loved his advice from the cornerman coming out of that last round. Go out there and win it convincingly, and I think he did. His tactics of swarming Archie Sharp paid off throughout the fight, and as you both said, or 2 former boxers said, once Archie was cut, it was very difficult for him to change the pattern of the fight. And he really did all the way through 10 rounds.
Good fight though, really good fight.
Terrific.
Ryan Garner came across and touched hands with Carl Frampton, commentating at ringside for television, and I think Carl saying that as far as he was concerned, he thought that he'd won it as well. I've not got it by a lot, but I do think Garner has just done enough to get the nod, and in a moment or two Thomas Treiber is going to give the all-important assessment. Here we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 10 rounds of boxing, we go to the judges' scorecards. Judge Kevin Parker scores it 98-92. And both judges, Kieran McCann and Massimo Baderovecchio, are in agreement. They both score it the same, 97-93, all in favor of your winner by unanimous decision, and still WBC International Super Featherweight Champion, Ryan the Piranha Garner.
So, come back, William Hill reads. They want you to come around. Yeah, ready. Good. Then we just build up to minutes. They're not very long because 10:36. We're meant to be out of here at the arena. All good. I'm Gareth Davis, welcome back to the O2 Arena in London, Docklands. We have our denouement now, our finale, as Derek Chisora and Joe Joyce prepare for war to walk to the ring, two cult heavyweight figures. But first of all, let's get the latest odds ahead of it with William Hill.
Joining us now to give us the latest odds is William Hill's Lee Phelps. Lee, what have you got for us? Well, that was a look at the latest odds in partnership with William Hill. Top price guarantee this weekend. Comparison with selected competitors and excludes enhanced prices. Further restrictions, terms and conditions apply. 18 plus. BeGambleAware.org. We are having a slight... So we are having a slight pause here, a little bit of music. Ryan Garner, the winner in that last fight, had his moment taking pictures with Alexander Usyk, who's being interviewed on the other side of the ring with his manager or promoter, Alex Krasiuk. The lights are going to go down in a minute, but the lights maybe go down on the career of one of these two heavyweights when they walk to the ring tonight, depending on what happens in there. Derek Chisora, 40 years old, 48th fight. He's fought a who's who of heavyweights from this era. 3 times against Tyson Fury, once against Alexander Usyk. There's so much for him at stake tonight, but maybe more for Joe Joyce. And you know what? Here's a little bit of magic with you, because Spencer Oliver, the Omen, has found Dynamo the Magician. Take it away, Magic Men.
Boys, I have got a little bit of magic here, and that is Dynamo, and he's here at ringside for the big fight tonight. Derek Chisora versus Joe Joyce. Dynamo, you love your boxing?
Yeah, man, love it, love it. This is exciting as well.
Listen, it's been a fantastic show, hasn't it?
Yeah, mate, that last fight was phenomenal. Like, I mean, they literally, Warriors just went right to the end. I mean,
Dennis McCann winning that European title against Baluta, you didn't think that could go any better. Then that one there, Archie Sharp, was an incredible fight as well. What can we expect from Joyce and Chisora? Boy, they're going to go toe-to-toe, right?
Yeah, I mean, you know what? Whenever Derek's fighting, you know it's going to be a good battle. Like,
who are you picking?
I really want Derek to win. You know, like, the guy's a warrior and he needs his flowers, you know what I mean? He needs to, like, you know, Joyce is, you know, Joyce's quality as well, so it could go either way, but I'm really rooting for Derek on this one.
Well, listen, I know that you know Derek and I know you're rooting for him. It's going to be a tough night for him tonight against Joe Joyce, but hey, we can hear it now, Sweet Caroline, so that means the boys will be coming out soon. Dynamo, we got any magic?
Listen, let's get ready to rumble.
Let's get ready to rumble. Well, there you go, boys. Back over to you.
Gensire, thank you, Spencer. Thank you, Dynamo. As I said, it's that song, isn't it? Neil Diamond, a 50-year-old song. Who'd ever thought it would be the song to greet the great heavyweights? Let's just have a listen. What an atmosphere here tonight. John Duke, it will seem like good times tonight if Joe Joyce can get back in the win column, get the optics right. He's 39 in September, Derek's 40 already. He's a big favourite, as we heard there on the William Hill odds. It's his fight to lose tonight, in my view.
Yeah, it is. You're right, absolutely it is. It's all set up for Joe Joyce to kind of reinvent himself as a genuine threat at world level, having been humiliated by Zhang twice. There are fights out there for him, as we've said earlier. There are a number of big fights potentially if he comes through this, but he can't just come through and scrabble his way through. He's got to come through this and look good. If Derek Chisora embarrasses him and makes him look less than a world-class fighter, then, you know, I mean, Derek's already said this and maybe 2 more, then I'm finished. If he embarrasses Joyce tonight, it could be that Joe also says enough's enough.
Quite possibly, John. That's a really good analogy. I can't see this fight going any other way than being a barnstormer. Yeah. And I really believe Chisora's going to say to himself, tonight's my last fight. Forget the next 2 fights. He's not looking at any. He's not looking past tonight at all. I think tonight he said to himself, this is my last shot.
Joe Joyce, how much has he got left? That's the big question. Yeah, has he been to the cash register with his chin too many times? Are there still wads and wads of money in there? Well, can he sustain something big? Because you know what, let's be honest, a year and a half ago we were fantasising about him fighting Deontay Wilder, Joseph Parker again, Tyson Fury, these huge fights, Alexander Usyk, who he fought in the amateurs.
All this stuff about bomb-proof chins, which he had, is, to put it mildly, against big punching heavyweights, an incredibly high-risk strategy. And you know, it's an old cliche of the sport, particularly in the heavyweight division. It only takes one. You can have a sort of a nuclear bunker of a chin, like something like Oliver McCall going back. You know, there are fighters who seem impossible to move, and it looked as though Joyce was one of them, but ultimately he was found to be fallible.
Spencer, I'm going to bring you in because you've seen Derek Chisora from a troublesome teenager through the good and the bad times to becoming what he is now, which is a cult figure. The phones are all out right now. This may be his last walk to the ring. Alexander Usyk is being talked to by TNT, talking up to the guy that gave him a torrid 8 rounds in the fight they had. Obviously Usyk beat him and is now the undisputed champion, but it's a celebration of Derek in some ways tonight as well, isn't it?
Absolutely. Listen, Derek said that himself. It's the 10th time he's boxed here at the O2. He's got some memorable nights, some memorable victories. He's had some losses as well, but he said more important, he said this is the home of boxing for me, and this is an emotional way out because I know this is the last fight I'm ever going to have in this arena. Derek's going to struggle with life after boxing, I think. You know, he's talked about reaching 50 fights. This is his 48th, but he's going to have to perform here, and he's going to have to raise his game and find something that we haven't seen from Derek for many, many years to turn Joe Joyce over. It's a difficult night. Interestingly, Alexander Usyk, who we've just seen on our screens and sitting right opposite us, said that the hardest puncher he's been in with any heavyweight is Derek Chisora.
I think he's just being good to Derek.
Listen,
there, in my view.
I know they're mates and I know they're in the dressing room, but if what he's saying is true and he wings one of those over, he may just roll back.
You can't write him off. You can't write Derek off.
You certainly can't.
Well, listen, write him off at your own peril. I think tonight he's going to put in a performance of a lifetime. Listen, win, lose or draw, we know we're going to get the heat.
To the ring, our main event participants. First, here is Joe the Juggernaut Joyce.
And I tell you what, Gareth, that's interesting.
It is.
Joyce coming in first, so the hero's welcome is being reserved for Derek Chisora.
I really like that. I really like the fact they're making it special for Derek tonight, but I also think it speaks of the confidence of Joe Joyce. Later on, Spencer, we get interviews with them. Let's find out if they flipped a coin, because there's no title on the line, and you'd have thought the A side was actually Joe Joyce.
You would have thought that, but Joe Joyce is the easier character. Sorry, John. Joe Joyce is the easier character of the two, and he'll just go, you know what, whatever. Derek Chisora will do anything he can to upset the apple cart, whether that's the music, whether it's the ring walk, whatever it is. Derek Chisora is that sort of character.
Well, here comes Joe anyway, making his way through the packed crowd, coming down towards ringside. This huge 6'6" figure in a white and gold robe. He steps up now, steps onto the ring apron, and through the ropes he goes.
I spoke to him with his mother yesterday evening. He came down and had a pineapple juice and a bit of dinner at the Intercontinental Hotel next door. He is so up for this, and he says Chisora's not got under his skin once in the build-up.
Well, looks fantastic, doesn't it? As he circles the ring above us, big white robe, covered in gold. Yeah, he looks, honestly, he looks fantastic.
And now let's welcome to the ring, Derek War Chisora!
Well, this speaks of what his life is like. You can never get away. And he can't ever get away from boxing. And he spoke to us on the podcast this week about it, that for Derek, boxing's in his blood. It's sustained him. It's been his saviour. And he said, I'll never be able to walk away from the sport.
As the song says, you can never leave.
Exactly.
Yep, an emotional night and an emotional ring walk now for Del Boy Chisora as he just enters the arena. Black cap on, War Chisora written all over it with the big black robe and that famous face mask of the Union Jack across his face. Gareth, I'm going to tell you, mate, I know, because I know Derek personally, how hard this ring walk's going to be for him and how emotional it's going to be, because this is his favourite arena. This is where he's, you know, he's at some
where he
great
became
fights.
a cult figure.
Absolutely.
He should milk it. He's been milking it here for a long time. It's a perfect anthem to send him off with. As John indicated, you might try and walk away, but it's always there and it's always in you, and it'll never ever, I don't think he'll ever be away from boxing in whatever capacity. Look at the reception. There's everybody standing here tonight. Huge roar from the crowd as he walks in. He's just arriving towards the left of us here. Joe Joyce bouncing and staying moving in the ring, waiting for him to enter the ring. Derek, very funeral procession speed, really. Hey?
It's beautiful, really is.
It is.
It's a memorable moment, this. Derek Chisora's done this ring walk 9 times before in the O2. This is the 10th time as he stands just meters away from us, walks up the steps and just looks round to the crowd, waves at the crowd, and listen to the cheer, listen to the atmosphere here. Del Boy fans in the house tonight.
Yeah, in a black sequined robe. He came in pink last time, didn't he, with his daughters? They're not here tonight. His team moving past us. Russ Ambo's cut man, about to do work, and hopefully he won't get cut tonight. The London Shoot Fighters team in there with him. They've got his strength and conditioning up for this. We are waiting for a dramatic fight. They'll both bring war. Chisora walking and parading with his right black glove up high in the air past Joe Joyce. Looking very elegant, I must say, tonight. And very composed.
He certainly does. Looks relaxed, enjoying the moment, isn't he? And he said that he was going to enjoy it. It's a big, big moment in his career. He recognises now it is the twilight of his career, and let's see what he can deliver.
And there you go. I'll leave the people here making the noise for Derek before we throw the fight. Well, I just got Derek's hat, by the way. He lobbed it out of the ring, and I'm going to put it on in honour of Derek.
Now, be impartial, let's not go too far.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for our featured bout. It is scheduled for 10 rounds in the heavyweight division. Brought to you by Frank Warren on behalf of Queensberry Promotions, along with their great sponsors, 32 Red and Unibet. It is sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control, steward in charge Ben Harmsworth, timekeeper Brett Bowles. Our 3 judges assigned, scoring on a 10-point must system, will be Mark Bates of England, Victor Laughlin of Scotland, and Kieran McCann of England. Our referee in charge, third man in the ring, will be Kevin Parker of England. And now, boxing fans joining us live on TNT Sports, and boxing fans here in London, England, the time has arrived for our main event of the evening. Introducing to you first, Fighting tonight out of the red corner, he comes to the ring wearing white with gold and weighed in officially at 20 stone 1 pound. Coming to us from Putney, London, England, he was an Olympic silver medalist and now is a professional, has a record consisting of 16 wins, 2 defeats, with 15 of his 16 wins coming by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, here is the former British, European, and WBO interim heavyweight world champion, Joe the Juggernaut Joyce. And his opponent across the ring in this main event, fighting tonight out of the blue corner. He comes to the ring wearing black trunks and weighed in officially at 18 stone 4 pounds. Hailing from Finchley, London, England, he has a professional record of 34 wins, 13 defeats, with 23 of his 34 wins coming by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the former 2-time world title challenger, Derek War Chisora!
So it is time for our denouement, the finale. Referee pulls the two big men together. Massive night for both of them.
We've already been
so
through the
much
final
for
instructions
Joe
in the
Joyce to
dressing room.
lose.
You know what, I expect a clean fight. Remember to obey my
So much for
commands
Joe
all the time
Joyce to
for the
lose.
ball.
Derek
Protect
Chisora, it
yourself.
feels like a send-off, a final farewell. Over to our commentary team, John Rawling, Duke McKenzie and Spencer Oliver.
Thank you very much, Gareth. This is the big one, and I tell you what, for a 10-rounder with no title at stake, there is some atmosphere here tonight. People are standing up before the action begins, and now we're away. 10 rounds, and who's going to land the first telling blows? It's Joyce who leans on, trying to make a little bit of advantage from that 2-stone weight advantage he has. Right hand to the body from Chisora, ploughing forward. Frazier-esque, that's been his style, that's what he tries to do. And he's looking for the big right hand already, but the juggernaut, the huge figure of Joe Joyce, walks him back onto the ropes on the far side of the ring, then misses with a chopping right hand. Chisora aims to throw a left to the body. Again, the juggernaut leans on and pushes Chisora back. He lands a clubbing right hand, but there's been no real clear power shot so far.
Yeah, you can already see that this is going to be a physical battle, can't you? Derek Chisora said he's bringing the war, he's going to leave it all in the ring on this emotional night for him, and that's Duke. Looks exactly like what he wants to do. No feeling out process here.
Well, we knew there'd be no feeling out process. None of these guys are boxers per se. They're just sluggers, aren't they? And that's exactly what they're doing. They're in the middle of the ring and they're just slugging it out. It's the first one to land. Nobody's landed a headshot just yet. They're dancing around, they're holding on and claiming one another. It's quite scrappy.
Body shot from Chisora. Aims to throw another one. 2 more go through. Nothing back from Joyce of any significance. And Chisora lands a little clubbing right hand into the left-hand side of Joyce's head. And another one. Joyce pushes Chisora back into the corner, and referee Kevin Parker splits them. Just over a minute and a quarter to go in this opening round of this 10-rounder here. And it is a fascinating sort of fight. A couple of jabs from Chisora, nothing again from Joyce. There was a left hand in there, but no great power in it. And Chisora maybe just outworking Joyce in this opening round.
Yeah, agree with that. He is outworking him, like you say. There's no boxing finesse with this one, but we never expected that. Chisora trying to push forward. Joe Joyce trying to maul him, trying to make it rough. Chisora just misses with a wild 1-2. Joyce trying to hold centre of the ring, clubs with a right hand of his own. 2 big shots from Chisora.
There's the right hand over the top from Chisora. That's his danger punch, and followed up with a left hand. and neither of them were slipped by Joe Joyce, and he always catches him with another big right hand, Chisora. And this has been a really good opening round for the veteran, and he's going looking for Joyce. He senses that Joyce is not fancying it to go toe-to-toe.
He's hurt, Derek's hurt there, his legs went there, he got clipped on the top of the head, left hook done it, and he's in trouble here, Derek Chisora.
Only a few seconds to go in this opening round though, and Chisora comes through and lands a big swinging left hand and a right hand, and the two exchange glances, stares you might say, and that's a Chisora round, definitely.
Yeah, Chisora's won the round, but he was hurt right at the end of the round. Joe Joyce clubbed him with a shot, his legs stiffened, and fortunately for him, he fell on top or fell into Joe Joyce's arms. Joe Joyce has got to get behind his jab if he wants to have any success. He hasn't used the jab hardly at all. He's just standing in front of Chisora. One swings, the other one swings. It's been a little bit of a seesaw like that.
Duke, I'm going to be honest, mate, I'm not sure if Joe Joyce knows what a jab is. That's not his style. He comes forward, he just likes to have a brawl. He looks to club with the right hands, club with the left hooks, and he landed that left hook at the end of the round. Worrying times there for Derek, because he done the old Elvis dance, didn't he? He done the old break dance. There, the legs went a little bit.
There it is, there's the shot.
We watch again on the replays, and he was caught as he came in by a left hand which landed flush on the right hand side of Chisora's head. We go on now into the second round. Is Joyce going to be able to build on it? And straight away he lands that chopping right hand, which is his danger shot. That's his real power shot, and Chisora has to give a little bit of ground. He's backing away, and Joyce has found the target, and he's looking to repeat that power shot.
Yeah, Joyce starting to fancy this. There's more momentum about the start of this round from Joyce. Derek on the ropes, wings a body shot in, left hook over the top as well, butts in the side of the head of Joe Joyce, who comes back at him as well. The action heating up here, the crowd liking it. Two big shots again from Joyce there.
Both of them landing heavy shots. So it's a left hook from Chisora, which was not exactly a tickling punch either. Left to the body from Chisora, but he's walking him down, Joyce. Real mean look on his face, looking to find that big right hand again. Big swinging punch to the head from Chisora. That was a glancing blow, and then a right hook to the body. And Chisora is pushed back by the huge figure of Joyce. Referee splits them.
Chisora puts everything into every punch. He really does. He grits his teeth and he swings those shots in, hoping desperately to catch one. One catches cleanly on Joe Joyce.
Yeah, that's all he's got to do, Duke. He's land one of those big shots, and that is his hope. I think he recognises where he's positioned in this contest. That's why he said he's going to tear up the script and he's going to give it a go out on his shield. And that's exactly what he's doing here, Derek. He's having a good round.
3-4 thudding body shots from Derek Chisora. And not a lot from Joyce, in all honesty, in this round so far, but there's still time to go, just over a minute, and Chisora is dominating the exchanges again, but now Joyce starts to find his range a little bit, looking for the right hand, poised, couple of jabs, half-hearted sort of things from Joyce, big right hand from Chisora, back at Joyce, and another one. Joyce has to give ground, and you can sense the crowd absolutely willing Chisora to find some huge punch here.
Sorry, Spence, but listen, if Chisora pulls this off, the crowd are going to lose their mind.
Two big headshots again from Chisora, and forward comes Joyce, leaning on, but Chisora got the better of those exchanges. 30 seconds to go in the second, and Chisora lands another right hand over the top. Joyce trying to use his physical bulk to intimidate Chisora, but Chisora said beforehand, you'd better believe it, I'm not afraid of you, and he's certainly not fought like a man afraid. The two of them land simultaneously, left hands, and Chisora took the opening round for me, and he's taking this second one as well. Just sheer work rate from Derek Chisora.
There is not the word defence in either man's dictionary, eh? Because we are seeing, we thought we'd get this. I'm a little bit concerned about Joe Joyce more than I am Derek Chisora, because he's not doing any work that allows him to use the space.
Yeah, but
and he's fighting Derek's fights.
This is where it is, though. See, Joe Joyce is not in fifth gear at the moment. Derek Chisora
Slow
is.
starter.
Derek Chisora's giving it everything, throwing everything, kitchen sink, tyre, car, whatever you want to say. He's giving it everything. Joe Joyce is just warming into this. That's the worry for me, Duke, with Derek now in his performance.
That's exactly how I'm reading it. Chisora's putting everything into every punch, looking for that haymaker, looking to get Joyce out of there as quickly as he can. And Joe Joyce is just warming up. He's stopping these shots, shoring up, and he's taking them all flush.
We're going to the third round. Well, I said that I thought Chisora had to gamble early stages and go looking for the knockout, and that's precisely what he's doing. First scoring shot of the third round was a left hook to the head from Chisora. Now forward comes Joyce, misses with a left jab and an attempted right hook.
Yep, Derek Chisora rolling now, crisscross arms like Joe Frazier used to do many years ago, trying to roll under the shots, coming back with a big left hooks over the top. This is already becoming very, very physical. Derek Chisora's having his successes in there at the moment, but you just feel that Joe Joyce has not got going yet.
Is Chisora going to be able to sustain the tremendous pace at which he started in the first couple of rounds? No punches landing as I speak. Both of them falling short of the mark with jabs. Chisora does get through now, doubling up, and the right hook to the body. Attempted right-hand counter from Joyce, but it's two solid shots from Chisora. Now Joyce leans on. Chisora's starting to blow a bit, and we're only in the third round. Remember, this is a 10-rounder. Couple of body shots from Chisora, who's walking forward, marching forward. He knows really no other way. He'll just slug away as long as he's still able to do so. He promised to give everything, and that is what he's doing.
Absolutely, he's giving it everything. I said it's an emotional week, emotional night for Derek Chisora, and he's fighting like it's an emotional time as well. He's fighting, giving it absolutely everything. He needs to start getting more success, because you just feel that Joe is going to start coming into it, as he just lent him over the ropes there. Joe Joyce raising his eyebrows at me, looking at me, so he have to say, I'm all right in here, I feel comfortable, Duke.
Yeah, you know, listen, they both look tired, strangely enough. They both look really tired because they're both leaning on quite profusely. Joe Joyce needs to get behind his jab, put a little bit of distance between him and Chisora, who looks on unsteady legs when he swings and shots over. Joe Joyce needs to steady him with that jab before he puts his right hand over.
The difference, Duke, is that I think that Joe Joyce is leaning on him purposely, physically tiring him out. Oh, big uppercut there from Joe Joyce.
Good right hand from Joyce after Chisora had missed with that trademark overhand right, and Chisora takes it well. He's got a bit of marking around his right eye, Derek Chisora. Not sure how that's happened, obviously from punches rather than head clashes, and Joyce doing better in the closing stages of this third round. Picks out Chisora with a jab and then a right hand. Chisora stifled as he tries to throw a couple of big hooks as we move into the last 10 seconds of the third round. And if Chisora took the first two rounds, good left hand from Joyce, that Chisora takes it well. If he took the first two rounds, Joyce taking that third, and he lands a big left hand right on the bell. And we'll go now into the Derek Chisora corner and hear what they're making of it today.
Big deep breath in through your nose, out through your mouth.
You got him already. He's find his body, then come up, okay? Or find his body with the jab, and then come up with the overhand. On the inside, you're doing very well. Do me a favour. Don't go to the head first. Go to the body first on the inside, then go back to the head, right? On the clinch. Yeah. Okay, good. Sorry, any more, okay? Come on, girl. Huh? Fuck it. Derek, you look great. Do me a favour. Get back on your jab. Go to the body. All this guy's doing is trying to hit you with a choppy right hook. Get a roll on. Get a roll on.
Chisora's starting to blow a bit hard, though. And he lost that third round. On my card, I thought the more meaningful punches were particularly those uppercuts from Joe Joyce. And can Chisora now get back into this fight and following the orders and the advice of his corner, throwing the jab. You know, for a moment there he switch hit and led off behind the right-hand lead.
He certainly did. You know, Derek's giving it everything here, but there's a laboured look now about Derek's work. He's starting to look tired, and as you said, guys, I think Joe Joyce landed a big left hook, right-handed. Derek's legs looks unsteady there.
He came back and threw a left hand of his own, but Joyce again walks him down, leans on and pushes him back onto the ropes in the neutral corner. And now Chisora goes forward, tries to throw a left jab, blocked by Joyce, who lands a couple of clubbing blows to the midriff of Chisora. And Chisora not so far able to find the target with those big head shots that he was landing with earlier on. Does get him with a right to the body, short with a left hand lead to the body, tried to jump. Now he gets a hook to the head of Joyce. Oohs and ahs from the crowd, but Joyce comes back with a good solid chopping right hand of his own. And Chisora comes forward, landing two more bulldozing shots to the body and another one. Chisora comes back with one of his own, and he switches the attack to the head and lands a good left hand.
You know what? We can't write Chisora off. That's what I said. A big right hand again there. You hear the oohs from the crowd. Big left hook as well. He's having success here, Derek. Another left hook goes in and right hand. And Joe, for the first time, looks unsteady.
Doesn't he just? You know what? Chisora's actually boxing to orders. The coach said to him, go to the body first and then switch the attack to the head. And it's working a treat. He's hitting the body and then he's going up to the head, and that's why he's having success. But you know, everything that Del Boy's doing is out of desperation. He's putting everything into every punch.
Lands two good headshots, right hook, left hook, and then a straight right hand. Nothing of significance back from Joyce, who's finding it difficult to get the space to land his shots. Chisora's right on his chest and cramping the big man's style. Now he's got a bit of space. Lands a left to the body. Chisora studying his every move intently. Joyce trying to line him up for the right hand. Chisora leaps in with a left hook and misses the target.
Yeah, 40 seconds left of this fourth round, and it's been a good Derek Chisora round, working well to the body, switching the attacks to the head, where he's been getting success. And Joe Joyce is the one that's looking a little unsteady in this fourth round. Good confidence builder for Derek here, Duke.
It's Chisora's round by a country mile. Everything he's done in this round has seemed to have worked. It's been sloppy, it's been untidy, sure, but it's working. Going to the body and going to the head, rolling in, rolling out.
Chisora has to carry on, and somehow Joyce has to believe as he takes another right hand and another one. Good work from Chisora in the closing seconds of the round. And if you're just joining us on talkSPORT, believe this: 4 rounds gone, and on our card, Derek Chisora leads by 3 rounds to 1.
How many times have we seen Derek Chisora come out and fight like a zombie who will not go away unless he's nailed to canvas? That was an incredible round by him, and you suddenly saw etched on the face of Joe Joyce doubt. They planted doubt in Joe Joyce that round.
Totally agree. That's why this arena is packed like it is, because with Derek, you know what you're going to get. You're going to get a tear-up. You know, it might not be the best boxing you've ever seen, but it's a brawl, and Duke, that's what people pay to see their money for. Joe Joyce is coming off second best right now, but looks the fresher of the two, I must say that.
He looks the fresher of the two, absolutely. You know, but you got to give credit to Chisora, because this guy's going out on his shield. I don't know how much he's got left in the tank, but let's just hope he can keep doing what he's doing.
We go now into the 5th round of this 10-rounder here at the O2 Arena. Joe Joyce against Derek Chisora, and Chisora is leading the fight. Yes, he is, most definitely. And the further this goes with this scenario, the more you have to ask, how much did those 2 defeats against Zhang take out of Joe Joyce? He's walking Chisora down now, trying to give space for the big chopping right hand, but he's not throwing any sort of lead as he comes in, just pawing with jabs and nothing of any power or significance. Now he does get through, but no power in it again, and Chisora gets right into his chest, holds on and cramps his space.
Yep, Joe Joyce just using his physical advantages to push Derek Chisora back, but with no real effect. No shots really being thrown there, just light shots. And quite a round here, actually, as we go into 1 minute gone of this 5th round. Neither guy really put their foot on the gas. And as I say that, Chisora lands a big left hook, Joyce comes back.
The oohs and ahs from the crowd straight away as he landed that on the side of the head of big Joe Joyce, who's trying to return with interest, but he can't just find the clear shot. A couple of body shots from Chisora, then he tries to throw a right hand over the top, and this time it's Joyce who wants to hold on and stifle and cramp Chisora's style. Midway stage now of this 5th round.
There's the uppercut that hurt Chisora. Joe Joyce caught him with a sweeping uppercut there. He's got him rolling in and rolling out, but there he goes again with that overhand right. You can't miss Joyce with that shot.
No, he can't. And if he had, well, Usyk may say he was the biggest puncher you've ever faced. That might have been a pal's description. If Chisora really had a big punch, Joyce would be in big trouble. Another left hand gets through. He jabs twice and beats Joyce to the punch. Joyce comes back with a right hand to the body. Less than a minute to go in this 5th round. We've got Joyce trailing by 3 rounds to 1 at this stage, but he might be edging this one. But there's a right hand from Chisora. Counter, and another good shot this time. Good work from Chisora, and the left hook, and the crowd roaring him on. Joyce comes forward and leans on, trying to sap the energy of Chisora, who lands another big right hand, and another one. All taken well by Joyce, but that chin is being tested big time. Big left hand from Chisora, and this is a great little spell there from the veteran, from the 40-year-old Londoner, Derek Chisora.
Yeah, this really come alive now. Big right hand again from Chisora. Both guys trading blow for blow, defence nothing coming back. Derek biting down his gum shield. Joe working so hard. Just coming to the end of the 5th round. Joyce's legs to see to go.
Well, Joe Joyce was under huge pressure there, and he threw a punch after the bell and gets stern words from the referee, and now he sits down in his corner, and this is the advice he's getting, because he might have lost another round. The referee giving him a good old-fashioned riot act. That was for the punch which he landed late.
Well, absolutely right, because Alex Dimitriades, who's in the corner there, the trainer of Derek Chisora, went screaming across the ring, and you can't do that between rounds.
Okay, you're right, man. Go and get these motherfuckers.
Are you all right, is the question for Joe Joyce. No, he ain't.
No, he's certainly not all right. He needs to up his game again. I think he's done enough maybe to take the round there, but Derek done everything at that Duke.
That was Chisora's round. Might have just put every
Chisora won it.
Yeah, I think Chisora won that round. Right. I think that he put everything into that round. I don't know how much he's got left. Look, he doesn't look that great on his feet, does he? Chisora. I don't know what the hold up here is.
I know what it is. It's the referee having very stern words with Joyce's corner, saying, look, I'm in charge here, you don't get into the ring, and he doesn't throw punches after the bell goes to end the round. And he's having a word with the Chisora corner as well, and now it's direct words from the referee to Joe Joyce, saying, come on, this is a boxing match, let's keep it clean. On our card though, Chisora is now 4 rounds to 1 up after 5 rounds.
Yep, Chisora running away with this at the moment. There's been a big effort from Derek, and Joe needs to turn it around, and he does with some big combinations. And Derek Chisora on unsteady legs. He was
put on his heels by a big left hand, and now Chisora's got him on the ropes, and he's trying to finish it. And this is the legendary survival skills now of Derek Chisora, and he took that, and Joyce was trying to throw everything at him, and has he now thrown so much at him that he's going to have to take a break? It
may have punched himself out. Joe Joyce put a lot into that onslaught, but he had Chisora at 6s and 7s. He's all over the shop. His legs aren't steady at all. Chisora's legs aren't steady at all. He's trying to backtrack now. He's trying to buy time.
6th round this is, and Joyce is looking stronger now, and you sense that if he gets another couple of big headshots, then it could be going his way. There's a left hand from Chisora, and another one. The crowd are trying to really rouse Chisora here.
Yeah, he's fighting on instinct at the moment in there, Derek Chisora. The jab just seems to take the legs away from him, but where's he finding it from? He said he was going to leave it in there, and that's exactly what he's doing, winning this contest comfortably at the moment, but you just sense there's a few more twists and turns.
And he's certainly not winning this round. He's under real pressure here, and the biggest attack of the round came from Joyce. He's put on the front foot now. Chisora trying to throw in headshots, picked off by a jab from Joyce, who looks for an uppercut, takes a left hook and a right to the body. Good response from Chisora as Joyce leans on, and Chisora has words of admonishment from the referee. Joyce again leaning on, trying to find something special.
He's trying so desperately hard, Chisora, wiping the sweat out of his eyes. He's not quite sure. I don't think where he is at the moment. There's the overhand right again.
He's fighting, as you said, several times on instinct here, Chisora. He's showing what a warrior he is. Older, more battle-scarred, but still trying to take the fight to Joyce, who might be winning this round, though.
Yeah, this is a good round for Joe Joyce. 25 seconds left on the clock in round 6, and it was a round Joe Joyce needed, by the way, but there's a really tired look now about Derek Chisora, and he lands a massive overhand right and another one. Joe takes it well, but Derek now throwing everything.
He is absolutely going for it big time, and I can tell you that on the far side of the ring, Alexander Usyk is living every moment with the two of them. He's absolutely on the edge of his seat, enjoying all the punches that are going in, as I hope you are at home. Another dramatic round ends. Early stages dominated by Joyce, but then extraordinary drive and will to win from Chisora. Somehow find the resolve to come battling back, but for me that's a Joyce round.
Yeah, and it's maybe, as we're seeing it here, it's maybe 4 rounds to 2 to Derek Chisora at the moment. It could be 3-all as well, by the way. It's a very close fight. We never thought these two guys, the way they fight, as we say, defence has gone out the window. It's a gruelling contest, absolutely gruelling. Will it go the 10 rounds?
That's the $1 million question, isn't it? Will it go to 10 rounds? But listen, Derek's been there, seen it, done it. He's been in this position before, but I'm looking at him now on our monitors in the corner. Swollen right eye.
That's a mess.
He's feeling the pace here. Joe Joyce, the juggernaut, will take it to him for these last 4 rounds.
Nothing wrong with Joyce's chin either tonight.
No, that's true. As we go into the 7th round, forward comes Chisora straight away, winging in attempted big hooks. He knows that he's in with a real chance of winning this fight. Never mind about going well and going out on his shield as a brave loser. He still believes he can win this. On a my card, he's still 4-2 up, Duke.
Yeah, I mean, Chisora's definitely winning the fight, I think. He scored the cleaner punches. Listen, it hasn't been pretty, it hasn't been tidy, but we never expected that, which is expecting what we're getting.
And now Joyce takes another left hand and another one. Oohs and ahs from the crowd, but between those two shots there were 3 or 4 from Joyce, who's just outworking Chisora at this stage in the 7th round. Is he going to show, as the finishing line approaches, that he's the fitter man with the greater endurance? I wonder. Willpower is going to play a big part.
Well, I think the fresher man's going to play a big part in this as well, John. You know, Derek has had that long, hard career. Joe Joyce, although he's only a couple of years younger, has not had the career that Derek's had, and that may play its course in the last 4 rounds here. Derek trying again, pushing forward, both guys trading blow for blow, centre of the ring. Joe lands a good left hook, comes through the right hand as well. Derek stands in front of him.
When you think how many extraordinary, gruelling fights Derek Chisora has had over the years in a career which started 17 years ago, takes a right hand, big uppercut from Joyce, and he felt that one, and he sinks back onto the ropes, but bravely comes forward, trying to wing another couple of hooks in. But when you look at how many hard fights he's had over the years, those who talk about the damage that boxing can inflict will look at this and think, should he really be in there? But one thing you cannot question is the man's desire, will to win, and pride. And here he comes again with more big body shots and an overhand right and a left hook.
Look at Chisora's face, John.
On the front foot.
Look at Chisora's face. Look at his face, the determination on his face. He's biting on that gum shield, John. There's not a lot left in the tank. He's biting on that gum shield and he's saying, you know what, I'm putting everything into every shot, I might just get lucky.
Duke, that's what he does though, that's what we've seen him do time and time again. You just think, when it's down and you think he's out, the guy just finds something from somewhere. That's not...
Oh, great right hand.
Fighters.
Huge overhand right from Chisora, but Joyce takes it wonderfully well and comes forward trying to pile the pressure on himself with a big right hand, 2 clubbing rights into the side of Chisora's head. And the last few seconds, Chisora bobbing and weaving, lands a left hook and a big right hand off the rope. What an effort from Chisora. Joyce may have taken the round, I'm really not sure, but a huge effort from Chisora. The crowd are on their feet, applauding and cheering, and we'll go into the Chisora corner now to hear what he's being told.
Take that shit out. Now listen to me. Every time you start the body you win, yes? Every time you start the body you win, you understand? Wake up, yes? I want this round you win the fight. Don't be on the fucking road. Clinch him if you get top, you understand? Clinch him if you get top, you understand? You want to spit? Derek, look at me, enjoy it, look at the crowd, look at everything. They're all here for you, Derek. Do you understand me?
Coolers, hands on the body,
you understand me? They're all here for you. You better not stop moving, go forward, put on him.
Seconds out, round 8.
Some Joyce language in the corner again. I have to apologise for that. You know how it is though. Derek Chisora is trying to give absolutely everything. I think Joyce maybe won that last round, but there were some great shots which Chisora somehow found the desire and the will to throw when under huge pressure in that mutual corner.
Yep, I think there are 3 rounds to go. I've got Chisora 1 up here. Yes, Joe Joyce, the momentum's with him as he walks forward. Oh, big right hand there. Joyce took the shot well, shook his head and pushed Derek back on the ropes, but that landed flush on the chin of Joe Joyce. What a shot.
That was a tremendous right hand, huge overhand swinging hook from Derek Chisora, and he makes Joyce miss with a couple of pitter-pat leads, pitter-pat jabs, misses with a left hook as well, Joyce, and Chisora just moving, keeping moving as his corner said, trying to bob and weave before the opportunity arises and presents itself to launch himself into another of those trademark hooks, leads off behind the right hand and now clinches Joyce in close as we move towards the halfway stage of the 8th round.
Chisora's doing a good job actually of a little bit of bobbing and weaving, making Joyce miss. He's throwing them jabs, he's just not landing cleanly. Right, there's not a lot coming back, but every now and again you get a big overhand right from Chisora, which lands and sends this crowd into euphoria.
Yeah, you're right, Duke. I think the head movement from Derek has been good in the last couple of rounds especially, and now all he needs to do to capitalise on that is start throwing those shots with it.
Well, he's got just over a minute to do so in this round, and he forces Joyce back with a left to the head, and then a body shot, tries to switch to the head, and comes in with a right hand and a left hand, which Joyce has to take well. His chin is being given a really searching examination here. He gets inside close, lands a right into the left-hand side of Chisora's body. Chisora back on the ropes, trying to throw headshots as he bounces off there. Oh, big left hand from Joyce, and Chisora's in trouble. He was staggered by that. He sways back on the ropes. Referee's keeping a close look, but bravely Chisora comes back. 30 seconds to go in this 8th round. I thought that left hook from Joyce was going to take him, but Chisora is still pitching back, and now he holds on and stifles Joyce and marches him back into his own corner. 20 seconds to go in this 8th round. Joyce believes he can finish it, but Chisora is up onto his toes again. He makes Joyce miss with a right hand, then comes back off the ropes with a left hand of his own, and a big right hand from Joyce. And what a round this is! Pulverising left hand from Chisora. Joyce takes a big right hand right on the bell, and I tell you what, when they're old and grey, they will remember that. Chisora dog-tired as he staggers back to his corner, but what a round.
Mate, he has just fallen back on his corner. He took 2 steps forward, 1 step back
What a round of boxing. Both guys putting it all on the line. Duke McKenzie, where are they finding this from?
Chisora's absolutely out on his feet. He bent onto his stool, Spence. He couldn't even stand. He took that last shot so flush, it was unbelievable. But he's still fighting back. This guy's got the heart of a lion.
He has, but he really, like as you say, we all know that he fell into his stool at the end of that round. I don't think Derek's got, I know we say this every time he fights, I don't think he's got a lot left in this fight. He was very close to being finished then, even though he was firing back.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I don't know if he's still standing.
Guys, you heard what they were saying. Look at these people, look at them, they're all here for you, and they'll have said that again as he comes out now for the 9th round. Joyce back on level terms on my card now. Good body shots from Chisora, but caught by left hand by Joyce, and Joyce now on the front foot looking to end it. Bravely, Chisora comes forward again before staggering back onto the ropes. The referee needs to keep a close look at this now. Chisora lands a big overhand right, but how much more can he give?
Guys, sometimes a fighter needs saving from himself, and there's some big punishment going in here. Derek Chisora's legs are totally gone beneath him, and Joe Joyce piling the pressure on. 2 shots go thudding in again. Derek pinned in the corner, throws a right hand, but stumbles across the ring. How much more can he take, Spence? How much more has he got left?
He doesn't know where he is right now, Trent. Just everything is on instinct. He's fighting purely on instinct. Chisora's fighting, he doesn't know where these shots are going. He's not looking at where these shots are going. He's just moving his hands. He's just sitting duck.
I know my friend Tris Dixon, who wrote a tremendous book called Damage. If he's watching this now, he will be wincing at the barrage which Chisora is somehow absorbing. But he's still in there, still pitching, and he's said in the run-up to this, don't worry about me, I'm okay. I don't do drugs, I'm not a drunk. He said, I'm not depressed, I'm still fit, and I'm still doing what I love. And he's in there doing it.
Sometimes boxers need to retire as opposed to boxing retiring.
They should stop this, Spence.
And he's in desperate trouble here, Duke, and it's sort of
they should stop this.
Becoming uncomfortable to watch.
It's not nice. He's got nothing left. Look, his legs are all over the shop. He's backing up voluntarily. Desperate now, Chisora.
I wonder if the Chisora corner might pull him out of here at the end of the round, if not before. They'll be having a look. Oh, he's put Never! My goodness!
Never!
A right hand! I can't believe what I've seen!
I can't believe it!
And he has put him down. Just extraordinary. A brilliant, brilliant right-hand punch from Derek Chisora. And now, listen to this crowd here at the O2. Chisora has had Joe Joyce on the floor in the 9th round, and as you heard Duke McKenzie shout, he simply couldn't believe it.
John, I can't believe it. He was on the verge of getting knocked out. He was all over the place.
He still is,
He was stumbling all over the shop, and then he pulled that almighty right hand out and floored Joe Joyce unmercifully.
That's going to be a 10-8 round if Chisora gets through to the bell. There's 25 seconds still to go according to our clock, although the timer has suggested it could be sooner. Big right hand again from Chisora, who turns his back and runs back to his corner. Let's listen to the Chisora corner as they shower him with water and congratulate him on perhaps one of the greatest punches he's ever thrown. Let's
listen to me carefully. Get him down, get up, get him down. This is the last round, okay? Yes, sir. Do you understand? Do you understand me? Let him down. I want you to score him like a motherfucker, and you're clinching straight now as you have to. Let go a little bit, but not too much. Don't risk it. You've won. You're clear ahead. He's got to go for broke. Do you understand me? Listen to me. You empty the tank with your intelligence. Don't do anything stupid. Do you get me? Do you get me? Okay. Derek, stand up and join the crowd. Come on, join that crowd. Be smart. It's not this fight. Be smart.
3 minutes to go. The ref's wanting them to touch gloves. Joe Joyce doesn't want to do it. And now away we go. And somehow Chisora has to survive. Joyce might have to knock him out if he's going to win this. That was one of the great punches that I've seen Derek Chisora ever throw.
All Chisora has to do is to run like a thief in the night and he'll win the fight. It's as simple as that. He doesn't have to get involved. He just has to run like a thief in the night.
Juice, I'm not sure he can run like that because the legs are totally gone beneath him. Big right hand goes and now Derek goes down.
It's not a knockdown, it's not a knockdown.
He tumbled over as he came in close, trying to clinch into Joe Joyce. And now Joyce is looking to measure him. Big right hand missed. And again, Chisora holds on and tries to do what his corner advised. Don't do anything stupid. Stifle him, stop him throwing big punches.
There's 2 minutes left on the clock and Derek has to survive on my scorecard. He's winning this one. He's just got to get through the round, but there's nothing left as Joyce piles under pressure again.
Well, whatever the results, he talked about going out on his shield, and I tell you what, has he done that, and some to spare.
Absolutely, you know, he said he was going to leave it all in the ring, Duke, and that's exactly what he's done, mate.
Listen, it's quite unbelievable. He knows he's got nothing left. He's got the crowd on his side. He's decked Joe Joyce unmercifully. This is a brilliant fight for Chisora.
He took time out there to conduct the crowd, who are singing, "Oh, Derek Chisora," and he makes Joyce miss again. Lands a couple of jabs out of a southpaw stance. Joyce misses with a left hook. He's looking for the big right hand. Misses with 2 lefts though. And Chisora again bobs out of harm's way and then explodes out with a couple of headshots. Right hand and a left hand. Shake of the head from Joyce, who said that's done nothing.
He's done it again!
He's gone down again, but it's a slip. It's a slip from Joyce. It's not a knockdown. Referee says no knockdown. No. The crowd and Duke thought that was another knockdown.
Even still, Joe Joyce's legs still ain't right. Since he's touched down, his legs still aren't right. This is unbelievable.
Right hand, left hand from Chisora. And another right hand, another great shot. Joyce makes him miss as he tees off another. And another big right hand, all from Chisora.
Chisora,
almost went there, Joyce. Right hand, left hand to the head. Amazing, and he will get a standing ovation here. There are people at ringside who are close to tears here, seeing what Derek Chisora has produced. This has been an extraordinary performance from one of the best love fighters that Britain has produced. And Chisora jumping around, he now celebrates, Joyce celebrates, and Chisora may well have won this. Alexander Usyk, we're seeing a close-up of him on the giant screens, and he's standing cheering as well. I think he thinks that Chisora has won it, and what a dramatic fight.
Chisora's won that.
He's won it, mate.
Chisora's won that, there's no doubt about it. He's won the fight. You know what? I wrote him off before this fight because I didn't think he had 6 rounds in him. But you know what he's done? He's absolutely turned the clock back. I mean, listen, he was on the verge of getting knocked out at the end of the 9th round. He was on the verge of getting stopped, and he pulled out that almighty shot, pulled it around.
Yeah, perfect performance there. Derek Chisora showed heart, grit, soul, determination, left it all in the ring like he said he was going to do. That's why these people pay to come and see that man. He won that contest. The knockdown could be decisive, but for me, 2 rounds up there, Derek Chisora, and that is going to be a memorable victory. That could be the way to go out.
And they talked about where do the fighters go after here. When you bleakly analyse this, they'll be cheering about the bravery of Derek Chisora, win or lose, but as a performance to establish himself once again at the pinnacle of the world stage from Joe Joyce, I'm afraid it ain't so. Meanwhile, Joyce is getting Chisora's getting some treatment in his corner. He's absolutely spent. He's sank down on his stool, and all around him is corner men. And I think they're calling for a little bit of medical attention here. They want a doctor to come and have a look at Derek Chisora. Whether or not he's going to be given oxygen, I'm not sure, but there's some concern about him. They're getting the gloves off, and they've got the doctor now in the corner, and rightly so.
Rightly so. I mean, you know, he gave everything, John. He took big punches, he gave big punches. He got nothing left. You know what? I hope he quits now. I hope he says, you know what? He's got the crowd on his side. He's had a good victory. He's had a hard fight. He's trying to walk away. You can't keep producing this. Listen, what we've just seen there is a bloody... It's nothing short of a miracle.
I don't think... There's a lot of quizzical looks around the ring right now. For a start, it was one of the most memorable heavyweight fights we've ever seen in this arena, in this country, purely because both men gave so much. Derek was out on his feet for 4 rounds, and yet he managed to knock Joe down in the 9th round. That's probably what will decide the contest. But I'm not absolutely certain that Derek's won that clearly.
Well,
it
Derek's
would not surprise
okay.
me.
Derek's okay. He's back on his feet, which I should say, because the doctor was called to that corner. He's up on his feet and he's okay. He's having the wrapping taken off his gloves, and the 2 men have been called centre ring now by the referee, and we're about to find out who's won. Here's Thomas Treiber.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 10 hard-hitting rounds of boxing, we go to the judges' scorecards. Judge Kieran McCann scores it 97-92, and both judges, Victor Laughlin and Mark Bates, score it the same, 96-94, all in favor of your winner. By unanimous decision, Derek Chisora!
Just listen to that reception.
It's incredible. It is poetic justice for what he went and did in there tonight, and you've had to feel empathy for him as well in terms of what he was going through.
Well, you know what? He deserves the victory tonight. He said it. He was going to put it all on the line at the O2, and boy did he deliver.
I tell you what, Gareth, I've seen an awful lot over the years. I was there when George Foreman did it, all the great nights of Lennox Lewis, and many other big ones around the world. But watching this, what I've watched tonight, and now seeing the reaction in the ring, I tell you what, there's a lump in my throat.
Absolutely. I really do hope that Derek soaks this up tonight and says, you know, this is enough.
Call it a day.
Call it a day. It won't get better than this.
Go out as a winner.
He's just beaten a guy that should have won the Olympic gold, by the way, in Rio, who's a big, bruising, dangerous heavyweight. At 40 years of age, in his 48th fight, he has been more than a servant to us in this game.
Oh, just a bit.
It is time
just a bit.
to hang them up, and I mean that as a brother. I mean that as a friend.
Gareth, that right hand that he threw that put him down when it looked as though Chisora himself was about to get stopped.
Yeah.
That was one of the great punches that you'd ever seen.
Well, you know what? It was like something out of a Rocky film.
It was.
He was getting the living daylights beaten out of him. His legs were all over the shop. He looked like he was about to quit, go over. Then he pulled out that almighty right hand, floored Joe Joyce, and then he did exactly what he should have done in that last round. He went on the missing list, and he never took a clean shot, but he had nothing left anyway.
A little word of praise for Joe. He took that really well. There were no real protests, there was no anger, and he was sporting and offered congratulations, and that's the way it should be.
96-94 twice, by the way, on 2 of the cards when there was clearly a 10-8 rounds. Just shows how close the fight really was.
Yeah, but
because, you know, think about the work of Joe. He did a lot of great work there tonight.
Yeah, but Joe Joyce, he knew he never won the fight.
We need to ask where Joe goes from here.
Well, I think that's a very, very difficult question. I'm not sure where he does go. It's a really difficult one.
Let's just go and listen to Derek Chisora's interview in the ring.
No, I don't think we can.
We don't have it. We'll get him eventually. We'll get Spencer's on the case, running around trying to get him at the moment. He looks very beaten up. He's being very praiseworthy on Joe. They comported themselves brilliantly all week. They built the fight. He is a cult figure in British boxing. That's the word for Derek Chisora. A cult figure who came in from Zimbabwe, went to private school, got on the wrong side of the tracks here in the UK, turned his life around, was a difficult character when he first came into boxing, but he's now so beloved for that very reason tonight.
He's got 2 daughters, he says. I put them through private school thanks to boxing. He's made loads of money. I saw estimates that he's made it somewhere in excess of 12 million through his career. And, you know, you really hope that he can now walk away and enjoy the benefits of those. I know he enjoys living it up. He enjoys the lavish lifestyle, but my goodness, if ever somebody has enjoyed and worked hard to get a decent retirement, it's got to be this guy.
Listen, I hope he calls time on his career now. There's no better way to go out than on top, winning your last fight in such dramatic circumstances. Listen, I wrote him off, everybody else wrote him off. As far as we was all concerned, he was finished. And this was all about Joe Joyce tonight. If he could grind out a good victory against Derek Chisora, you know, a world operator, could he grind it out? Could he go on to do bigger and better things? Chisora went, no, I'm tearing up the script. I'm not having it.
He's become so good at putting bums on seats, become a brilliant promoter of the sport. The problem is with Derek, I don't think he will walk away.
No, well, he said he wants to say goodbye to Manchester, doesn't he? He wants to have a big fight at the Manchester Arena, and then he's talked about going over to
Saudi.
Zimbabwe.
Oh, to Zimbabwe to have I think he should be in the Saudi mix myself with all those other heavyweights.
Well, he's earned the right to make the choice, hasn't he? Big time.
Absolutely.
And you know, can I remind you, during commentary, all 3 of you, and I was thinking myself, Derek needs protecting from himself, and we were all thinking it, but look what he can produce, and that's why this sport is so extraordinary.
He was on the verge of getting stopped. He was on the verge. He was about 4 or 5 shots away from getting stopped in the 9th round. He was on the verge of getting stopped, and he pulled out that shot, and it just turned the whole fight on its head. It's absolutely incredible.
Yeah, if you're just listening to us and you have the opportunity maybe somehow to find the replay of that punch which put Joyce down in the 8th round, watch it and enjoy. And don't the 9th round, I beg your pardon. Watch it, enjoy it, and don't forget it.
What he did brilliantly, his survival instincts are extraordinary, because as you say, he's been sagged on the ropes for most of the round. He'd soaked everything up. He was wobbling from corner to corner, and he found that moment, that survival moment, where Joe was just square onto him, and he planted that long right hand. Joe was kind of off balance as well.
And didn't you love it in that last round when the crowd's going bonkers and they're singing, "Oh, Derek Chisora," and he finds time to conduct.
It's amazing. It's amazing. It's amazing. Derek Chisora, we can all sing it, and we should. Legend of British boxing. Never won a world title. He's had amazing fights at heavyweight, 3 against Tyson Fury. The plaudits from Alexander Usyk, who came to see him fight here tonight. The fights with Joseph Parker, everyone. Joseph Parker, Dillian White. It wouldn't surprise me to have a trilogy with Dillian White.
I hope Derek Chisora retires. You know, wouldn't it be great if he goes out on his shield like he has tonight as a winner? You don't want to see him on his back as a loser, that's for sure. He's such a popular young man. You know, everybody loves him. Is
he young at 40?
No, he's an old 40, isn't he? Let's get that. He's not a young 40 at all. There's so many miles on his clock, I can't even believe he's still driving.
Well, it's been a great atmosphere tonight. We're just waiting on an interview with Derek Chisora, who's fulfilling his TV duties. Spencer Oliver is out with one of our producers, Romario. Connor's alongside me here. Ed Huntley, the boxing editor's here as well tonight. It's been a terrific night. Another terrific night of action on talkSPORT. You can watch it all back, by the way, on the watch along. You can see us at the moment. What a tremendous night again.
Well, haven't we had a great run of fights? You know, when you look back over the last couple of years, we've had some phenomenal fights for you. And now we can go to Spencer, who's got Derek Chisora.
Well, Del Boy, mate, you said it was going to be war, and that's exactly what it was, mate. You put in an unbelievable performance.
Yeah, it was great. It was great. It's a sad day because my kids are not here. You know, my wife's not well, so my kids didn't come, so I'm a bit sad.
Listen, I know it was emotional for you. We speaking to you all week, and you always said it was going to be emotional. Derek, you fought with your heart on your sleeve, mate. You delivered. You done what a lot of people didn't think you was going to do. Big question, Del Boy. What's next, mate? Is that it? Do you go out on a high here?
5 guys and Manchester next.
Yes, nice one. Well, Del Boy, tonight belongs to you, my friend. The crowd absolutely loved it. We loved it. We go back a long way.
Thank you.
Bless you, brother.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
John, Duke, final word on Derek tonight. We've all waxed lyrical about him. It saddens me that he's feeling emotional about his daughters not being here tonight, not that they haven't witnessed this.
Well, that's the gentle human side of Derek Chisora, isn't it? He might be a warrior, he might be incredibly brave in what at times can be a frighteningly brutal sport, but he's such a nice guy, and that sort of goes back to what Duke said through the evening. You know, he might be a fabulous, brave fighter, but as well as that, he's a lovely fella.
Everybody loves him. This place is sold out. This is a 10-round fight. There's no title on the line. It's incredible. That shows his popularity. You know, most boxers are quite soft. Your family always come first. Your kids always come first.
We're standing
and your wife,
for Derek
which is,
right now.
it's quite incredible, really.
Who's coming past
It's quite incredible, really.
Cheers.
He's done brilliantly,
Derek,
mate.
Thank you very much. Derek's on his way out now with Dimitriades brothers. What an incredible performance. Who would be brave enough to tell Derek he's got to retire? I don't think there's anyone brave enough out there.
He's just said he's going to fight in Manchester, didn't he?
Yeah. Well, you're not going to be able to stop him because he loves it too much. He's going to go and sit in the back now and have a burger. He'll wake up tomorrow. He'll get rid of his aches and pains. We'll see him at all the big events coming up because he loves being there. And then he'll be knocking on the door of Eddie Hearn, Bob Arum, Frank Warren, saying, you know, remember I'm a money-weight fighter. Remember what I did there in that main event at the O2 Arena a couple of weeks ago. Look what I did. I beat Joyce. I'm not finished. You're not going to make me finish. He's a very stubborn, beautifully stubborn character. We're waiting for Spencer Oliver to interview Frank Warren to just put a cap on the evening. While we do that, some great victories tonight for Brandon Lee, the new fighter with Frank Warren. Raven Chapman, fantastic victory, dominant victory in the WBC International Featherweight Championship against Johanna Sarabia of Colombia. Victory for Adam Hamed, the son of Nassim Hamed. Nassim was here, of course, with his wife. Sean Noakes got victory over Inda Bassi. Royston Barney Smith had a tough fight with Brian Baracas. Dennis McCann defeated Yonu Baluta. Moses Tauma looked brilliant, stopping Marius Vach in 2 rounds. Ryan Garner put in a tremendous performance against the undefeated Archie Sharp, both of them undefeated going into this. And then finally, 10 rounds of absolute war, a grueling, grudging, fistic war between 2 men who've become cult figures in British boxing. The dust will settle and we'll wonder where Joe Joyce will land from here. Derek Chisora's gone already, under a cavalcade of friends taking him to his dressing room, and I'm waiting for Spencer Oliver to butt in and get the interview done. Now, Frank Warren, here he goes. Yeah, over to you, Spencer.
Well, finally, guys, we get Frank Warren. Frank, well, firstly, what a night, but what a fight. I mean, we knew it was going to be something special, and the guys delivered, didn't they?
Well, I've got to be honest with you, I genuinely did not think that fight would go the distance. I thought, you know, it'd be the... And I thought that, you know, I'm not going to be sell porcupine. I thought Joe would win the fight, and I thought he would stop Derek. But, I mean, what was that all about with a pair of them? They just did not stop. They didn't miss each other at times. Everything they was framing, they were connecting with. And I think it's the last 2 rounds that done it for Derek, you know, the knockdown. And he started off looking a bit shaky at the beginning of the 10th, but he came back strong, and he was throwing some seriously big eye-catching punches.
He
Fabulous fight.
absolutely was, Frank. I mean, listen, what an ambassador for British boxing Derek Chisora's been. We thought this may be his farewell fight, because like you, we thought that Joe Joyce was going to win the fight and possibly win it inside the distance. But Derek now, you go, where's he go from here? He's talking about Manchester next. I mean, there's still another big fight in him.
Well, it's up, that's up to him, and whatever he wants to do, we'll sit down and discuss it with him, and with Joe. We'll see where they go, where the both can go. But I mean, they're fighting men, aren't they?
Yeah,
they're fighting men. I mean, people say, how do they do it, and the age they are? What are they doing it for, and whatever? You do it because they're fighting men, and I mean, these are fights that catch up to you as well.
Absolutely. Listen, it's been a fantastic.
What a card all the way through. Every fight on the card has been extremely well matched and entertaining, really competitive. Probably one of the best fight cards we put together.
Absolutely, I totally agree with that, Frank. And we got the big fight September the 21st. Can't wait for that one. Daniel Dubois versus Anthony Joshua. Can Dubois do it?
I believe in him, and I believe he'll do it.
Brilliant. Well, Frank, listen, mate, this has been a fantastic night. Thanks so much. Back over to you guys.
Well, it has been a fantastic night. Thank you for being with us. I'm Gareth Davis. My thanks to Spencer Oliver, to Frank Warren and Queensbury Promotions tonight, to Derek Chisora and Joe Joyce and all the fighters on the card, Duke McKenzie and John Rawling. It's been a tremendous night here at the O2 Arena. Thank you very much for watching us, for listening to us. We are the home of boxing. A very, very good night. Cheers.
Well done, gang. Thank you.